What is up? What is up? Grace and peace. Grace and peace. So we are doing a mindful Monday today. I know I haven't done that in a while. And great topic today. I got some information from my good brother Ant Dawg behind the scenes. He had hit me up between him and brother Maybach. Those are my brothers in arms. They'll send me stuff, all kinds of things, especially when we're talking about things like the Constitution, right? When we're talking about Black Indians, when we're talking about sovereignty, right? So we're going to be discussing that a little bit today. I'm going to open up the panel so people can come up and chat. Make sure to be mindful about how you use your vernaculars, your words and stuff, because YouTube, they cracking down on things. So we'll just talk, in between the lines. So the topic today, also congratulations to the channel. Congratulations to me. But without you guys, there would be no Foxy here growing on this channel. And we are celebrating the 4th year. Anybody knows about fours? I'm going back into reading one of these books that I had purchased a couple of months ago, and it's The Power of Numbers. So when you're dealing with and operating with numbers, and we all are numbers, whether you like to hear it or not, yes, we are some form of being wrapped up in cells and molecules and things of that nature. But with your name and your birth date, that's different from you as the being, right? So I'm in my 4th year here with the channel, and 4 has to do with building. 4 is about structure, and sometimes 4 can be a little rough around the edges. It could be a little stubborn because it's this rigidness, right? So let's read a little bit about what 4 brings to the table. 4 is a table, and we'll carry on. I'm just waiting for a few people to come through. I saw some people peeking. Come on through, hit that like button, y'all. All right, make sure to share this out with your friends and family. Again, I will be opening up the link in just a little bit. Charles is in the building. Salute, Charles. Please educate children, all children, every day. I try. I do it with my own children. I have these conversations, and they're like, "Mom, please, Afeni Shakur, calm down." My husband always calls me Little Afeni, not Asada, Afeni, because I'm, Afeni Shakur is Tupac's mother. All right, so 4 has to do with, sometimes 4 can be a little boring, right? Because it's the consistency, it's always building, it's not going outside of the lines, if you will. It's not being blurred. Thank you, Charles. Same to you. Salute to you for coming through. Thank you. All right, so let's hear about 4s a little bit. I'm a life path number 4 too. I could be a little boring, I'll admit that. In my heydays, I was fun, and later years, I'm like, I'm good. So people who have the number 4 in their lives are industrialists, diligent, and very, very productive. They work hard, and it's just importantly gets things done. If you ask a number 4 to complete a task, you are pretty much guaranteed to have this task completed. Likely with notions and subfolders. Persistence like this is awesome and often undervalued superpower. People, whenever you're like this 4 who's a go-getter, who gets things done, who has no problems, who is a doer, often these people would get, I won't say victimized, but they'll be taken advantage of. because they're always not, they can be a yes man, but you don't have a problem with getting things done. You know it needs to be done. So who else better to do it than you? Number 4, right? So 4s are also about being disciplined. They have a hard time, like I said, being flexible. You know, they can be a little stubborn, again, a little rigid, but that's what the 4 encompasses. And 4 bills, right? You can multiply 4 to an extent, but 4 is the building. So I like to think that this channel will build. It's been building. It's been a slow burn, and that's what I like to say as myself. I'm a slow burn. I'm not a fast get things done, get through it, and then say, I got it done. I like to pay attention to detail, analytical thinking of that nature. So, happy anniversary to the FoxxyMoon channel. And for everybody that's been here from inception back in 2021, we lost a soldier here, and I'll never forget him, Brother Rich Mo, because he was always like in the back chat with me on a personal level, just sharing information out with me, just kicking it, getting to know, like our families. And I lost him too soon, too quickly, and unexpectedly at a young age of almost 40 years old. So he leaves behind his family and, a slew of friends that got to know him and love him. And so he was always in the chat, bigging me up, behind the scenes, bigging me up. He looked at me as his master teacher in some ways, and I was like, don't put me in that category, but I appreciate that nonetheless. Yellow Jesus for putting the battery behind my back, a fellow Pisces, and I'm not a Pisces, but y'all know my Pisces people. And he was on the outside looking in and was like, you definitely need to grow from out of Instagram, because that's where he saw me, and come over to YouTube. And I was like, I don't think I want to do YouTube streets like that. I'm just shy. I'm chilling. I'm by myself. I'm good where I'm at. And he's like, oh no, come on through, Foxy. So salute to Yellow Jesus. Thank you very much if you're listening. I appreciate you. Pink Sugar, my Lotus, those were the ones also that were here. My sisters that were from the beginning and grew with me in this channel. My beauty queen, she's been here as well. The Raz girl, she's been here from the beginning as well. So I think those people that have been here and seen me go through a lot of different stages, saw the grief that I was going through with my father passing. And yeah, so I thank you again. Okay, so let's go ahead on to the conversation at hand. All right, let's go ahead, and I think I'm gonna turn my light on too. Hold on a second. All right. So the conversation today is, and shout out to the new subscribers that have been coming through on various platforms. One of them specifically is Philly Old Dog, Philly OG. He's been very intricate in the past, I'd say, year or so, that with pumping my channel and putting it through. So, and also Brother Sanchez, because Brother Sanchez, I'm on his platform. He's got a big platform, and he'll let people know, hey, check me out, and I'm a mod over there, and I've come up on the panel, and I've ruffled a few feathers. But it's all good, because out of that I've gained some people who have definitely come and checked me out. All right, so let me get my hold on, let's put the banner up, because now we're going to go into the conversation. At hand. Okay, we could put the topic up. All right, and let me know if you guys can hear me well. If the music is too loud, I'll put it down. But anyway, I'm gonna just play something that Brotha Ant Dawg had sent me maybe about a couple of days ago. in regards to the topic of today. So the topic today is Ghana's granting citizenship to the Black diaspora and others. And meaning others, they said anybody basically can come to Ghana, but specifically Black Americans, or if you're Black, I guess Jamaicans. I don't know where. See, and that's what we're going to talk about today, because we're going to use words like Black and white because that's what they use, right? When we know Texas in the house. Salute. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. You're the perfect person to have come up on the panel too. I'm going to drop the link in a minute if you want to. Just be mindful when we come up on the panel that we're using code words and things like that, because, I'm not monetized, but I don't want my page flagged. They already got me back in 2021 talking my stuff, and they was like, Foxy. So, we gotta play dumb around here, right? So anyway, we're gonna use words like that today. We're gonna use words like Black. We're gonna use words like white, right? And when we're talking about these things, because this is always a hot topic, this is always a discussion. But see, when you got this, right, when you're walking around with this, and this is not the complete constitution, this is not every state. I don't have the state's constitution, right? And when you got the law dictionary, you're going to use these things to help you navigate and circumvent the stuff that these people are talking about, right? Because we know what it really is. We know what it's about, right? Somebody tried to challenge me when I showed them this book, The 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro by J.A. Rogers. Somebody tried to say, oh, it's tether talk. Oh, it's this, that, and the third. Shut your dumb mouth up. Shut your mouth up. Black people in the indigenous Americas. I got a few books. I don't have a whole arsenal, but I'm putting my arsenal up. When you want to talk about sovereignty, you can talk to Chief Kalani. All right, Brother Truth, the Remedy book, where he's telling you who you are, chattel. These people who are talking that stuff. Listen, I'm chattel. I'm not off the corporation, but I understand certain things. And people are just regurgitating the hot buzzwords right now. And I'm like, you don't even understand. You don't even know what a tether is. Please get a dictionary and read what that is. It's a tether. They're trying to use that as a derogatory term now to talk about Latinos, Caribbean people mainly, because Latinos and not Latinos are different in different areas, but they're talking specifically of the people in the island. That's the Cubans, Jamaicans, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, anything West Indian. So I'm not really talking about Brazil and Venezuela and Colombia. That's a whole different, that's a whole nother topic. But when we're talking, when and specifically this is coming out of New York City, and New York City is a melting pot for so-called immigrants. And most of them do come from the Caribbean islands, the West Indies. And they migrate towards places like Brooklyn, like the Bronx. And so people, outsiders that are talking in about New York City way of life really needs to just shut up. You're an observer. You didn't grow up here. You don't know what that was. So for you to start standing up here and be like, oh, that's tether talk. Where did you get that word from? Did you look up Webster's dictionary? Find out what that means and then come back to me and tell me what's a tether. Okay? Because, baby, my family's been here for 3 generations. We are American, true and true. Okay? And newsflash, the West Indies are also part of the Americas. They're just little islands that broken off through wear and tear of the earth. Like, please don't shut up. Please just shut up. Thank you, Texas. All right. So I'm going to play a little clip. Texas, let me know in the chat if the music is too loud, because I want to play a clip for us. And if the music is just a little too much, I will turn it down. Just let me know if it is. Texas has been very intricate in these YouTube screens. And who's Which channel are you in with me, Texas? Is it Brother OG Philly? I want to say it's Brother OG. See, I get them coming in, and I don't talk about the cards when I'm out there. I talk about real stuff. Not to say that the cards are not real stuff. Not to say that spirituality is not a real thing. It's a different type of thing, but some people are not ready for that conversation. Some people don't understand. They think that that's spooky, it's pseudo, it's scary, it's la la la. Like I said, my family is from the islands, so catch up with me. Oh, and by the way, when you want to talk about the Africans and your FBA, but you're African, I don't know where you're going with this, because I tell you what, us Caribbean people, us people in the island, us people in West Indies got more African DNA in us than you do here in the States. All right, when we're going just back on that timeline, but when you go further back, because people don't want to go past the 1700s, they like to stay in that old South antebellum. We was picking cotton, but I'll tell you who else was picking cotton that you don't want to hear. And the brother was challenging me with this too. Oh, it sounds like you care that white people were picking cotton, and white people were picking cotton first. They were here. They were brought over here, and they weren't down in Atlanta. They weren't in South Carolina. They were up in Boston. They were up in New York City. They were picking tobacco and cotton up in the north too. So we're going to get into all that. It's going to be kind of a little hot topic because, we're talking about white and black. All right. Let's hear what Brother Ant Dawg has sent me that sparked me to be like, you know what? I think we're going to talk about this on a Mindful Monday. It is now season 3, episode 1. Okay, so let me find it really quick. I got it off of Instagram. Copyright. Hold on, let me read the copyright before you know what. And you know who. Because we always want to dot our I's and cross our T's when we get up here in these streets. Now, where is that? All right, copyright. Fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Okay, now that we dotted our I's and crossed our T's, where is this here? Hold on a second. I think I went back too far. Wait a minute. Hold on, because just when I'm looking for it, it won't let me find it. That wasn't it. But I want us to get a context of why I brought this up. Okay, is this it? No, that's not it. Wait a minute. All right. I can't find it right now, just as I wanted to look for it. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Here we go. All right, guys. So here we go. Let's listen carefully.
Black Americans went to Ghana, spoke to the Ghanaian government about building a town for Black Americans in Ghana, got approval from the Ghanaian government to build a town for Black Americans in Ghana. And part of the agreement was that first, the Black Americans were given 200 acres to build it, build a settlement, a small settlement, and they wanted to see how quick that settlement will be sold. Basically, they're saying, we'll give you 200 acres to do a trial run. If there are enough people who are interested, then we will invest and give you money to build an entire town. And nobody is talking about it? Yep. I looked it up. It is for real, for real. Chuck Bars and Ernie Leader, those two companies went to the Ghanaian government and said, look, if you're for real about Black Americans coming back, we want our own. We want our own town. We want our own everything. And the Ghanaian government say, yeah, we'll do it. But first, you got to show us there's a possibility this will work. We're not about to give you the land and nothing's going to come out of it. We'll give you 200 acres first, and we'll see what you can do with 200 acres. Yep. They want to name the name of the city, which they've already named, is Sunbra, which means the return. So there's literally, hold on, let me get this straight.
All right, guys. So it's not as what you think it is, that you can just go hop over to Ghana in Africa, right? And I'm here, baby. You know, you're an American and you're trying to get your citizenship. But Ghanaians, the Ghanaian government is saying, sure, our children can come back, our family, our relatives that were taken. And mind you, all right, I'm jumping all over the place. This is what happens with my Aquarian rising. My brain, my head is all over the place. My mind goes in different directions because I want to talk, like I need 3 heads to talk at one time. All right, let me read my little notes, what I got. Let me read my little note. Okay, so this is coming out of the Associated Press, January 3rd, 2025. All right, the path is not clearly defined. Citizenship, mind you, I tried to find this article about what this guy was talking about on the search engine, and I couldn't. It kept taking me back to like November, kept taking me back to January, but it was talking about this family, this couple, and this young lady who's about 33 years old that went out to Ghana. So I don't know about the citizenship. I think just like it's hard to get citizenship here, I'm sure it'll be over there. You're coming in as a second-class citizen. This isn't coming to America with Eddie Murphy and them rolling out the red flag for you because your family was brought over here on the ships. Like I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I mean that's the reality of that. Propaganda has us thinking a lot of things. It has us thinking that, oh yeah, we can always go back to the motherland, right? And sure, if that's what you want to do and you feel like it's, the racism here in the United States is too much for you and I need to be because that's the consensus. When I was doing my research and I was doing my homework, that's what mostly all of your so-called Black American, when I say so-called, I'm not being disrespectful, but we know that words like black and white are, when you're going into the law books, they're not using black. But anyway, but it helps you to identify. So we'll use words like black and white today, right? So the argument or the consensus is not really an argument. The consensus is, well, the so-called Black Americans are tired of the racism and the racist brutality and the cop brutality. And that's mainly what I hear mostly why they're leaving the States to go over to Africa, to countries like Ghana, to Kenya, Zimbabwe, some even going to Nigeria. Watch them Nigerians though. And they have been doing this. They have been spearheading this type of movement. Well, first, it comes out of the helms of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who, hold on to your seatbelts, would be considered a tether, right? But he is your grandfather of all this Pan-Africanism. But y'all was on the bandwagon with this last week. This week, we're tethers. Please. miss me with that. So Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the honorable, whether they smeared his name because of him being Boule and all that stuff, whatever, his thought process, it was meaningful, right? And he had that idea of, now his family, as I was reading up on my family, the ones that are in Jamaica. So those that are new to my channel, on my mother's side, well, both my mother's mother and my mother's father's side are, one side is from Jamaica, the other side is from Grenada, still in the West Indies. My biological father's side is from Cuba. But again, there's an influx of Africans that were coming from the West Indies, from the west coast of Africa, countries like Benin, Togo, Ghana, right? Or Accra. I might be saying it wrong. But anyway, they were brought over to the East, right? So when I was looking up some stuff about because I'm trying to find my great-grandmother's mother's information in Jamaica, I saw on the census about Garvey's family. So I feel like Garvey also was coming from enslavement, right? His family. But anyway, so he saw the injustices that were happening there in Jamaica with colonialism, and he saw that happening here in the States, specifically places like New York City, Philly, Chicago. So, but it's no wonder that he came to New York City first, and specifically Harlem, New York, Harlem in Manhattan, which is the Mecca of Black excellence, Mecca of Black greatness. Or even the white people were coming up to Harlem to go do their little, right? Everybody wanted to come up to Harlem and to Chicago. So he is the father or grandfather of this Pan-Africanism movement. And then it kind of died down. You had Jim Crow, and then moved to the 60s, middle 60s is when that Pan-Africanism resurged again. Because coming out of that Southern Jim Crow, the North, and all the injustices that were happening, it made sense for Black people to say, you know what, we're going to get on this ship, or we're going to get on this plane, and we're going, Key's in the building. Salute, Key. Thank you for coming through. We're going to get on these planes, we're going to get on these ships, and we're going to go out to Africa, because we're not doing this, right? So I understand why certain people would want to move. They feel like, Africa's their motherland. This will help them. They'll be embraced. They'll be loved. They'll see more, brown skinned people there. And there won't be this injustices. True, maybe. I don't know. I've never been. But I know that hold on. I know the powers that shouldn't be have their hand everywhere. And don't think for one minute that the same people that we're dealing with, these other countries are dealing with them as well. We know that France still has their hand in certain countries in Africa. We know that China's got their hand in there. And if you're not going to the cities, the major cities that are being built up in these countries in Africa, and you're in this romanticism of, I want to live off the grid, 9 times out of 10, you're not really going to make it. It's going to be tough. I've watched some people, I've heard some people, listen, people are flocking to come over here. Why would I want? Never mind. That's my own, I'm bougie. I'm spoiled. I love my frills here in the States. As wayward as it may be that as it is, people still flock here. And so that the president now has to be like, nah, no anchor babies, none of that shit. If you're not coming over here. Now, what I've also been listening to is that they make it hard for people to come over here now, and be documented and try to work. So I understand this. It's a hustle and a Ponzi scheme within itself. I'm not saying that any one place is right, but I'd rather be with the devil I know than the devil I don't know. Just put it to you that way. I mean, if I understand, I see you. My big dog, Philly OGs in the building. Salute. Much love to you too. Thank you for coming through. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so let's get on with the get on. All right, so the path is not clearly defined. Citizenship must come from a concession from Ghana's presidency, a process made legal under the 2000 Citizenship Act. So back in 2000, they made this Citizenship Act for people to come to Ghana. But as I just read here, clearly, you know, they're not making the process. I don't think you'll get the same redlining that you'll do here if you go out to Ghana. But again, just because you're like, I've arrived, you know, I'm the long lost grandchild, they're not rolling out the red carpet like that. And in fact, they're going to be side-eyeing you because they're going to want to know what you're contributing, what you're putting into the country. Are you going to be taking advantage of the citizens, or the citizens could be taking advantage of you, right? Because they know you coming from America, you got that money. Now you want to build big buildings and whatnot. You want to start adding on to in a little country, not a little country, in a little town, a little province that these people have never seen before. So again, I don't really see a lot of people that I've watched, you know, on YouTube to just get my gauge of positive and negative feedback. Not that I would ever say I'm going to be moving over there. No, I'm saying right here. My great grandparents left their family, left everything behind in their country and worked hard and became naturalized citizens and paid their dues and took care of their family and was able to get 2 homes. I'm going to say, I'm going to pay homage to my family. Now, if my children want to go ahead and do that and they feel, hey, you know, it's better over there or what have you. I'm a creature of habit. Again, I like to know the devil than the devil I don't know. All right, so it was granted to those residents in Ghana who have told the Office of the Diaspora Affairs that they are interested in citizenship. Who's in the building? Hurricane's in the building. Salute, Hurricane. Peace. I'm going to drop the link in a second. I want to just get all this out first, and then I'll throw the link up if y'all want to come up and politic with me. Okay, Ghana's government in part describes the program as a benefit to the economy and focuses on investment opportunities for those wishing to relocate. Of course, sure. I want to know I want to know what the businesses are. Like, no one's really talking about the businesses and how they can build up this country, other than them saying, you know, we're tired of, you know, the racism going on in the Americas. And this is why we're leaving. We're tired of police brutality. We're tired of, and I'm like, I get it, but there's, you know, there's other states in here that y'all can go to that we can build up here too, right? Like, you know this, right? You know, if you know certain things, you can get around certain these red tapes, right? Because you're a citizen, right? Or if you even become a sovereign, there's other rights as well that you can get that you're not even operating on this corporation, right? Right? But we're listening to certain people that have big platforms and that have been pounding this proverbial pavement of the motherland, and they're going to cheat us. And you know, the whole concept of the royalty. And I'm like, y'all all wasn't royal. You think these people are royals? Like, please miss me with that. No, you're going to be sitting in the red dirt and red clay with the palm trees. You're not, it's not royalty. It's not all. Okay, let me continue. Because I get it. I get that, you know, some people want to think that they come from royalty, and I'd like to think I was. As a matter of fact, in my past life, I was, but that's another story. That's another day. But you all weren't that. You actually were doers. You actually were making things happen. You weren't all just up there in fantasy land thinking about how you were Eddie Murphy coming to America. It's far and few. It's not just like this whole entrepreneurship. It's far and few that all of us can be bosses. Who's gonna get shit done? You all can't be bosses. I don't mind working a 9 to 5. I don't mind getting the pension plan and the benefits and all that stuff. Yeah, it's a slave mentality in some ways, but you know what? You can always take that money that you're working with, that you're working for these corporations, and if you really that boss, you could take that money and use it towards yourself and build yourself up that way. But this whole new level of, oh, I'm gonna be a boss and I'm gonna be running shop and I'm gonna be and now nobody wants to work no more. Well, guess what? You got your wish. Because these corporations and these countries, they lining you up and they putting in these robots to do your job. So you got your wish. Now let's see who could really do this big business. You're not gonna be a Bezos. I'm sorry. You could try. But the market is very slim. And if you're not up there on the echelons, they're not really looking for you. But everybody wants to be on top. And it's like, hey, well, who's doing the work down here at the bottom? Right? Anyway, moving along. Colonizers used Ghana's Gold Coast to ship off enslaved Africans for what? Oh, wait a minute. I just went a whole completely. Okay, so we're finished out of the Associated Press. I'm moving into Black Enterprise, an article from Black Enterprise that was from January 7th. It says, Ghana has encouraged Black people globally to reconnect with the motherland through its Year of the Return program, which it started in 2019 and coincided with the 400-year anniversary of when the first enslaved people arrived to America in 1619. Where's Ant Dawg? Because why did I even pick this today? Because these kind of conversations get me like heated. Because when you know, you know. All right. So they did this year return, marking the 400-year anniversary of when the first enslaved people arrived to America. And let's be clear, which one are we talking about? Because remember, in the Amazing Facts of the Negro, the 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro, who were the first? Well, the Slavs, the Russians, the Irish, the white people. Yeah, they was brought over here. They was picking the cotton first, the tobacco first. They were in places like Massachusetts that you think, oh, that's up north. That could never happen. They got cotton up there? You damn Skippy. Why do you think the early colonizers came over and they saw the indigenous people, the Algonquins, the Lenapes, the Iroquois, the Chickasaws, the Cherokees? That's their crops. But once they reclaimed those ancestors, gave you titles like Black, African. All right, so again, let's digest. Let's stay focused. So the Ghanaian Tourism Authority. Okay, so they gave the first slaves that came here that were brought over to the Americas, aka the Caribbean islands, aka the southern parts of the states, aka Brazil, aka Argentina. Yeah, all those places, because you got more of the Ghanaians DNA in those areas, more concentrated than you do in, say, Massachusetts, say Oklahoma, say, I wouldn't even say Texas, because that's southern, like I said. If you look at even Louisiana, and I've been doing not a lot, but I've been kind of like spiritually being led with some stuff with Louisiana. And I was like, oh, that's it has influences of like Puerto Rico, of like Cuba, of like that type of, dare I say, more-ish style. You'll call it Spanish, but it was actually the Moors, right? Ooh, we don't want to talk about the Moors, Foxy. Like, why are we talking about Moors, Foxy? We don't want to talk about that. But that was the influence, not Spaniards. You speak Spanish, but you're not Spanish. Hence why when a person from the Caribbean say that they're not this, that they are that, the so-called Black Americans get upset. But you look like us. Yeah, but it's a different type of us, right? And you can't group us all in together. The phenotype, the culture, it's different. And when they come into the Americas and they go to places like New York City, they assimilate and even emulate the so-called Black American person. Right? But it's in its insanity, who really are here are the indigenous Black people. And I'm not, and then when we got to go off the reservation, right? Because who's on the reservation? And you see how they did those people dirty. You think the reservation is all sweet? You think that they got that little piece of land that they living okay? No. And guess what they're doing now to those people on the reservation? The president of the corporation is starting to round up people over there and seeing if they really Indian or not. Ooh, baby, please. Shh. Listen. I mean, it's times is okay. All right. So more of a Ghanaian citizenship provides a refuge from the racial discriminations and dangers known too well to Black Americans for hundreds of years, from Jim Crow to contemporary issues like police brutality. I'm not going to say that's a small fracture, but that's a smaller fracture on the scale, because when you go back past 1619, right, the people that were living here already were thriving. I mean, if you go and look at places like Cozumel, Mexico, I went there when I was 12 years old. I was blown away with the pyramids and how civilization was thriving, not on the terms of a contemporary, but just because they weren't wearing Prince shirts and stiletto boots didn't mean that they're not civilized, right? I mean, they were building things, constructing stuff. How come, and I'm talking about them. How come they haven't built anything else monumental? They're building over what's already here. There's this guy that I follow on Instagram, and he's from the Bronx, and he shows like old, he calls it like, the Olmecs and stuff, but he's really like really on that indigenous. And because we're part New York State, all the way up, I think to Maine, all the way down to Georgia, is the Appalachian Mountains, right? Mississippi, Ohio, they all have these mounds. They all have things that showed you that there was civilization going on here way before somebody came in and told you, no, you're not civilized. So now you think you're not civilized. So let me go to a place. Like, I don't understand. This is insanity. It's insanity how it makes me think, okay, you're going to find refuge here, but you don't know what type of refuge they got going on over there. Right. And I'm not going to scare anybody into not going. I'm just saying, don't use that solely as why you're running away. Oh, excuse me, you're finding refuge. Because like, what are you building up? What do you bring to the table over there that's going to sustain them, that these big corporations are not doing already with them? And I don't hear too much about that. I don't hear much of anything. And maybe I'm not looking for it, because I'm not really looking for these people. Like, you went over there, toodles, good for you. I'm happy. You happy? I'm happy. You ready to pack your bags and come back? We told you so. Okay. Anyway, but Africa's so big, it's so huge. Why aren't you going to Congo then? Why aren't you going up to Africa? I mean to Eritrea and Egypt. Why are you not there? Because like I'm just curious because they want to correlate we was taken from Benin and we were taken from Togo and we were taken from Ghana, and they're like, if they're opening citizenship, we'll come back. But I want to be like, no disrespect and stuff, because I know these countries are they're become more contemporary. But I want to be in the hot and popping, and like I want to be like Egypt, you know what I mean? Like, if I want to see stuff, I'm gonna go see that. Right? But they got their own government going on over there. They got stuff going on over there that, listen, you might want to keep your little black behind over here and fight the good fight here and live to see another day. Like, there's ways to move around out here. You know what I mean? Like, you could definitely find spots out here, buy some land up and go mind your natural black business. There are people that are doing that too. And yes, I understand that the government, the corporation can come in and seize this land because that's what they've been doing. But hey, at least you did something here. Now, I don't know if these people have done stuff, tried things that didn't work out, but the consensus, as I'm reading, is they're being treated unfairly, and racism and police brutality. So colonizers used Ghana's Gold Coast to ship off enslaved Africans for what would become American slavery. Over an estimated 1 million people were taken from between 1507 and 1866. Again, they will not go further back. And when I say they, these are your scholars, these are your so-called political black, leaders, whatever you want to call them. And shout out to Brother Sabir Bey, because he's the one that has opened my eyes to, between him, Brother Asir Duka Tears, and Brother Chief Kalani, that have let me know that why don't y'all ever talk about 1492? So you only stop at like 16, 15 even. But remember, even in the 1500s, the Africans were being brought back to Africa. And know that these countries that these Africans were, these Ghanaians, Benin's, Togans, however you, their people were selling them out, right? Their kings, the landlords, if you will, were putting these people, rounding people up as well. But we're not mad at them. We're going back to embrace that. I think that's Stockholm syndrome. I mean, I'm no psychologist, but would you want to go to the person that sent your family off? I don't know about all that. It sounds good on paper. It sounds good to be like, oh, let's go to, Ghana. They're giving out citizenships. As long as we build it up over there, we good to go. But remember, you're coming over there on a Westernly mindset. You have money that triples their economy. So, of course, you're going to be living like a king over there. You may or may not. But most people have this notion that they're going to be living high off the land. One lady I did watch, she was an older woman. She left England. Black woman. We're talking black and white today. Flag on the play, as Brother OG says. We're doing flag on the play today. She went over there. She went over a couple of times and scoped the area out. And I think I want to say it was Ghana. She scoped it out, and I don't know what business she was doing, but she couldn't do the same type of work that she was doing in England. So she kind of had to like downgrade her work. But she had got her money together to buy up this house and build it up. And the workers were not doing their job. They were stealing money. Basically, she had to come back to England because she was like, she couldn't make it out there. Because her money started, she went through court like the whole year. She was out there trying to get her stuff done. She was mainly more in court than she was trying to live. And people are like just jumping ship, like leaving bags and be like, yo, we out. And I'm like, you really have to do some extensive work. And even the people, like I said, from the 60s that were going over there that were, trying to do this Pan-Africanism, they still here. Brother James Small, shout out to Baba James Small. He was one of the he has an organization where he was having people come over there and in Ghana and setting up shop. But Baba James is still here because there was some stuff that was going on in his it wasn't like a resort, but it was like, I guess he was trying to build up like a little community, and there was stuff after a while that just wasn't working. And then like the timing, right? Because economically, we're not really in a position. Some of us are, but some of us aren't. As a collective, we just all not, right? We can't just bounce ship, right? But my thing is that you have to look at history. And people are like, oh, don't dwell on the past. That's in the past. No, I want to know. You better tell me what happened in the past, so I don't make the same mistakes you did. And I tell my children that all the time. I said, look to me as the billboard of what not to do when you grow up. And my children, knock on wood, except for my son, he's my he's me incarnate. But my girls, so I don't mind putting myself down in that regards, because I want my children, I want them to elevate. And I'm not saying that having children at a young age or a younger age is a bad thing, but you lose out a lot. And I'm speaking as a teenage mom. You lose out. So you don't have the resources and the finances to make things happen. And then you're hearing something that sounds music to your ears and you're jumping ship. And then you get there and it's like, oh, because how much money do you really think you have to make that type of move? It's not like you're moving from New York City down to North Carolina. And that's even a big hurdle. Expensive economically. But you go into a whole nother continent in another country, you just seeing. I don't know if you've been there yet. Maybe you took a trip and you liked it, but a vacation is different from actually sitting there, getting to know the people, getting the lay of the land, and really like, ooh, I think I could do this. Or, nah, I like my air condition. I like the little things the perks that I get. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link. So if y'all want to come up, let me before I end my my spiel, my tangent. I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna replay what Brother Ant Dawg had sent to me, so y'all can listen to it, feel out where I'm trying to go with this, and then I'm gonna also discuss again out of the 100 amazing facts of the Negro, who your slaves really were. Now I didn't grow up in the South, but I'm not, but slavery was still happening all up and down the Eastern Seaboard. Brother Philly OG in Philadelphia. Listen, they were still doing stuff dastardly. The powers that shouldn't be were still doing things up until 1980 something, bombing out Philadelphia. I mean, any major city where you're going to have a condensed population of melanated people, Hispanic people, it's going to get a little grimy. But there's places in the country that you can go to, that you can move around in. It may not be friendly. See, some of us are spoiled. We like the bells and whistles to things. So you're not going to try to make those moves here, but you're going to fly out to Dominican, or you're going to fly out to Brazil. You're going to go over to Ghana. All right, let me just read really quickly the slavery. I'm going to play the video and then y'all can come up. Or actually, I'll put the link in anyway. Thank you, Brother OG. So we're going to put that in the chat. Y'all can come up. And there we go. All right. So there goes the link is in the chat, guys. If you want to come up and conversate with me. Am I wrong? Please tell me. I'm bugging. I don't mind a good, back and forth, a good dialogue. What we're not going to do is debate, because I don't do that. I don't profess to be the smartest or the sharpest tool in the shed, but I do read. I know a few things here and there. Where's my Here we go. So yeah, and we are Mindful Monday season 3. And I'm reading out of the J.A. Rogers book, 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro. Because I want to know it all. Like, you're not going to tell me just one thing. You're not going to just get me to just see one view, right? When we're hearing about, the slave trade and things of that nature. So out of the book, 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro, page 18, Slavery, by J.A. Rogers, who was also a Jamaican. That's what I'm saying. Like, never mind. We're going to forget about the peons that talk about tethers. All right. So the first slaves held in the United States were not black, but white. Mind you, he has, when they talk about receipts, he has extensive amount of receipts that he has gone over and looked at and researched and read. So he's not pulling stuff off at the top of his head to make it sound cute and to win a certain group of people over. He's done the research. The first slaves held in the United States were not black, but white. They were Europeans, mostly British. Okay. And these British people also died on their way coming over here. So on the voyage, there was like 100,000 slaves that perished. All right. In Virginia, white servitude was for a limited period, but was sometimes extended for life. Yes, there's a difference between enslavement and servitude. Somebody tried to come at me with that too. Oh, but the white people, they was servants. They was in servitude. No, they weren't. Not originally. They brought these people over here, and when I say they, see, this is going to sound a little, but it's going to hurt. But it was the Moors. See? Uh-oh, got my big brother OG up here. Salute.
Trying to get out of the music, sister. Grand Rising. Much love and respect to you and the family. I'm at the pool hall getting a little practice in. I said, let me tap in. Yeah, I'm at the pool hall. They playing music in there.
Ooh, you having fun today.
Yes, ma'am. I had to come up and show my support.
I love you. Thank you. Because you always show me support.
Yes, ma'am. You always show me support. Don't try to change it around. You show everybody support, Brother Sanchez, all the family. I appreciate you, sister. But your information is on point like always. A lot of people have went back and seen that it was just a money grab, that there's no cultural likenesses at all. You know what I mean? So, good topic, and happy anniversary, 4-year anniversary. So
thank you. Did I miss your anniversary?
No, ma'am, I didn't have it. I'm still walking. I just walked off a strike. I got one more to walk off,
Okay.
and then, you know, I just been falling back.
I got you. I miss you. I miss being up there with you.
Miss y'all too. So,
Oh, appreciate you. Thank you, Brother OG.
yeah, I ain't going nowhere. I'm here.
Oh.
I'm be inside playing some pool, but I'm definitely gonna be listening, and I will
Okay.
tap in every blue moon.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right. So let's continue on. So in Virginia, right, white servitude was for a limited period, but was sometimes extended to life. In the West Indies, particularly in the case of the Irish, it was for life. So again, these Irish, the Russians, the British Europeans, they were being brought over as enslaved people. And these were not regular, like, working class. These were the degenerates. These were the vagabonds. These were orphan children, children that were out in the streets and things of that nature, prostitutes, women that were, selling the box out. Those are these type of people that they were bringing over here. And big business for Britain, right? And America, because they were in bed together, and the French and the Dutch. Let's continue. Who else? Right. And then when we talk about the things like reparations, which Brother Sabir Bey says is reclamation. A lot of people don't want to hear that. What it seems is that they want this tangible, right? And it's not just tangible. It's not just the money. It's everything else that comes with what these people did by taking over the lands. And the lands aren't, like, honestly speaking, guys, and this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but the land is not any one of ours. We're just the cultivators here. We're here to maintain the land. We're here to do right by the land, by Mother Nature, right? And be the inhabitants of these lands and do right by them. But you got sick-minded, twisted people like the powers that shouldn't be, that want to rule over people and land and decimate it. And it's not theirs. They have no love. They have no feel. They're not connected with the land the way we are. And so when you sit here and say, but I want, our land back, well, because then you're going to have to get out the deeds and you're going to have to see who's who. And I just told you that Trump was going over the reservations and they want to do blood work now. Like, are you really who you say you are? It's wicked. So I like to just think of myself as a sovereign in a sense, but there's no claim to anything. If I go tomorrow, God forbid, I can't take none of this stuff with me. You know what I mean? Like, you have grandchildren selling off their grandparents' homes and their lands because these corporations will come in and then swoop you with all this money. And then y'all are like, you know what? We'll take it. And now they just built a Walmart over your grandmother's house. But then you want to go fight back for it. And it's like, but what do you do? Because you know what? These people don't play fair. So they'll probably try to market the value up. They'll try to do everything to get to that land. And sometimes we can't help but to resist. So we'll give in. But that's another story for another day. But it all ties into all of this. Because again, like, I'm not going to leave somewhere where my family, whether they were brought here voluntary or involuntary, and they set up shop and they made things done and they made things happen, where now I'm going to go flee back to somewhere where they trying to give you the bells and whistles to. And it's like, but wasn't they part of the slave trade too? I think they were. And so I don't know. Do I want to go back to Stockholm? Are they really apologizing to us? The so-called X amount of slaves that they brought over here, are they apologizing? They should be rolling. You would think they would roll out the red carpet. Go ahead, Brother OG.
Now, I was going to say, you're on point. They ain't apologizing. You know what I mean? They say the so-called creator or God left them in charge of the land. You know what I mean? And all that's up for question. But you're on point like always, sister. I appreciate your insight.
Thank you. Because it makes sense at the end of the day. Like, we can't take none of this stuff with us. The Egyptians, thought they could do that. And so that's why you have all those relics there in the tombs and stuff of that nature. But I mean, honestly speaking, like, what are we really fighting for? Like, you should just be making sure that your children are all right, that you ain't out here hurting another person, and you living life accordingly at the end of the day. Because trying to fight and trying to get, these people are not going to do that. They want you to run away. They want you to leave. They're trying to do away with you with the food. They're trying to do everything possible. And no one's, and some are not fighting back. Oh, but guess what? We're in that year. We come through some celestial things that just happened right now with the lunar eclipse. A lot of planets in alignment that happened back in the 1700s, something like that, where the Civil War was out. Listen, I don't know if people are ready for that type of environment. Because I'm like this. If you really want something and you feel it's yours, you're gonna do something to make sure that you get it. Otherwise, sit down and shut up. Like, there's nothing else. And I'm not trying to be defeatist or have anybody else think in a defeatist way. There's levels to this game. And I'm just the speck there, like, whoop, a blip. But I will honor my family the best way that I can. And the ones that paved the way to be here, the blood, sweat, and tears. Yeah, I have a couple of ancestors that came from Ghana. Sure, I would like to visit one day if I'm not afraid of planes, so much afraid of planes since I was like 12. But I don't have a desire to live out there. I really don't. Not when I was 12, not when I was 14, not when I was 18, not now when I'm 48. I don't have a desire. But again, a lot of people, because in certain areas, it's a little more racially driven, I would say, right? A lot of, discrimination, right? But then that's where you're going to have to start making a way for your own. Finding out how you can do certain things that, all right, I can get this. Looking through the law books and looking through financial books, all that stuff. You need the finances to get whatever business you want to get started, right? And collectively, a group of people that are going to help. And we had this 100 years ago with the Tulsas, with Harlem, with places in Chicago. We had what you call Black Wall Streets. It wasn't just one. It was Black Wall Streets. We've had this. But we let these parasites in. Because what, kumbaya, we want to be friends. They give an offer you can't refuse. And now these parasites have taken over your mom and pop stores and left you assed out. And you talking about reparations. No, you had reparations. You had your 40 acres and a mule. What are you talking about? You think they're going to give that to you? No, sir. No, ma'am. That you had that. People fumbled the ball. What? I don't know, Brother OG. Am I tripping? So let's continue on with this.
Oh, man.
Let's continue on here. All right. So we said between 1526 and 1859, there were 33 slave revolts in the United States, which one of which was headed by Nat Turner of Virginia in 1831. So now we're talking about the so-called black slaves that were doing the revolt, because a lot of these, the earlier slaves, the European slaves that were brought over here, they were sold the golden ticket as well. They were sold the golden ticket of come over to the States and we'll pay, it's glitter and gold and you'll have a better opportunity, because they were going through a famine out there. So they wanted to have a better life. So they came over here and they were in sweatshops. Oh yeah, those industrial plants, those were sweatshops. Child labor laws came out of here because of, or really up in Massachusetts rather, because they were children at like 5-6 years old working in these plants. And it's like, no, you bump it up to 8 years old, bump it up to 9. I don't know at what age they bumped it up to, but that's why the child labor laws came in, because there were children working in these industrial, heavy equipment, dangerous environments that they were losing their lives. So some of them went back. They went back to England. They went back to Ireland, Scotland, Russia. In 1670, Virginia passed a law forbidding Negroes from buying white people. Did you hear that, y'all? Did you hear that? In 1670, Virginia passed a law forbidding Negroes. Why? Because there were black slaveholders here as well. And yes, they had white slaves. When we get out of our feelings, we can have these conversations and realize that once upon a time, everybody was enslaved. Oh, but they say, Foxy, it wasn't like the slave that they was doing down there in the South, and it was nothing like that. And I'm like, really? Because if they were watching who their slave owners were, who do you think they were seeing all that whipping chains, and where do you think they got it from? If they were the slaves and tables turned. Same thing with the Moors, the downfall of the Moors. Let the parasites come walking in. You done cleaned them up. You done took care of them. You done fed them. You done showed them a religious way. And they done flipped the script on you. And we haven't been able to reclaim that back yet. So don't sit here and start blaming, it's the white people. Look who you showed. You showed them that. More. You showed them that, Negro. Who else? Who we got to blame? That's why they don't want to go back further, because it'll tell us the real truth of how things was getting down. They don't want to talk about that. They'll leave you at the African slave trade. They'll leave you right there and bring you up to Jim Crow and have you in your feelings. But when you go back further and you see that civilization was thriving and there were no parasites here taking over and doing things, people were living in their own ways, there was no religion. I'm sure they had their politics and they did what they had to do, but what I'm saying is, you'll get to know really what was happening. If you go back and read about the Moors in Spain, which I need to get that book. There's plenty of books and I haven't read them yet, and I need to get a hand on those, because that is also showing you these Africans came up there in Spain and started wrecking shop up, building up civilizations. They were coming from Egypt and those ways in the northern parts of Africa. They knew how to build. They're archaeologists, they're scholars, they're astronomers. They're smart. So now they're going west, north, colonizing and conquering other places. And so when they got all these Europeans all shantied up and, skivvied up, clothes on, looking right, smelling good now. Them same Europeans turned around and was like, gotcha. Am I right or am I right? Or if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and please tell me. We got nobody to be mad at but ourselves. At the end of the day, you showed these people. Listen, and Brother Sabir Bey, I'm going to try to get him on my show. Not on my show, but on the platform. He brought up that Ronald Reagan during his presidency, and I don't remember what talk it was, what speech it was, but he brought up the scholar Ibn Khaldun, right? I think he was a mathematician. And that jumped my heart a little bit, because this man, this white man, knows about this. And you keep giving us George Washington in History Month and Black History Month. Y'all keep talking about Frederick Douglass. Well, I didn't know about it, Ibn Khaldun, who was a Moor in Spain. But they do. They studied everything that you showed them. They didn't know who those people were. You showed them that. You showed these parasites and beasts how to clean, write, speak. And now you going to them talking about reparations? I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm no scholar, a high school graduate, but damn it, the hell, I'm trying to make sense out of certain things. Let's continue. White children. Oh, let's go back to 1670, where Virginia passed a law forbidding Negroes from buying white people. They have to put a law out on you Negroes, so you don't buy no more white people. What? I mean, damn. I needed that laugh. Sorry on any slave ancestors that I might have offended, but y'all, this is insane. Free Negroes brought white people in such numbers in Louisiana that the state made a similar law in 1818. That was just but 200 years ago. Your ancestors was out here getting buck wild, crazy. So we need these white people. Because the white people in this book will talk about how they're illiterate. They don't know any better. It's like teaching a child. But if you let the parasites and the powers that shouldn't be spin the narrative, they're going to tell you that they were the inferior ones, or the superior ones, rather, where you get white supremacy, but there's no such thing. It's white inferiority. They're scared of being back in slavitude. They're scared. Do you understand that part? They're scared. So they'll have you think it's white supremacy, but it's white inferiority. They're scared of you. That's why they do the things that they do to you. They knew, they have the books. That's what I'm saying. If Ronald Reagan knew who Ibn Khaldun was, and they read Zuckerberg too. Zuckerberg mentioned Ibn Khaldun as well. And they're doing this reading. Trust and believe they know that their people were enslaved. And the Moors had them 400 years. So, yeah, I'm not saying white supremacy, nothing. They are white inferiority. They are inferior. They're scared. They know the power that we possess. Everybody that doesn't look like them, they're scared of them. Why do you think they had to go down to Cozumel and in Mexico and South America, do the same damn thing down there too? It's not just North America. They put their poison all up and down these countries. They was coming over here to get the gold from down south, meaning South America, Central America. See what they do on Panama Canal. Now I saw that China wants to go ahead and bypass. Oh, we're not dealing with, we don't have to deal with America. No, we'll go ahead right there with Mexico. You see how they're trying to box us in, and you worried about taking a flight to go somewhere because what? Your little feelings. I mean, listen, I never had to deal with that type of brutality. But I'm not also in position where I'm going to be put into that either. And I tell my children the same thing. Are there, listen, I think there's more crime on each other than there is police brutality. Honestly, unless you're in a concentrated area like a jail where you're going to get whipped on and beat on. But the average person, or the average Black person or average Hispanic person, honestly, I don't know the stats and I don't want to misquote and I don't want to talk out of turn, but I don't think it's as high as it's being presented. It's just being amplified because we got cameras on our phones now. Right? The news, they'll choose and pick which story they're gonna, and I'm sure it happens often, but what I'm trying to say is that we're killing each other off faster than they're doing it to us. You can see in New York City. I mean, you look at the social media, you see Brooklyn doing it, you see the Bronx going off, and I mean, these little 14-year-olds got pistols. But you worried about, I don't know. I might be bugging. France lost a major war. Like orange. Skip the home. Yeah. They were. And they don't want to talk about that. They don't want us to know that they were enslaved by Black people. So they will sit here and give you the sob story while meanwhile you're like, oh snap, we had land, we had white people as slaves, we were doing our own thing. And I'm not trying to big that up, but remember, in that mind frame, that's business. So the more property you have, meaning people, meaning cattle, whatever, your property's doing well, right? Your business. So white children were kidnapped in the British Isles at a rate of several thousand yearly in the 17th and 18th century and sold into slavery in America and the West Indies. Well, it wasn't only just these white people that were slaveholders down in the West Indies. Who do you think lives there? Have you seen what the West Indies look like? Have you seen Haiti? Have you seen Jamaica? Have you seen Grenada? I mean, Cuba. Have you seen Cuba? I'm not talking about the whitewashed spots either. That's why I say Dominican. Because remember, it was Hispaniola first. And it was all Haiti. But again, another time, but colonialism will come in and brainwash people, and they split Haiti and Dominican Republic up. So they have all the mixed white people on one side and all the dark Africans on the other side. And the two shall never cross. Why? Because they've done some stuff with the land over there that they've messed up. And it's like, oh, we see somebody coming over here. We can, the authority. It's crazy. It's crazy. White Americans, North and South, were also kidnapped and seduced and sold as Negroes as late as the 1859. Now, what I'm thinking is that they're really meaning mulatto. So the person's not white enough to, like skin complexion. Because some of this stuff, especially in those other older books, like in the 1800s, stuff that was written in the 1800s, as my guy Kudamero says, dodge the hijack. Some of the stuff you got to read through it, because you'll see that they're really talking about the Black person. Not when they say swarthy or tawny complected person, they're meaning somebody who's of darker skin. So a lot of this has been what they call whitewashed for a reason, because they don't want you to know who you are. They don't want you to know who they were, and will continue to play this play out as long as they can. Now they got all these other corporations involved, and they're trying to box out America. And that's why Trump is like, listen, nah, some of the stuff we're not going for. And by no means am I a Trump supporter or any political, but some of the things that you look at in hindsight and you have to read between his lines because he double talks. Thank you, Texas. He double talks, so you have to read between the lines with him. And he's saying certain things that is making sense. And it may sound harsh. How is he going to put it? You going to have Obama soliloquy you to death and give you Mr. Cool? Right? I mean, we had that. So no more pampering. So it's going to be rough now. Now is not the time to be in our feelings and get sad because shit is going down. Like, get you. I have been mentioning for a couple of years on this channel. Get you your golds and your silvers. You know, whatever you got to do, get in the market and check things out because things are low right now. You can buy in, hold on it, sit on it, and wait till stuff starts to fluctuate a little bit. But if we're going to we got to use this energy not so much to be fearful of it, but to be mindful of it and to utilize it to our best advantage. How we can take advantage of this. They're doing it. Then how do we get in on it? We'll come in through the back door and we'll figure things out that way. And then, you know, but we not, I don't know. I'm not going over to other places. Let me recap really quickly, reset the room, as they say. Right, you got to know these programs. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can get around certain things, but you got to use your brain and get around the right people and lay low. Like, don't be grandiose about, oh, well, yeah, this is what we're going to be doing. No, be cool in the cut. Go with a few group of people and, you know, can talk about these things. All right, let's listen to this that Brotha Ant Dawg sent me.
Americans went to Ghana, spoke to the Ghanaian government about building a town for Black Americans in Ghana, got approval from the Ghanaian government to build a town for Black Americans in Ghana. And part of the agreement was that first, the Black Americans were given 200 acres to build a settlement, a small settlement, and they wanted to see how quick that settlement would be. So basically they're saying, we'll give you 200 acres to do a trial. If there are enough people who are interested, then we will invest and give you money to build an entire town. And nobody is talking about it? Yep. I looked it up. It is for real, for real. Cat Bars and Earn Your Leader. Those two companies went to the Ghanaian government and said, look, if you're for real about Black Americans coming back, we want our own. We want our own town. We want our own everything. And the Ghanaian government said, yeah, we'll do it. But first, you got to show us there's a possibility this will work. We're not about to give you, land and nothing's going to come out of it. We'll give you 200 acres first, and we'll see what you can do with 200 acres. Yep, they want to name the name of the city, which they is Sanbra, which means the return. So there's hold on, let me get.
So, and you have to see the picture, the video. It has, I don't know if this town is created yet or if this is like a virtual model. And they have buildings, little buildings that look like tenement buildings. And then they got the basketball court there. And they said they'll give them 200 acres. But you got to show us what, and honestly, this is what I said to my mother a couple of weeks when Trump was being elected. I said, Mom, mark words. And y'all know, if you know about my stuff, if you ever gotten a reading from me, or if you ever came onto my channel and you seen me do the cards and y'all like, ooh, she's on point. I said, Mom, Trump is going to give everybody, Trump is, let's call it clearing the field, right? He's bringing us back down to zero, mark zero. I said, he is going to give everybody a chance. You got something to show and prove, you can contribute. Okay, cool. But if you don't, and you start slacking, and you doing the PPP loans that you scammed, that he put out for everybody, that was going in a downfall trajectory because of the pandemic. He's not. That's it. He's not playing games. So, what's happening now? He's cutting stuff off. He's cutting a lot of things. He's training the swamp in some ways. And people that don't understand civics, right? That don't understand the way these people play, you're gonna be in your feelings. You're gonna feel hurt by this, and you're gonna be angry, and you're gonna be mad, and be like, look. There's things that he's trying to construct within the country, right? Or the corporation. And because he plays both sides of the fence. It really does. And which is kind of dangerous, honestly, because it's like, okay, we don't know which way you're going. Like, when he came in, everything that he was saying, I was like, okay, I can see where he's going with that. Okay, yeah, I could get what he's meaning by that. Then he went and alley-ooped over in Gaza. I was like, well, I didn't see that one coming, Trump. Really? Really? So that's because he's playing with them. But when he's over here, he's like, yo, let's make America great again. Let's get these businesses going. Let's do this damn thing and get this money. Because now, look, China's like, yo, we don't even need to go through you no more, United States. We're going to go right through, forget about Panama Canal. We're going right through Mexico. That's, I don't know if anybody thinks that's okay, but that's not a good look. You know, he's doing the tariff things with Canada, and I'm like, leave Canada alone. Like, Canada is not a superpower the way Mexico. Well, Canada is, and it's right. Let me take that back. It is, but compared to like China and what China's going to do with Mexico, they gonna leave. We're gonna have to form like Voltrons with Canada in a minute. But Canada is still owned by the British. Well, the United States corporation is as well, but that's another story. It's just crazy at the end of the day. Like, they're all like double dipping and doing whatever, and it's us, the little people, the regular, the regulars that are trying to keep our head above water. Thank you, Charles. Trying to keep our head above water, and they're playing games out here with us, right? So it's like, we have to just do for our families, and in that regard, like, take care of them, do what we need to do for them. And if you want to be out here with the collective, and so be it, just learn the civics, learn the laws, make sure, like Brother Sabir says, make sure you get the constitution of all the states that you're operating in, because each state is its own. And remember, Trump said that, and I don't know if it's for everything, but I know he was talking about, for women's rights, and when they're, about the whole abortion, and how he said that he's going to leave it up to the states to deal with each see fit as far as not having the federal presidential step in, like letting and in actuality everything was operated under state. It was state to state, and every state moves differently. That's why it's good to know what this state is offering, what's not on the books, what's a gun carrying state, what's not a gun carrying state. Not that makes a difference, because New York City is a non-gun carrying state, and these people be going buck wild over here. But it's good to know these things, good to know civics, just getting in there and getting some research so that you know how you can maneuver and operate in these lands, because a lot of us are not off the corporation like that. A lot of us are not, sovereign, where we can move this way and that way. And, and even that is still like, the corporation still messes with you. But that doesn't mean stop going forward, changing yourself and getting off the corporation and changing your name back. There's a whole process with that as well. But just being enlightened is the end game. Being enlightened and knowing how you can move. For the OG.
Now, I was just going to agree with you, because when I moved to Philadelphia, from Philadelphia, Georgia, I looked at school laws or homeschooling, you know what I mean? And Georgia is linear towards homeschooling. So you're on point. And the guns.
Very good.
Every state, like you said. Go ahead, sister.
See? Yeah. It says facts, land laws change, water, right? That goes into that sovereignty. Not sovereign, but that's kind of like when we go back into talking with the Moors, because these treaties, again, some people don't like to read, but there are brothers out here on YouTube that are credentialed, that are on point. Like I keep talking about Sabir Bey. Check him out. And Brother Asir, Duke of Tears. You can also check out Curamero. He talks about not so much the sovereignty and the laws, but just like with history, like George Washington really wasn't this white man, like everybody keeps telling us he is. He was the Moor, but that's another story. But so all these treaties were done around that 1400, 1500, and things of that nature, that has put us in these shackles, for better lack of words, that put us in this constraint, because they have done, not abiding by these treaties, right? So you have people going against it. And this is when these wars were happening. And what I was just listening to, and I don't know how true it is, but the North and the South was really a war between Moors. It wasn't about it wasn't like Confederate white Southern antebellum that they keep giving us, right? Dodge the hijack when they showing us these movies that we are in brainwashed to thinking, oh, it was white and black. No, these wars were amongst nations, amongst tribes. And I just told you, reading out of the J.A. Rogers book, 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro, they still had white slaves. Well, they had to make them servants now, because remember, Virginia cracked that whip and was like, oh no more white people. You can't have any more white slaves, right? So you gotta think. So who was the battle really about? But they'll show us movies like, was it Glory, right? With Denzel Washington being the only black. And not to say that they weren't, but they don't talk about too many of the black soldiers, but those were the Moors. I mean, honey, please, like this gets deeper than rap. It's real deep. And our heads will spin a couple of times trying to fathom the brainwashing that these people have done to us, that will make us think that's the enemy. And I'm not saying that they're not. There's specific groups of people that are our enemy, but your neighbor down the block is not. Yes, trust me. 2020 in the building. Salute, twin. Y'all want to come up on the panel? You can. I got my brother OG up on here. as well. Philly OG. OG, can you put your information in the chat so you guys can come up to Brother OG's channel? If not,
No, I ain't live, sister. I'm in the street still. You know, I ain't at home base. Yeah, I'm in the street.
Okay, no problem. So Texas says Haiti is less influential by American government. Mm-hmm. Well, that's because the French have their stronghold with Haiti still. So don't never mind about America. America still tries to get in there, but France got a stronghold over there. Jesuit religion. Yeah, and then they throw religion into it, right? And make it a bigger they throw religion into it, and it's like okay. Maybach, you watching? Maybach says I'm watching. All right, cool, Maybach. Salute to my brother Maybach. I had sent him. I was like, I need you up on the panel too. Come up and talk. Smokers Lounge is in the building. Salute. Thank you so much for coming through. My brothers is coming in here heavy, busy. I'm glad y'all sent out the smoke signals to everybody. Like, Foxy's going in, Foxy's talking. Thank you. I appreciate that, y'all. So, yeah, what time is this? About an hour 42 we're in here. The Lutherans. Yeah, it's all, and remember that the religious things was like really the fight with the Islam, the Muslims, right? Christianity and the Hebrews. So they've been all duking it out for centuries. This is what I was just trying to talk. This is what I was talking to my son. Not trying. I was talking to my son about this because he recently has converted into Islam. And he's like, Ma, he's like, take he was like, do Ramadan with me. And I was like, I need to eat. I cannot fast. I fast intermittently, but he started that last month, and I'm happy for him because I was once upon a time going to convert to being a Muslim myself. But then I started reading. See? And I was reading at an early age. Found knowledge of self when I was 14. I paid attention to what my parents, my family, we spoke stuff. They were religious, but they weren't like Bible thumpers. And I went to Catholic school for 9 years, but I questioned a lot of stuff. I started questioning the Bible, and it just wasn't making sense anymore to me. And I was like, I'm done with being a Christian. Like, I'm looking for something else. And I got a hold of these brothers that I was jiving with and kicking it with. One of my good sisters, when we were in 9th grade, she was like, come with me over to the brothers here in this certain part of the Bronx that we lived in. And they were out there selling their incense and the oils and the oh my goodness, the shea butters, right? And they had the books. And they said, why don't you, because I was asking questions. I'm asking questions. I'm 14, 15 years old. I'm asking questions. Like, what's this all really about? What's the really, what with the Bible, I'm just going in, questioning them. And they was like, you know what? We'll give you some books. You read this, you come back to us next week. We'll talk. I said, all right, bet. Took the books home, was reading it, I was soaking it up. Came back, he gave me another book. Here, this is what you need to learn, with cleanliness for the women. He gave me that book. I think it took me 2 days. I turned right around when I saw him and gave him back the book. I said, no, thank you. I don't even want to deal with this no more. He's like, why? I didn't realize that there's different sets of Muslims, right? Like Orthodox. And they were Sunni Muslims. I didn't really think they were Nation of Islam, but because they had their head wrapped like this, and they wore the long, I don't know the name of the outfit that they wore. It was long white. I don't know the exact correct name, and I don't want to say dress, but I said, I don't like three things on there that I had a problem with. And I said, the first thing was, I'm not going to walk behind my man. I didn't see my grandmother, my great grandmother do it. I don't know what that's like. And I'm too indoctrinated in, no, we walk together. We're walking hand in hand, right? The second thing was, when a woman is menstruating, she, it's tied in together with menstruation. And it was saying that if she's menstruating, she can't be apart with the family. Like, she's considered unclean. She can't sleep with her husband. She can't cook for her family. And I was like, hold the phone. Because who's doing that? If my kids got to eat, I got to cook for my kids. I don't care if I'm menstruating or not. So they tried to convince and try to like, no, sis, no, like, read, no, because you're good. You're asking all the right questions. Da, 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 da. And I was just like, nah. My son was like, Ma, they was just trying to get you in to be one of their wives. I'm like, probably so. Now these older guys too. So that was another thing. But, that was the nature of the time.
And Foxy, everything you said is on point. You know what I mean? I was Islamic for almost 30 years. I practiced Islam before I took the steps I took of denouncing all religions, that part, you can't sleep in the same bed when your wife is on their menstrual. They have to walk behind you. There's a lot of different laws, and I've seen so much racism in Islam. Arabs wouldn't want to greet you. You greet them, and you end up ready to get in a fight with them because they didn't give you the salam back. You see what I'm saying? I experienced so much in the 30 years before I denounced this sister. Everything you said is on point. You know what I mean? And another thing, you can beat your wife, and as long as you don't get married, if you get married like inside a masjid, you can have as many wives as you want. But in the real nature of Islam, you got to be able to provide for them women. You just can't have them.
Right.
You know what I mean? You got to be able to provide. And sister, like I said, you was on point with your information. I denounced it maybe 10 years ago. And I'll never go back to any of those religions. But yeah, you're on point, sis. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Brother OG. I needed some confirmation because I was like, I'm not tripping.
Nah, you wasn't tripping, sis. Everything you said was on point.
And I try to have my son see that as well, because he's really like tapping in with that. And I'm like, I get it, but keep your eyes open. And I'm not going to stop anybody that feels they need to have a sense of purpose. And if they go into a religion, and I will try to most of these religions are cults, but anyway, if you are going to try to do a Jim Jones thing, I will talk you out of it. But
and sister, you on point. It's nothing the matter with having a little self-discipline, and that's what Islam was teaching, a little discipline. You know what I mean? But anybody can do that. You just have to, look a little deeper and dig a little deeper, and take some stands on some situations in life. You know what I mean? And you don't have to convert to Islam to show self-discipline, or you don't have to go in the military to learn discipline. You see what I'm saying, sis?
Right. And you, Brother OG, you also served for this corporation?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a 100% disabled vet. I've been a 100% disabled veteran almost for 30 years. Got hurt serving the country, and they've been paying me ever since.
As they should.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they treated, and I'm an advocate for that. I actually send money. When I can, send a little donation to the veterans. Hopefully it gets to them. But I had my grandfather on my mother's side, my mother's father, he served, and my mother's grandfather served in the British. And so I have respect for those that did that. Um, I also see what they did when they came back home, especially to the Black soldiers, and how the white soldiers were able to get the GI Bill and get houses and all that good stuff.
Facts.
But the
Facts.
Black soldiers still had to go behind the building and drink water. But they just went and blew some people away for your little stupid ass. So yeah.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean,
They do things like even though you're a vet, you still gotta have a 620 credit score or higher, and things like that. You know what I mean? A lot of
I see.
black vets fight for their benefits, never get their benefits, and the same white peers get their benefits the first time. So yeah, you're on point.
Yeah. Oh, and how the VA hospital, how they don't give you all those benefits, but yeah, you went out there and protected and served our country. So
Yes, ma'am.
Texas says he was explaining about the meaning behind the women, the men, being walking in front as the shield. And I get that. I get that and I understand that. And man is head and leads. But I just didn't grow up that way. So when I saw that, it was like a culture and religious shock. And I was like, what? I didn't grow up that way. Like I said, I saw men and women in my household holding hands. When they walked outside, they walked together. If they were walking behind, that's because they were just walking behind. It wasn't because they had to. And yeah, I'm kind of like you, Brother OG. I don't subscribe with any religion. I have my direct line. I talk to God how I need to. But I got scriptures in my head because I've been indoctrinated, and every now and then I'll fall on those when I need to. But for the most part, I'm not going to church because I questioned all that when I was a youth. So when I saw what it was at 14, I was like, nah, I'm good. let me find something else. Let me see something else. And I did. And I stumbled in between different churches and going to non-denominationals. And I was just like, I'm really good. Like, I don't, like, it wasn't making sense. I'm like, the people, and hey, listen, you want to drink, whatever. But the way they set these religions up is that it's like haram to drink, and smoke and things of that nature. And I'm like, because those are spirits that you shouldn't be having in your body. I get it. But these people would go to church and it's just, they're sinning every day. And they go to church on Sunday and think they're going to be absolved, and I just saw like everything in a different view. And nobody really talked to me like that. I went and looked for it because I was like, there's something else missing here that this religion thing I'm not jiving with. And it took me a while. It took me some years. But again, I'm not going to stop, someone if that gives them purpose. I may try to talk them out of it. But my son really he's in a pivotal point. He's, a young man, and things are very peculiar in these kind of streets like Philly, like New York City, Brooklyn, Bronx, Harlem. Like they're trying to find their way out without being taken out permanently. And if it means that they got to go into this to find a way out to help them, then so be it. I'll be supportive as best as possible. But I do give him the jewels, like, let me tell you what them Arab, this, that, and the third, and the black, like, it's totally different. And the Africans, because he said, Ma, like the Africans up here, because we have an influx of African Muslims. And even the African Muslims, he's like, Mom, some of them don't even give me the same greeting. And these black melanated That's what I'm saying. That's your kinfolk is not your skinfolk. Just because you could be under one tutelage with your religion and stuff like that, but just like Brother OG said, they'll look at you different, and we all supposed to be brothers. Why are you giving me the slack? So, I said try different places, but whatever, he'll figure it out. But I just give him the tools, and I'm here as the teacher to help him where he needs and guides him, especially when he's on that spiritual, because that's me. That's what I'm saying. My son is me all day. And when I talk, he gets it. My girls, they're kind of like, they're girling somewhere. But he's very much like me. Like, we're these thinkers, and we want to know and knowledge, and we read up. And I gave him one of the books, J.A. Rogers books. I was like, read this, because we start thinking that these white people, Negroes had them first. Shut all that down. So, some guys don't worship. Right, family. Yeah. Maybe they dealing in a whole nother thing here. They don't even have Jesus, because they don't think Jesus was a Hebrew. They're like, that's not my savior, that's not my Messiah. I'm like, okay, that's for y'all to figure it out then. I'm not going back and forth with none of it. Because one is looking for the Messiah, one is like, that's not Messiah, the one is like, he was just a prophet. I'm like, well, they all were prophets. They all, see, and that and the mysticism and the fantasies and the stories that come out of this stuff, like, you got to realize that these books were made, when I say books, I mean the Torah, the Quran, the Bible. They're all really just astrological books with stories to help us steer away a wayward person. I mean, really, when you break the things down, because my son is reading the Quran, and then he's telling me certain things, telling me some surahs, and I'm like, that sounds just like what's written in the Bible. So he's saying, I'm like, I know where they got it, because it's overlap on each other. But one group of people want to say they were here first and they did this first, the whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. And I'm like, none of you peons did what the major group of people that you keep trying to put down have done. None of you. You haven't built any kind of monuments and none of that stuff. Like, it's insane. And I just, I don't know. It just wraps my head around. I'll just be like, this shit is bugged out. I'm gonna drop the link. You guys don't have to cam up. You could just, your screen if you want, or if you want to cam up, you can. I'm dropping the link back down.
Hey, Foxy, make them cam up. They don't got to show their face once they get, but make them cam up, because you got some porn trolls out here, so make them at least show their face. Yeah, please.
True, but text, I don't. Text is not. I don't think text is one of those.
If you know them, then that's cool. But if you don't know them, make them cam up. At least show their face. They're porning out here bad.
They're nasty. I've seen that. That happened with Brothers to Bear Bay twice already. I seen some guy I was like, what is going on here? Because there's stupid idiots on these YouTube streets. So what else? Then I have another book, From Babylon to Timbuktu, and this book had my jaw dropped on the train. I'm on the train and I'm reading. I'm just like, the Hebrews? What? The Hebrews? So, yeah. Again, this goes back to the Black Moors, and it's like what I'm getting. It's always been like a religious battle, but it also ties into conquering. So because the Muslims were doing that too, they were conquering people and having them go into servitude. And it's like, you got to change, or the Hebrews, I can't remember which one, if it was one or the other, but basically they were doing it back to each other. And it was like enslaving, you know, and you had to change their religion over. So same thing like when it happened here with Catholicism and the Africans, and they came, like, you got religious groups like Santeria, voodoo, right, where they'll use their saints, their Christian saints or Catholic saints, to hide the spirits and the deities behind it, right? And it's just kind of like it has been a never-ending story since ever since religion came into the playing field. Because before that, people were just polytheists, right? Or polygods, for better lack of word. They believed in everything. They gave homage to the earth. They gave homage to the water. They gave homage, land, sun, the moon. Like that has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with, thank goodness, because these people didn't realize that when they saw the sun come up. Oh, we realize now that's how we got the sun rays coming down into our plants, our agriculture, our trees. Oh, and when the moon comes and the water, the tides come in, our fishes come in. Simple shit. They wasn't talking about this, what we talking about now. And so when the religions came in, that's when they started saying, oh, no. You want to serve one God. And then they kept brainwashing. So it was like, okay, now I got to do all my rituals and my practices in secrecy, because I can't practice out in front, because they're gonna stone me, or have
be right back, Father.
Okay, or have me as a servant, right? So religion really kind of is like the downfall in some ways in these societies. We go to war, doing it now. So it's been a detriment to people in general. It's been a detriment. All right, I think I'm gonna wrap this up, because the brother OG, he said he'll be back, but I know Maybach said he's watching from the bushes. Brother Ant Dawg, I know I had sent him a reminder, because I wanted them to come up on the panel. But I know, we got things we're doing, we're working and things of that nature, we've got family. But I appreciate Brother OG, because I've never had Brother OG on the panel. I think I've had him like maybe one time, and it wasn't talking about stuff like this. I think we were talking about something else. But I appreciate that. Texas says, let me see what you said up here. Okay. Yeah, they have all that stuff in there. And that's who's really running the show. Like, they're not telling us that what? The Pope, Papa? They're telling us, oh, he's only got one lung. He's got another half lung. And he had bronchitis, and he's 80-something years old. Like, but you see how they keeping it under wraps, because they gotta wait. I think they have to wait to a certain time frame to say anything, and then they do their election or whatever, or selection. It's always been that place that has been running the show, and the ships and all that stuff, sending people out on Christian voyages, aka Ferdinand Isabella, aka Christopher Colon, right? That's who. Ant Dawg is here. Ant Dawg, can you come up? Salute, thank you. I'm sorry, y'all. Let's talk about the ant dog. Ant dog is the reason why I came up here today to have this conversation and look at what Ghana has to offer. They'll give you your 200. They'll give you your 200 acres and a mule. They want to see what you bring to the table. And it sounds like it was a tech company that was questioning Ghana's administration with getting these citizenships. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't really follow these people that leave Ghana, leave here and go to Ghana. I don't. But it's interesting to hear some feedback. And honestly, I really don't hear too much of what they're building. What is it people over here in the Americas? Right, Texas, exactly, that part. Because Jekyll Island. Hey, Jekyll Island. But what is it that people here? I'm not saying that we don't have anything to offer, but I want to know, how does it make it any different going there? What, the land is cheaper? You don't have to deal with too much of the red tape the way you do here. Okay. All right. What else? What businesses are going on out there that you have edified the town and the country that they haven't done already? Like Brother OG has said, it's like it's a money grab. Or somebody put that in the chat. Twin says he's watching with the popcorn. I'm like, I'm hungry. I'm eating my plantain chips because I'm very Caribbean. My plantain. Here comes Brother Ant Dawg. I'm eating some plantains with some guacamole and
oh, those plantains be good, especially them sweet plantains.
Oh, I don't like the brother. My brother. I got my big brothers in the building. Wow, let's go.
How
I
you
got
been
brother
doing?
OG here. I'm good.
How you doing, bro?
Grand Rising, brother. Much love and respect to you and the family, brother. Hopefully everything good.
Oh yes, sir. Everything's lovely. Hey, Foxy.
What's up?
I did that ancestry thing.
Did you? Okay.
I found my daughter.
Wow.
So I'm going to see her for my birthday.
Oh wow, Ant Dawg, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh wow. You got it, man. How? Can you tell us in some ways, like how did that happen? Like, what you did the swabbing thing and all?
Well, I was young. No, didn't have to. Did the ancestry thing. She had done it back in 2011, and I just did it, and it automatically popped us both together. 50% of my DNA.
That's awesome. That's awesome to see. For that's what's great about those things. Other than that, it's like.
And she was tripping at first. She was like, "Is this a joke?" I'm like, "It can't be a joke if you got 50% of me in you."
Oh, wow.
But truth be told, Mama didn't disclose everything.
Well, that happened.
So and it came out. So ain't no need trying to hide it.
Right. Well, congratulations. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah. I can't wait to see her.
Oh.
Well, I put a picture of her.
Congratulations.
Home, but ain't nothing like actually seeing your loved ones.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure I have some half siblings somewhere running around. As I said before, my biological father, his mother, they're from Cuba, but something went wrong in my mother and my father's relationship that this beautiful man out of nowhere, heaven sent, came and raised me. And he raised me up until he passed. Well, he raised me, I was a grown girl now, but that's my dad. That's, he's not my blood, but that's my man. Sure, if I was to do one of those,
that's how it happens.
yeah, I'm sure if I did one of those kind of tests, I may come across my biological. But I'm like, my brother said, "Well, do you want to do that? Do you want?" Because I don't know if I want to open those can of worms. And I'm like, and I have a father. My father raised me. Like, I'm not looking for my father. Like and my dad was never a person.
You already had a father.
Yeah, so I'm like, I don't want to.
You had a father that took care of you. So yeah, that will open some worms. Cause I'll open some worms. Cause she thought her father was her father.
Aww.
I told her I'm sorry, but that's not so. You better go talk to your mom. But she told her she really didn't have a choice.
Yeah. Well, I hope that this brings a good relationship between you and her. And
so too, she has 3 kids. Wow. So that means I have 3 more grandchildren.
Wow. That's amazing. I'm excited.
What's your topic today?
Oh, so I'm bringing up what you had sent me a couple of days ago regarding the Ghana citizenship.
Yeah, them building a city. Building a city just for people here in America to come over there.
Right. So I was like, that sounds like a mindful Monday. I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and do that. And so that's what I've been talking about, is just, but also tying it back here, because it's like, okay, great. Some people want to leave. But we have a story here with Brother OG that's here on the panel that, he left from one city, like it would be considered like a New York City, like that type of urban environment, and living somewhere else in the state that's not in the state, and living somewhere else in the country that's a little more, relaxed, not so, high stress, high end, better living, better quality of life. So it's like, if we could do that, why do we got to run out to another whole another continent in other countries that some of us are not even familiar with like that? We're just seeing it on TV or we're hearing it from other people, but it's like, we could do this here.
Right.
So,
but, the thing is, though, no one's going to put the money up for it here. They've already said if enough people come, they're going to give and the money to build. Okay. So that's a big difference. Because ain't nobody going to do that here. Do money home.
Right. I get it.
But I think it would be a good experience for younger folks, because it gives you time to get adapted to the culture and the way of living over there.
True.
In my 20s or 30s, yeah, I'd jump up and leave this mode.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
Because it's going to get worse here before it gets better. And if you ain't noticed, these people, some of them coming off all half cocked already.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a shit show.
I was going to say respectfully, you can keep Africa. I'm not eating any bush meat. I'm not going down that far, man. You know what I mean? My biggest thing, respect. You know, a lot of that's taught in our history, and history ain't correct. You know what I mean? Some people
No,
may
it's
have been
not.
brought here on boats, but most of us, through our genealogy, we can prove that we were here in America the whole time. You know what I mean? I'm ex-military. I've been over there. You know what I mean? I ain't never going back. They couldn't offer me $10 million to move back to Africa. I'd rather struggle because I've been struggling here since day one. You see what I'm saying? So the struggle is real. It's okay because I'm used to struggling. You see what I'm saying? That's a whole different struggle over there. You know what I mean? And my biggest thing is like they teach black people that we come from Africa, but their information says all people coming from Africa. So why the Russians ain't saying they Africans? Why the Germans ain't saying they're Africans? Why the Ukrainians or Mexicans ain't saying they're African? They only put it on the so-called black or, you know, aboriginal to America. So that's my biggest thing.
Right.
But y'all got it. Respect.
Yep.
You know, that other person I sent you, that guy that we were having that
Yes,
the Moroccan flag.
Yeah, I think his last name is Day or something like that, right?
Yeah, yeah. He be breaking that shit all the way down. He shows you exactly where it is, and he be putting up some live stuff.
He does.
He's
He's a young guy too.
Yes, yes.
Forgot what his name is. I'm looking for it right now.
And he got the facts and he got the receipts.
Right. What is his name?
So a lot of this stuff we're going through here, we should not even be going through. It's already in the book. It's written in the laws. But if you don't know, if you don't read, you don't know.
Oh, here he is. The Real Kush Day. Okay, I'm gonna play his stuff. Fair use, fair use.
George Washington swore by death oath to teach the Moorish children that they were Negroes, black, and colored, so 200 years from then, they wouldn't know their nationality or where they descended from. That ain't y'all?
Book reference. Black and colored, like white, are on the other hand European words. Book reference. Black was not being used to refer to people prior to the 1100s to 1400s. Simply put, the term did not exist and thereby cannot have a definitive application to people, or a solidified place in the context of any spoken languages or written literature prior to pre-Columbian civilization. Book reference. Unfortunately, in this part of the continent, identity is viewed or associated with complexion, whereby the hue of a man, due to social engineering, creates a certain type of perception and stigmatism. Both terms, white and black, are in actuality legal statuses. In other words, spells that invoke either the spirit of sovereignty or servitude. This is the main curse or mark that has been placed on the people.
So when I was saying from the beginning that using the words black and white, we're going to use their flag on the play, like Brother OG says. But those are legal terms, right? So when you get the law dictionary, you can get the Black Laws Dictionary 4th edition. I heard that's very good. I got Barron's 3rd edition, Barron's Law Dictionary. So they use those terms. That's another reason why when people are like, oh, you know, the reparations, when these so-called black people are like reparations, you know why it's going to be why is it such a hard time? Because they keep using the word black. And black,
exactly.
Black, by their definition, where's my book at? Where's Brother Kalani's book? Is legally dead. So why would they give a legal dead entity any land, any money?
The only way to get that money is we're going to have to declare ourselves as Moors. as it is written. It's already written.
Yeah. And
It's
again,
already
like,
written. And they changed it to from Moors to Indian to black, which black don't mean nothing. We not the
right,
black, it's they the black. They are the black, not us.
right. And how many times have I said up here on my channel that they were the Negroes first? They were the Negroes. The white people came over here. Those were the ones that was being enslaved. It's like they don't want
Exactly.
to go that far back because, again, it's about superiority versus inferiority. And they know that you're inferior and they don't want to be substitute no more. They don't want to be under that no more. Not when they've gotten 200 years over you. Are you serious? Like, as they just say, are you shitting me? What? You think they want to go back to picking cotton?
They don't want to pick nothing now.
No, they sitting behind whatever the 14 what families, 13 families, Vatican, all that stuff. That's them, because it was their ancestors that were enslaved.
Did you see how Russia exposed that Jesus is black?
Putin had the Bible up.
He did that intentionally.
In Germany, they still got black statues. They still got the blackamoors up there. In Germany.
Yep. Because they civilized their ass. Twice.
So what do you do when somebody does that to you? You pay what? Homage.
Yep.
So they keep those statues up as homage. We're paying homage to these blackamoors that gave us our status, our life. This shit is deeper than deep, man. And we got it with this spell that they under.
It's crazy. And there's a room in the White House. All the flags in this room is nothing but that flag, that Star of David flag.
And you know what that is?
Morocco. That's what this is. Where you are is Morocco. Where all of us are is Morocco. We are all in Africa.
Don't say that, brother Ant Dawg. Don't tell them that.
That's the facts.
I don't. Nobody want to hear that.
No, they don't. What they doing in the Arctic, in the where all the ice at? That ice wall they made. Yes. On the other side of that is civilization. And that's where you see the same animals that are in Africa over there. Same animal.
Ant Dawg. How about the same animals that was in Africa is here?
True.
All the exotic fruits and stuff like that. Listen, Queen Victoria and them were taking the fruits from the West Indies and bringing them over there and cultivating it. That's why they have all this stuff. Ireland didn't have potatoes. We had potatoes. They were taking our potatoes over there, and then they made fun of the Irish potatoes. The Irish didn't have potatoes. We did. I'm talking about the Americas.
Right.
We're the land of milk and honey. I want to go somewhere, I don't know, but that's to each his own. I'm just saying, listen, I'm saying right here. Brother, maybe back to the building. Salute, Brother Maybach.
Salute, brother.
What's going on? Peace, salute.
We got Philly OG in the building.
Salute, Philly OG. What's going on, Ant Dawg?
Oh, everything's good, brother. Everything's good.
It's always a blessing, man. That's
Oh
definitely
yeah.
a blessing. You know,
Yes,
gotta
sir.
be grateful and thankful.
I want to read this real quick. Ando, just mute your mic for a second because there's feedback. So really quickly before Maybach comes in, when we're talking about the word black, I'm reading out of my brother Chief Kalani's book, The Remedy. That means a citizen of the United States is a civilly dead entity operating as a co-trustee and co-beneficiary of the PCT. The construction situ qui trust of the U.S. Inc. under the 14th Amendment, which holds the debt of the USA and the U.S. Inc. in Section 4. And when I said before earlier, the Crown still owns, we're still in debt to the British. We're still in debt. That's why we're still under the Social Security. That's why we're still working hard and hustling and stuff like that, because we are in debt with them, that they're in debt with the Vatican. So I digress. Go ahead, Brother Maybach. Brother Maybach. Okay. I guess I'll keep cooking until he comes back. Also, on June 5th, 1933, the U.S. Inc. declares bankruptcy under the House Joint Resolution, HJR 192, and recalled all the gold from the U.S. citizens in exchange for Federal Reserve notes, aka your dollar. So again, reading up on all of this, you have to peel back the layers and not be in our feelings. It's going to make us upset. It's going to make us angry. Yes, we'll be emotional. But when you digress from all those feelings and come to sense and like, oh, okay, now you know how to operate on these things. And you can't completely be off the corporation while you're still operating in the corporation. I get it. But to maneuver around it so that you understand a lot of this stuff and see what these parasites are doing out here. Go ahead, Brother Baymack.
Well, that word and a lot of these words are in the Black Law Dictionary, which I'm about to get, and it breaks down everything. You know what I'm saying? It breaks down the law of the land and also the law of the sea, which is currency. Breaks all of that stuff down. You know what I mean? So,
Right.
like I said, there's a female that I got cool with off of here. We've been cool for like about 5 years. She's actually in the process of almost completing her long form, and you know, basically doing all of that, and then she's gonna claim to be a nationalist, and that's when you get the private license plate, you get your documents and all of that. Like Ant Dawg was saying, like I told you, I've been in the bushes, and like he was saying, like there's some stuff that he sent me from Kush Day.
Kush Day, yeah,
that's why which I've been following him. You know what I'm saying? I believe he had like 2 pages or whatever, but I've been following him. He breaks down a lot of stuff, which makes sense because he's like, no Irish from Ireland is saying that they Irish American. He was like, you know, Haitians. He was like, there's no such thing as Haitian American, which does make sense. We are Moorish. So he's like, what we should be saying is we are, you know, Moorish Haitian or Moorish Jamaican, Jamaican Moorish, whatever, especially with the Caribbean islands, even though we are, you know, descendants of Africans and stuff like that. But yeah, so it's a lot of like trickery with the words, double play on words. You know what I'm saying? That's why. Correct. Yeah. And that's why I tell people, like, you know, I watched a video the other day and I've been saying this, I've been saying this word for like the last 5 years. Even my children say it. we do not say GM. We say Grand Rising because of the fact that, you know, if people do their research, they will see why we shouldn't be using the word GM. You know what I'm saying? Because again, it's a double play on words and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So so in the basically in the video was like, oh, when you say Grand Rising to someone and you trying to enlighten them on why they should switch to use the rising word instead. And the video, the person was like, yo, if the person's so defiant and they going against what you're saying, it's because the person is possessed. And I could relate to that video because there's people that look at me weird when I started saying the word. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed that a lot of them was defiant. Like I'm talking about people that, you know, I talk to on a daily basis. I'm like, wow, like I was saying this to myself, and homeboy does a video. It was on IG. I could send it to you in the DM or whatever. And the guy was breaking it down, was like, yeah, if you come in contact with people and you're trying to enlighten them on stuff and they just being defiant and just trying to like argue and debate with you, it's because the person's possessed and stuff like that. And we're in that time where, you know, we went from 3D and we're supposed to be in the 5D dimension. You know, I understand that everybody's not going to know what certain people know. It's just like in the 90s when I was hearing a lot of this stuff, you know, I don't want to say I was defiant. I would more say I was ignorant to it. I never questioned what the person was saying, but I would go in the corner and be like, yo, what kind of drug is that person taking? That's because I didn't have my spiritual awakening at that time. You get what I'm saying? Everybody's awakening doesn't happen at the same time.
Or
that's
knowledge
why,
of self. Right.
There you go. Once you get knowledge of self, then you know what I'm saying? It's power within that. Once people know knowledge of self, they really know who they are and stuff. This is why I be looking at people and I be like, you know, I try not to say nothing ignorant. You know, I just might comment to myself or keep the thought to myself. It's just that we're in a time where people will try, like how you said, you went on a platform, you drop in your knowledge, your facts, your receipts, and somebody says, oh, you're a tether and stuff like that. We're in these times where, that's why I said, like, as far as banding together, everybody's not going to be banding together. It's not going to all be kumbaya. There's going to be people that's going to be defiant. There's going to be people that's going to question what you say. And them same people, when they want to, you know, argue and debate with you about things like that. But if you ask them, when was the last time they got a physical? When was the last time they took you know what I'm saying? Do they even know their blood type? Yeah, I mean, you know, you laugh at that, but it be the truth.
No,
these people
laughing. It's crazy.
Yeah, they I could tell you who P. Diddy. They could tell you everybody that went to P. Diddy's freak off parties or whatever type of parties he was having. They could tell you every single celebrity, but when you talking about real stuff, they either lost in the sauce, under the spell, or they just want to question where you getting your information from. You get what I'm saying? And again, you know, I know Philly OG be having a lot of people on his platform. He's a brother. He knows what he knows, but he's always open to be enlightened and to learn. You get what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Because we all should know by now, a lot of the stuff that we learn, we have to unlearn that and relearn the truth. You know, and when you come across with somebody defiant, I used to get upset. I used to get mad. I don't know more. And that's why I try to vibrate with like-minded people, because it makes it flows better. The energy is perfect. We can agree to disagree. I'm not gonna like everything that Foxy liked. Foxy's not gonna like everything that Ant Dawg liked, or Ant Dawg is not gonna like. You get what I'm saying? But when you see these people disagree on certain platforms, they be so defiant. They start disrespecting. They talking about your children. Has nothing to do with what we're, you know, the topic at hand. So it's funny, man. That's why, like, I'm in a state where I'm learning stuff that I'm learning. I know what I know, but do I know everything? No, I don't. But going back to what I was saying earlier, as far as like the Black Law Dictionary and stuff like that, like, yeah, she's gonna help me with my process because I want to know all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to, go by the land of the law. You know what I'm saying? Cars not supposed to be registered through the registry. All of this type of stuff. I feel like when somebody's talking about this stuff and trying to, pass the information on, you're gonna have these, I call them, Yeah, pushback, devil's minions. That's gonna question where you getting it from, and all you trying to do is, because you know there's communities that do that, but of course they want to charge you. Oh, it's $199, and they giving you basic information that you already heard. They're not trying to teach you the process. This woman's gonna help me through my process. She's like, I want you to do the work, but I'm gonna be helping you, but I want you to do the work so that way you can help other family members who might want to partake in it, or you can help friends and especially your children, which I was like, yo, that's what's up. And she's not charging nothing at all. I got friends that want to pay her. She's like, man, and I'm talking about good money for her to do all of their paperwork and all of that. She's like, no, I want them to learn so that way they can teach others. And I'm like, wow, yo, you are heaven sent, because a lot of people, you know, they want to charge. You know, we got the conscious community. They charging you for everything. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I got this oil that comes from, the motherland and all this other stuff, and you're thinking it's for free, and they want to charge you for it, and it shouldn't even be like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we all can do our 1-2 and make money off of certain things, but things like that, I feel like, you know, I'm gonna help other people. Now, can I make money off of that? Yes, of course I can, but that's not the point. I want other people to know the laws of the land.
Paying it forward.
Correct,
I think Ant Dawg wants to say something. Brother Ant Dawg, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Hey, Maybach, are you talking about where you get your Moorish card and certificate?
Correct. Well, if that's the tribe that you that's if that's the tribe that you choose. There's all types of tribes on the list. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if you claim Moorish, yes, you get the documents, you get everything. Remember that live that me and Foxy, Foxy was doing, and then me and the other brother jumped in, and I think you was in the chat. Well, no, you was in the chat, and then you ended up, he talks about all of that. Yeah, exactly. They give you all of the paperwork, all your documents, everything. So an example, like if a police officer pulls you over, and of course, a lot of them do know about it and some don't. And so they actually have to pay you for the time that they have you on the side of the road. You get what I'm saying? They actually have to pay you, yes. And all this other stuff. Yeah. You know, that's what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's, to sum it up, that's what I'm talking about. Whether it's the Moorish tribe, it could be the real Aboriginal tribes that you choose, whatever tribe that you choose. Yep, you get all your documents. They send you, if you have a vehicle, they will send you the plates to put on the vehicle, and it will say private on it. There's no numbers. Other people I spoke to say there's actually numbers that you choose. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So we already know, like, every state is different. You know, the laws and stuff like that in every state is different. But for the most part, yeah, correct. That's what I'm talking about. Yep, that whole process. She's doing that right now, and she's almost done with her process. You know, it is, don't get me wrong, she did say it's super, like, it's nothing, you know, like a snap of a finger. It's not easy and stuff like that. They make it kind of hard and stuff like that. But once you do it, you're going to feel liberated. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. Yeah. You know, and not only that, when you get your passport, it's going to have 5 stars and not no stars. Like, if anybody has a passport right now, and either in the chat or on the platform, you know, it's going to be a basic, it's a basic passport. But when you become a nationalist, it's going to have 5 stars on it. And once they see that, they already know, you know, not to deal with you. They're going to keep you moving in that line. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, and stuff. But yeah, like, driving basically is part of the law of the land. Is driving is a freedom of travel. That's basically what it's called. You know what I'm saying? Not freedom of travel, but it's another word before travel. I always say freedom, but I forgot the term.
Your right to travel. Your right to travel.
There you go. Exactly. There you go.
You have a right to travel. You don't have to have a driver's license. You have a right to travel. This driver's license, this registration of car, you don't have to do none of that. Correct. They did that to get taxes off of you.
There you go. So let me give you an example, right? So I was doing my mom's I was doing her paperwork for a new car that she got, whatever, right? And it was gifted to her. Back in the days, if someone in the family or a friend gifted you something, you just the person just wrote a letter, they sign it, and then you sign your name. So in this state, now you can't get a letter. You have to go online, and it's called the MVU form -24. So say Foxy gave my mom's the car. So now I got to print that form off online. And when I go to register the car and stuff like that, basically she's not going to pay excise tax. You get what I'm saying? And stuff like that. But the car's still going to be registered. But when you become a nationalist, you don't have to do none of that. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do none of that. You don't have to, I believe you don't have to deal with the registry at all. But in the state of Massachusetts, yeah, it's called MVU form -24. So that way you don't pay no excise tax. So when somebody gifts you like a vehicle or anything, like, you know, as far as the vehicles go, you have to have that form when you go to register the car.
Yeah, I had to print out. I had to go to the DMV. Well, I printed out from the DMV, and I gifted my father's car to my aunt, his sister. But I had to fill out a form, and then I had to get it notarized. I had to prove, you know, all this.
Correct.
It's all this other BS that I had to do. And I'm like, I just want to give them the car. Correct. But yeah.
Back in the days, you didn't have to do all of that. You could have just wrote a letter saying, "Hey,
there's a lot of things we didn't have to do, and we got to do it."
Correct.
Like Ant Dawg said, to take the money from us.
There you go. There you go.
I'm on the fence with doing the, you know, changing the status and things of that nature. I've been on this learning tool with it for about almost 10 years, a good solid maybe 5. And I'm still, because you know my thing is, brothers, is that I'm in the corporation still operating.
Yeah.
And no, even if you're sovereign, right? Because here's my take on it. This is just me overthinking it. Like, oh no. Like again, I'm a creature of habit, and I think I'm too indoctrinated in. While I'm still like, that shit sound good. That shit sound fly. I might have to check into that. You're still operating in the matrix. Like you're still on the corporation, and so you're kind of plugged out of it, but you still gotta commerce back and forth in it. So I'm like, well, how would that work if I'm a sovereign and, you know, I'm operating as a national by, you know, and I understand there's the rules. They know, the government knows about all this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're really about it, you can get this land, you can get a lot of stuff.
Correct.
But they still have a stronghold. So I'm just like, how does this all work? Like, I want to have all my ducks in a row before I jump ship. That's my thing. I'm like, let me.
No, but that's why they would give you all your documents. You know what I'm saying? Whatever tribe you select and choose and stuff like that, you get.
Well,
all
I don't
your
have
documents.
a tribe. That's just it. I like my family. We've been here. We don't have tribes. Like if I go to tribes, it's going to be in Jamaica. It's going to be, you know what I mean? So that's another thing that I was like, how does that work? Because I was asking a brother. I think it was Brother Truth. I said, well, how does this affect the people in the island? And he's like, well, y'all got your own thing. There's things that you could look down there and look into and stuff like that too. And I'm like, okay. Because like, yeah, I'm American born, and yeah, my mother's American born and her mother's American born. But after that, everybody's from the island, and we don't have, like, what tribe is that? That's I don't know. We don't have a tribe here. So I don't know how that would work for me, but I really appreciate it. I like the knowing that we have that option, that we can get out of the corporation and we can move, you know, differently. Y'all know since I've been here past 4 years, that's what I've been talking about. I was telling us about this, reading the things to you and letting y'all know about getting down with the program.
Yeah.
So if you can go for it, I'm still like, let me still sit on it and think about it.
There's something that you said too earlier that I agree with you, because it don't make no sense, right? Like, you know, as far as like the African American, right? If people are African American, right? And if they was to send people back, how does that work? See, to me, I look at it like, okay, yeah, like you said, I was born on this soil, right? I was born in this corporation, right? But we have houses in Haiti. So if I was going to be going anywhere or to be sent anywhere, that's where I would go. You get what I'm saying? We actually have a house out there. Africa is foreign to me. You get what I'm saying? So this African American thing, it's the same thing with these Pan-Africans. It's just like, yo, where is that on the map? You know what I'm saying? To me, it's just
remember though, Brother Maybach, it's he's not talking about black people though. You hear him. He's talking about immigrants, meaning like Hispanic or Latin, right?
Yeah.
Mexican,
El Salvadorian, whatever.
South American,
yeah.
And who else? The some of the Indian people, but he's not really talking about black people. Go back to Africa because he knows.
Correct. So you saw the infamous video? Did you see the infamous video where it was I think it was back in the, if it wasn't the 80s, it was 90s, and he was talking about Connecticut.
Yeah, I think
he was like, man, he was
either
like, yo, I sat. Yeah, he was like, those don't look like Indians to me.
Right.
He was like, I know what the real Indians look like. It's all true. Like all of this was a misclassification, and for us not to benefit, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So like he knows. Like that's why, like, again, I'm not a Trumpster and neither am I a MAGA, but some things I do agree with him on, and there's things that I don't agree with him on. To me, a lot of the stuff that he's doing, he already knows. Just like what was it, 5 years ago when he was there, he was talking about his bloodline and where his bloodline traced back to, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. You know, he was like, yeah, I got the pure blood. I got the pure blood. See, people like don't catch the codes when they speaking up there. It's the same thing with their handshakes. People don't pay attention to that. They rather pay attention to the nonsense that he talks about. And me, I'm the opposite. It's the nonsense don't even come in my brain. It's the secret stuff, the gibberish that he might, you know, quote unquote, we speaking. That's what I pay attention to, because that's the most important stuff. You get what I'm saying? That I pay attention to, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, like I was supposed to do a live, I didn't. Yeah, if anyone is coming over here and you doing bad over here, and I don't mean doing bad like, you know, you're homeless. I'm talking about like you're doing crimes and stuff. Yeah, I'm with that. Right. Send you back. You know, like when he talks about, oh, giving the death penalty to you know, the D dealers, it's just like, okay, bro, this is where I disagree with you. And who you really talking about when you say that? Because if you're talking about Big Pharma, I'm with you on that, because they the biggest ones. You get what I'm saying? They the biggest dealers. Like there's lawsuits that happened the last 5 years with these companies and entities that people have no clue about. It's because it's not brought to, you know, the masses, for the masses to know. You know what I'm saying? And right. One of them is, you know, and one of them was out 5 years ago pushing one of their things out there. They got the biggest lawsuit and people don't even know about it. It's kind of like swept under the rug. Yeah, they had to pay like $3 billion in lawsuit. It's the biggest lawsuit in our history of this corporation. You know what I'm saying? So again, people could tell you who's on the P. Diddy's list and who's on this list, which really doesn't matter to me, because we all know all of these people are all tied in, whether it's the politics, whether it's the politicians or the you know, the fake celebrities. You know, I don't worship them, and I damn sure don't idolize them. You know what I'm saying? But to me, that's not the important thing. Yeah, the important thing we should be talking about is the land of the law and stuff like that. But of course, you know, that's never going to be at the top of the algorithm, because people will be like, oh, they think they know it all, or this and that. But let me and you be going back and forth as content creators. Man, there'd be thousands of people in your chat and in my live chat. You get what I'm saying? But again, I get it. Everything is not for everybody. You know, people like what they like. People like to be entertained. I get that. To me, I rather know about, because when stuff really hits the fan, because something's coming. I don't know what's coming. Huh? Go ahead.
No, I said it's brewing. It is brewing.
Shoot, I saw a video where I don't know who it was, but I think it might have been the Prime Minister for Canada was like, yo, if they slap us with a tariff, you know, we can shut the electricity that goes from our country into the corporation. Right. You know? Yeah. See, those are the things that's what I'm talking that, and this is my thing. You, me, Ant Dawg, Philly OG, a few other people might be paying attention to stuff like that, but everybody will see that and don't do no live or talk about it. Again, I get it. I know how the algorithm works. So of course they rather cover, you know, a rapper, you know, whose daughter, you know, was unalived and stuff like that. That's gonna always be at the top, because again, when you watch TikTok out here and then you watch TikTok in other countries, what they showing us, or what they pushing out in our algorithm over here, they're not doing the same in other countries. And that's the funny thing, because I got friends all around the world, and they're like, oh, our TikTok is training us. They're like, yo, you don't see what they doing over there in Asia, how their TikTok, and you seeing little kids, like, you know, learning survival tactics and learning how to use weaponry and stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? And it's like, wow. But over here, dudes is like, oh, you see the new challenge? It's called the Foxy Premiere dance. And everybody, you know what I'm saying?
Right. They're all doing it.
Yeah,
all the challenges.
Exactly. Yeah, and don't even understand, it comes from the biggest letter boys who put these in the algorithm and say, let's see how many people of the masses is gonna follow this trend right here. You know, they don't understand it's part of their experiment. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. We still being experimented on, man. The other day, I was outside looking up at the sky, and I was showing the lines that they was putting in the sky. And I'm like, but when you type this word up, or you upload it and you use the CT word, it pops up as, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. That's not really happening. But there's tons of people going outside showing you, oh, it was just sunny 2 hours ago. And you see a bunch of, I call it playing tic-tac-toe in the sky. You know, so I'm paying attention to the stuff that's important, man. You know, because you go outside. Go ahead.
I'm trying to look up the that thing where Trump was talking about back in the 80s, and he was like, he's like, if I could come back, he said, because that was all part of what he was talking about with the Indians. But he also said, if I can come back, I come back as a black man. He was like, because black people, y'all got the most opportunities out here. I was like, well, I'll be a cat in heat. What? He's like, I come back as a black man because y'all got all the opportunities. And mind you, Trump is not I think he did some college, but I want to say he's a high school dropout, but he's not. I know he did college here and there, but he didn't finish college. Like, he's not, like, if you listen to him talk, he's smart, but he's like illiterate at the same time.
At the same time, I mean, I think he's much smarter than Bush Jr.
Yeah, for sure. And he's not. I call him the brilliant idiot because he's smart, but he does stupid things, and it's just like.
I think to me,
will outweigh you being smart.
I think to me, it's part of the show. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel like it's part of the show. You know what I'm saying? He's got to do that so the people that's on that low vibration or frequency can get it. You get what I'm saying? Like how you said, it's perfect. Because Charlemagne and Schultz got a show that's called Brilliant Idiots. You know what I'm saying? They both they both intelligent. You know what I'm saying? It's just like me. I don't want to. Well, I'll say it. Whoever copies it, you know, they will get sued. But I'm coming up. Yeah, I'm doing a clothing line called Famous Nobody. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm famous, but I'm a nobody. You get what I'm saying? Right. So it's a play on word. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know? Yeah. Meaning I know a lot of people. A lot of people know me, but I'm just a regular Joe. You know what I'm saying? I'm just Maybach. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm special to myself and the people that, you know, my children, but to some outsiders, I'm a nobody. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
well, that would be like a brilliant idiot. Because like, how is he brilliant but an idiot at the same time?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a play on word. But listen, how many of these names that they pushed out to us, from Benjamin Franklin to all these other people that, you know, when you do your research and you do your homework, you realize like, oh, the person just had money to buy certain patents that he never invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's like Elon. Elon didn't start Tesla. Tesla was already there. That's why he ended up buying them out. The things that I saw was when he wanted to put some money and invest money into it, he wanted to be, I guess, part of the board. They didn't want that. Then he paid them extra money and was like, oh, put me down as one of the founders. They was like, no. And he was like, well, I'm buying this whole company. It's the same thing with BG. BG too. He didn't do nothing. Right. BG didn't do nothing with IBM. From everything that I done researched and read, he didn't start that company. It was
I heard.
forgot the yeah, it was this other guy. I forgot the guy's name. Something Allen is the guy's name.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the guy that was, you know, behind IBM. BG came years later and just,
Right.
you know, invested into it, and then took the guy, you know, took the guy's position and whatever. So it's,
Mm-hmm.
I guess, I don't know if the other guy still owns it, but the
I doubt it.
the owner of GM, I said GM, the owner of the LA Clippers, he's part of that. And
Oh
if you
yeah.
look up if you look up the story, BG was trying to do a backdoor deal to the other guy, the guy Allen, who started IBM. Yeah, he tried to cut him out. Yeah, try to take him out. He tells the story in an interview before he passed. He talked about
Wow.
BG. Yeah, he talks about.
Well, because you know
Don't
what, Brother
Uh-huh.
Maybach, my mother always says this, and it's a thing. People know the saying. Money talks and bullshit walks.
That's a fact. Mm-hmm.
So when you had this money, you could monopolize people and do whatever you want to do.
Correct.
And make it look like you did it.
Correct.
When you know he's going around to countries trying to, you know, rid society off.
Mm-hmm.
And he's one of those people, and I wouldn't be surprised if his family was one of those people that was brought over here on the ships and was put as a slave.
Correct.
And
that's basically what he did, though. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. No, and why he would want to keep society at a minimum.
Yeah,
and it's it's not just black people that he's doing it to. Like, it's everybody. His whole thing.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, people think that he's picking and choosing. No, he's taking out the fair ones as well too. He's doing it to them too. You know what I mean? So, you know, but what you talked about, he already did that years ago. When he had the pie thrown in his face. I don't know if you ever saw that infamous video. Yeah, where he was going to court, and they was putting some stain on his name, and so when he was going to court and he was entering the building, there was a guy standing on the side and pied him up. Yeah, threw pie in his face. I'm talking about BG. Threw pies in his face, and he ended up paying the whole. He changed the whole narrative by paying off mainstream media, basically. So he flexed his muscle, and stuff like that. But I got it actually on my YouTube, where somebody had uploaded, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember this, because I remember seeing it, but you know, at that time I wasn't tapped in like I am now. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So
you have a different view now of what that was about.
There you go, and that's the point that I was saying. Like, when you're young and dumb and full of, you know what, that's when you're supposed to be, you know, ignorant minded, or, you know, you could be doing what you're doing and not paying attention. Because I never thought that I would be into this stuff. You know what I mean? Again, a lot of it, you know, they say the apple don't fall too far from the tree, but my father used to invest in this. He used to talk about governments being corrupted and all this other stuff, and I would be like, damn, I left at 2:00. I come back home, it's like 9:00, and these guys been talking for all these hours about politics, you know, and sipping their little Haitian rum. Nobody's drunk, but they sipping, you know what I'm saying? They drinking responsibly, and everybody's coherent, and everybody's just, you know, sharing information with each other, being, you know, enlightening one another, talking about Haiti, talking about this country, that country, and I get to an age and I'm like into it, and then I had to like realize, like, well, you know, it is in your DNA, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, same thing if you athletic, you know, and you was playing basketball, football, and you ran track, or you played baseball, don't be shocked if you have children and they end up, you know, having that in their genes. So that's how it works. Remember the thing that you posted and I did too, about how you can purchase the babies? Remember? You never saw the video on that?
I don't know if I ever posted that.
Yeah, I could have sworn, or maybe I sent it to you, but basically it's like how we go to the grocery store and we shop for our groceries. Yeah, there's labs you can go into, and you know, you basically can, you know, create your baby. Hey, I want them to be this skin tone. I want them to have this. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing people do now. I mean, people that, you know, the women that can't have a child or birth a baby, you know, they could go to these places and say, oh, well, we want them to be athletic. And they'll be like, yeah, well, we took, you know, this person's blood and this and that, and this person was an athlete, or we want them to be, you know, 6 feet and above. Well, this guy, he's 6 feet and above. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's like Build-A-Bear. You know, yeah, y'all got that in y'all malls. You know, Build-A-Bear. I don't know if that's everywhere, but if you go to a mall, you basically could build your own type of bear that you want. So it's the same thing with these babies. You know what I mean?
Excuse me. Isn't that what the Brat did?
Huh?
Isn't that what the Brat did?
You said the Brat? That's what they did?
Yeah, the chick.
Yeah, the rapper you talking about.
The Brat.
Yeah, yeah.
She did that. That's what she did. Yeah.
Oh, so she didn't want to have she can't have one, or the other female can't have one?
She carried the baby.
Oh, okay, I got you.
She selected the father.
Okay, got you. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could do that.
Donor.
Yep, the sperm donor. Correct. Yeah, you could do that. So if Ant Dawg want, you know, a certain
what they were doing on these plantations, though, they was having the most brolic of the men.
Correct.
Go and impregnate these women.
The military does it. The military does it now too. Yeah. You know when's the first time that you could see one? The Ferguson. Remember the thing that happened in Ferguson years ago?
Okay.
There's a super soldier that was caught on video. When you see this, it looks unreal. Yeah, it looks unreal standing next to the regular size soldiers that they have. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, this one looked like he's like, you know, the DNA looked like it comes from you know, the giants and stuff. That's how big the video's still online too. You could look it up. For real. Super soldier.
Yeah, Texas put in a comment.
Oh, salute, Texas. Salute. What he said. Facts. Yeah, build anything, but will it stay after you build it or fade away? Skills. I mean, I think it stays, bro. I don't think it fades away. I think it stays. You know, I believe it stays.
You know what I mean? You get faded away.
Huh? He said what?
No, I thought I was reading it like you could build anything, but you could stay, or you could stay after you build it or get faded away, because that's what they do. Whenever you build something, right? The person who's built it, they get faded away. Yeah. So that's how I read it. He didn't write it that way.
Yeah. Nah, I think it stays though. Yeah. True. You know, it's the same thing with homeboy Elon. You see what he's doing with the Neuralink thing that he's got going on, where, you know, they could just put that chip in your brain and keep you going, you know, and stuff like that. Those I think can be faded away. You know what I mean? I think those could be faded away because it's a chip. But as far as like building a super soldier and all of that, that's genetics. Yeah. That's down. Yeah, that's with the blood. Remember, that's how they created stem cell. You ever read the story about stem cell? The lady, so it was a melanated woman. Huh?
Henrietta Leaks.
Is that her name?
Lacks. Yeah, Henrietta Lacks. Are you talking about the woman from Baltimore that they took her?
Yeah, that they was her body was in the John Hopkins Hospital, and they they experiment with her. Yeah, so her family got paid last year for the.
You talking about the lady they took her cells?
Yeah. Correct.
She had the eternal cell.
Correct. So her cell, her cell never died. Correct. Her cell never died. It stayed alive, and they was experiment ever since then. But they never told the husband.
Way back then, they were taking her cells and study reproducing them.
Correct. Right. So imagine how many other stories like that. that we didn't hear about. You know what I mean? So that's why I said earlier, we've always been experimented on, and we've been experiments ever since the beginning of time. So why would they stop now? You know, remember the clonade that was in Canada that created the first human babies, and they created 8 of them. I wonder where they at right now in the world. You know, and if they've been doing it with animals, because my homeboy was breaking down the story of the fallen angels and how they created animals. You know what I'm saying? I heard the wild boar or the pig wasn't around, and they supposedly did that genetics. That's why they say it's the closest thing to humans, and that's why they test on them. You know what I mean? For years. Then there was a guy out here who was the first human or second human with a animal kidney. Mm-hmm. He ended up passing away, but you know, it actually worked for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And then because I was talking about it, and then somebody hit me up and was like, "Oh, you don't remember the girl that was her father?" So basically, a friend of mine was telling me that we went to school with the girl. The girl's father was the second person that they did that on. And I'm like, man, listen, yeah. So, you know, things like that's been, you know, they're not going to stop. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's another thing too I learned, is that was part of the deal with the Eisenhower story, when he supposedly went to one of the military base and he met with a certain type of group of people or entities that he met up with, extraterrestrials, that it was a trade-off. So when we hear these abduction stories and all of that, those are the short, you know, extraterrestrial, you know, beings that was the trade-off. That's why when people say, yo, they was abducted, they was like, yo, I couldn't move my body, but I could see them around me, and they was doing this, they was doing that. My homeboy was breaking it down, and he wasn't the first person I heard, but the way he broke it down, it was just like, you know, I was like, damn, I could see that happening. You know, it was a trade-off for technology, but the technology, of course.
Body snatchers, invasion of the body snatchers.
There you go. Correct. So part of all of these stories, the trade-off was they gave Eisenhower technology. But of course, the technology they gave to Eisenhower or to us, they're not going to give us the top of the line of their technology. You get what I'm saying? And stuff like that. It's like you got all, you know, you might give me a little bit of your recipe to cook some food, but you're not going to give me your great grandma.
Yeah, I started 3 hours ago, Wally. Hello. He's like, I was waiting, and
Wally's always the late one, man. He's always the late one to the party.
Actually, the first one. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. And I said 2 p.m. So Wally, yeah. Come on through for a little while. I mean, it's already 3 hours in.
Yeah, I know you've been rocking. You know what I'm saying? I was listening in the background. That's why I sent you the DM like, yo, yeah, I had to let you know, like, yeah, I'm watching. I'm just not engaging because you know, I really didn't even want to come up here, but it's therapeutic for me because
really?
I had got.
You didn't want to come up here after I asked you to
No, I'm about to finish. You didn't let me land my plane. Friday I had got some bad news. My godfather passed away. So, you know, yeah, so I haven't been, you know, in the best of mood. And it's not just that. I have some other family members that are going through some stuff right now. So, but me coming up here was therapeutic. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, not that I didn't want to come up here. Let me finish, woman. Oh, you didn't want to come up here? Well, get off of my panel. Get off of my panel then.
Yeah, you could have said, you know, you did say, I don't know if I'll be able to. So I was like, okay, I didn't really think that you were going to come. But Wally, get your butt up here, Wally, if you're coming up here. But yeah, Wally, I sent mass text messages on Friday, even with greetings, because I usually don't do that. I just send y'all the clip. Come on.
Yeah.
But I was nice enough to be like, hey, hi, how you doing? Hope all is well. Nice stuff.
Nice stuff. Nice stuff.
I was being cordial with people. I didn't want.
Yeah, I didn't even know you sent me another one today. I
sent another one because watch Dr. Monroe. Yes, I've seen that movie, Texas.
How'd you make that? How'd you make what you sent me? How'd you make that? Salute, Wally. How'd you make that?
Oh, yes, I went onto my stories and then salute, Wally. I went onto my stories and I created, just saying I'll be reminding you, and then I screenshot it and I just sent it to you.
Yeah, nah, it was dope. It was dope. I like that.
Yeah, because you could do different colors on the story, and so like when you
it's pink, right? It's pink, right? Correct? Pink.
I don't know. I think it's like bluish.
The pink one I'm talking about. It looked like I don't know. It looked like it looked like a greeting card type of thing.
Oh,
hold on.
I changed the colors. What's up, Wally?
Yeah, now Wally, how you just talking about you started? Yeah, well, first and foremost, what's up to all you? Salute to both of y'all and people in the chat. But how you gonna sit here and say you started? Look, I came here when it was 1:30, and I damn sure came in here when it was 2 p.m. on the mother loved dot.
2 p.m. Wally, I was here at 2 p.m.
I did not see no one here. You there must have been a slight delay in timing of where
2 p.m. maybe
in my time.
2:04. I was here at 2:04.
Yeah, all I know is I came in here. My phone didn't say nothing to me afterwards as far as you started. I was like,
you better check your notifications, damn it.
Nah, so what you gotta do, Wally.
All I'm saying is when it was 2:00 exactly, I didn't see nothing go popping on. That's all I'm telling you.
Nah, Wally, if you don't get the notifications, what I do now, I don't even complain or tell the person. As long as you're subscribed, when you go to YouTube, hit the live and it will tell you everyone that you subscribe to if they're live. That's what I do now. I don't even bring up the notification thing because even if you unsubscribe and resubscribe, it still doesn't send out notifications. I didn't get no notification. I mean, I got her message that I just showed that she sent me, but I shut my my bell off on IG. So I knew that she sent it because I was already on IG. And like I said, you could always check. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, it sent me the first notification, like, oh, okay, the show's gonna be ready in 30 minutes. And I was like, all right, cool, got you. And then like when it was 2:00, I actually went there and I'm like,
I was on at 2:04.
Well, shoot. You wasn't on fast enough because I was over here like I was waiting. Next thing you know,
I'm in CPT time. So what you do? Fall asleep and then come back and be like, "Oh, she's still on."
No, yo, hold on, Wally, you on the East Coast, ain't you?
Exactly. That's what I was like when she said 2:00. I was on the dot.
Yeah, he's in the East Coast. So why you say CPT?
I said because CPT is color people time.
Oh, that's new. I never heard that. That's funny.
You never heard that.
You know how it is. The party's at 8, but you came at 8:05.
Yeah.
Yo, look, you know what Wally did? Wally pulled up outside your house. He didn't see no cars outside, so he left.
I was like, all right, okay, maybe you were a little bit late. I was like, okay, fine.
I was 4 minutes late, Wally. Sheesh.
I came back a little bit. I was like, oh, Lord, mercy. Oh.
Okay, but it's 2 hours later, and where was you at?
See, what that happened was I was over here.
What had happened was
exactly what had happened was I was doing things. Okay.
Yo, he pulls up back on the street. He sees every car leaving. Now he's like, "Yo, what the freak? I was the first one. I left for a little bit. I spin the block. I come back. Now everybody's leaving."
Everyone's here. They're like, "Wait, what's the fuck going?" I'm like, see this some bullshit.
All right, Wally, give me your piece on what's going on. Did you even hear what I was talking about earlier? No.
I just got here. I'm about to go back and listen to the whole story and then make a comment in the comment section like everybody else.
He wasn't even in the bushes. He wasn't even in the back watching.
Yeah, you even have me in the back.
You would have known me by now.
Yeah, he would have been commented in the chat. Yeah. He would have been commented.
Like, Wally must have fallen asleep because
I'm trying to tell you my alibi. Like, you over here having me over here. Man, look, you had me over here wait. I'm over here like I'm just looking. I was looking periodically every single time to see if you came on. I think the moment I stayed up, I think there was like at least a couple of minutes in. I was like, I'm just laying down. I'm laying down. Next thing I'm like,
so okay. The conversation was about Ghana saying they would offer 200 acres if there was enough Black people of the diaspora to come over and build up Ghana. And but they want to see, they want to see some revenue and things like that, and they'll grant you citizenship. And so that's that in a nutshell. That's what I was talking about. But yeah. I'm also like, that sounds great. I had my brother OG up here earlier, Philly OG, salute to him. And Ant Dawg came by because Ant Dawg was the one who inspired me. He sent me a video on Instagram about people going, they creating this city, this little town or whatever, I don't know, colony, whatever you want to call it, concentration camp, I don't know what you want to call it. But they're doing that over there in Ghana, and there's been an influx since like 20, I would say maybe almost the last 10 years of people really like leaving the States and going over to Ghana. And I don't know, I'm not going nowhere. That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah. You remember what I told you before? If there ain't nothing calling, I ain't going.
Well, they're calling. They're saying, come.
Yeah, they're calling. I'm talking about if the universe ain't calling, I ain't going.
Right.
Because if nothing told me to go there, why would I go there?
But if you feel that, see, because here's the story, because, I got my little notes here, and people were saying, that's the motherland, and, they African, they African ancestors were brought over here, so they feel like they need to return back now and, be part of the motherland again.
I ain't gonna hold them if they feel that way.
Not gonna hold them. I'm not holding them. I just, found it interesting. I still haven't heard anything back as far as what are they contributing. Because I think you need to be really if you're really going to build up a little the country and whatever little towns and stuff that are out there. Like, we want to hear what is it that you're doing that's so great? What is so big that can really contribute back to that country? And then what happens, like, I don't know, like, can it sustain itself? I think Texas put it in the chat just a few seconds ago. And I'm like, when you build something, like, what happens after that? Like, how does it sustain itself? Like,
right.
Ant Dawg said it'd be good if younger people, it'd be good for younger people to do that, to move over there, like in their 20s or 30s, because they can, like, be acclimated to it. But people like our age, I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna be 50 in another year.
I mean, would it really be good for younger kids?
Well, they could learn the lay of the land and learn how they'll be indoctrinated is what I'm saying. So they don't have a reference. That's all that they'll know is being there.
Can you what you call it, Foxy? Did you see what Michael Blackston said about Nigeria on how he was trying to build a school? And he sent some money over, and they kept his money. The government kept the money.
Nope. And Michael Blackston is a big time comedian. He's got the money.
Yeah, he said he sent like a few checks. His accountant was telling him, hey, don't go out there with cash. Send some money. Don't put it in the bank or something like that. He just did the video like probably about 3 weeks ago. It was on Vlad's platform, and Vlad was telling him about it, and he was like, "Yo," he was like, "Yo,
right.
the government kept his money, and he was supposed to be
Isn't he Nigerian?
Yeah, Nigerian. But the point I'm just trying to make is, to me, when you talk about how they want people to go out there and help build and stuff like that, I'm like, to me, it's just like you're gonna go out there and they're just gonna be taking your money. You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna get what they call fuck around and find out.
Correct.
Because let's be honest. Because I think honestly, if Michael Blackston was trying to do that, he should have went around with like Akon's, like, you be in control of that. Because
but it depends on
Akon thing is still playing.
Nigeria, not for nothing, Nigeria is known for being scammers.
Right, but that's my whole point. Yeah, that's my whole point though. It's like, you don't set yourself up for fools goals.
Yeah. I mean, and why? Like, that's what he should have done. He had his heart in the right place. Like, I'm gonna get back to my country. I'm gonna get back to the kids. And that's what I'm saying. And he is from there. Now, can you imagine your natural little black behind is from here, and then you go over there like whoop-de-doo, going back to my land, and you are dollar signs waiting to be had.
Correct. And that's the point that I was.
But hey, if that's what they want to do, I mean, kudos. I'm just like Ant Dawg said, it sounds like a money grab. You know, they know that Americans, when you come, like even when you go into certain countries, certain places in the Caribbean, you know, like you still got to get your arms guarded up. Like we went to go see a family member out in Jamaica, and we couldn't detour in certain areas. We had to go straight to their house, and you know, no sightseeing and stuff, because these people see you coming off the boat, they're coming off the plane, they already think you got money. It's even
just about to say that
people send money over there to their family and be like, oh, can you put this up for me, because when I come back, I want my house. And here you are putting this big house together, and your neighbors next door don't have it. So can you imagine they looking at you as a money grab? So I don't know. I'm very leery about this kind of thing.
That's just what I was about to say.
But that's why I was saying, like, even in that sense, it's like it wouldn't make no sense for kids, especially if you're talking about them going there and trying to build something over there just because it will give them an access of just, however. But it's like that don't suit them neither.
I mean, there's people that go out there and they bounce back and forth. They do make certain things happen. I forgot this dude. Go ahead.
I'll do that.
Yeah, exactly.
As far as for me, I'd say it like this: if you're gonna entice me to go somewhere, you better have it built before I come there. That's all I gotta say.
You know what I would do? The thing that I've always thought about, and I would do it in those continents, is I wouldn't like the school thing. Me watching Michael Blackson, like how the government just kept his money. I wouldn't do nothing like that. I would build water wells where these people can get fresh water. That's what I would do for those areas, especially the people that's like up in mountain areas, you know what I'm saying? Or the real impoverished areas. That's what I would do. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you bring in life by creating a water well for them. That's what I would do. You know what I mean? But trying to open schools and all of that, the government's going to come in and they're going to shut it down. You know what I'm saying?
You know what you just said? I just saw on in passing on Instagram, Gilly the kid, his son was taken out.
Unalive. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. And he built or donated for this little town in Bangladesh to have his son. Anyway, they made a well out there in this little city in Bangladesh, and dedicated it with his son's name on it, so that have water out there. But they're Muslim, he's Muslim, so he put it in like a But you're right. You have the mindset.
Yeah, that's what I would do, because just growing up to this point, still a lot of these places don't have fresh water. I remember the last time I was in Haiti, like in '89, how people had the women, was carrying buckets on top of their head to go far. I'm talking about miles and miles, walking through cornfields, through sugarcane fields, just to get fresh water to bring back. In that bucket of water, they would cook, they clean, and they was using it to bathe and everything. You get what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So that's what I would do for them. Like Wally said, the rest is up to them. There's this Haitian lady that I follow. She lives in the States. She went to Haiti and had a canal built right on the Haitian and Dominican Republic borderline.
I saw that.
Yeah, and the Dominican Republic send the military to try to shut it down. Yep, they ended up building it. Yeah, they ended up building it, but that isn't that sad? Like two countries are sharing an island.
No. Right. It's not even two countries though. But they made, the French made it two countries. Yeah.
But it's of course.
People.
Yep.
One island.
Yep. And you trying to shut it down. And you know what their government said? Oh, the Haitians are only allowed to come spend money, and that's about it. So when you say what you say, that these are the things that go through my mind. Like, oh, they want us to come over there and help their government make money and stuff like that. But is there going to be any change? because all of these governments at the end of the day are corrupt, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, so it's happening here. It happens in Canada. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in the islands, the Caribbeans, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. So come on. And it's going back to something that you said earlier. France don't really have a hold on Haiti like they used to. It's really this corporation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this the president that they had 2 years ago that was unalived. Right. Yeah. The corporation was, you know, was involved.
Yeah. They usually are. This is why also when people say, when they talk about the reparation thing, and then they start spewing out, oh, well, the people that went through Auschwitz and Dachau, they got their reparations and such and such and such. And I'm like, you do know that the same people you're asking for the reparations from were also had a hand in all that stuff out in Germany. Y'all do know this, right? Oh, but nobody wants to read. Nobody wants a history lesson. Nobody wants to do documentaries. Correct. If you do remember, Ford was helping build the tanks.
Correct.
For that whole Germany thing.
Correct.
The trains were running by Rockefeller out there in Germany. So yeah, they're gonna give you hush money because they done burned up your family members and incinerated. Yeah, they're gonna give you that hush money because they were guilty. They had their hand in that.
It's the same thing, right? When people was like, oh, look how Orange Man is disrespecting Ukraine's leader and this and that. It's like, yo, bro, you're not even going behind the surface. Do you not recall how much money Biden's administration sent to this dude in his country? And a lot of that money went missing. Is that a coinky dink? Like, come on. And you still asking for more? Come on, bro. That's why I see, again, people don't look behind the surface. They just take the surface level and be like, oh, he's disrespecting this dude, Maybach. Look how I said, bro, it's more than that. It's like me asking.
What did he even say? What was he even telling him? To chill out and stuff? Because the president was getting like a little like fluffed up, right?
Yeah. So basically, Trump was telling him like, yo, we sent a lot of money to you guys. We helped you guys. He was basically saying like, yo, you got all the help that you wanted plus more, and you still asking for more.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yes. That's why I said, if people do their research and their homework, a lot of that money, the dude is trying to say the government took it, but you're part of it. You're the leader of over there. So if the government took it, then that means it's in your pocket or it's in your bank account. Your children is going to benefit from that. And then you coming back. So it's like me, you give me $50, I go and blow it, and I come back like, yo, Foxy, I need another 50. And you're like, yo, but Mel, I just gave you 50. Let's just say it was like, you know, a lot of money. I'm just giving an example. Yeah. And then I'm asking for more. And you're like, yo, but I gave it to you. And you're like, oh, and I'm like, oh, well, you know, this and that and this. And you're like, well, that's not, well, I was walking down the street and the two jackers down the corner at the bodega, they took 25 from me. And then you know what I'm saying? And you're like, well, that's not my problem, buddy. I gave you what I had.
And not only did Biden give it once, but he gave it twice.
He gave it multiple times.
I gave it like
we sent military things out there, artillery, soldiers. I mean, well, not soldiers, but we send things that can help them to beef with the other side. What more do you want, sir? Yeah, so people not looking at the thing, they just think, oh, look at that, he's being disrespectful. I wouldn't want to listen to somebody that I just gave some money to, and they told me they went in to the casino and blew it, and now they coming back asking me for more. That's not my problem, because I didn't tell you to go to the casino. Your story was, nigga, you needed some money so you can buy this and buy that, and then you went and blew it, and then now I'm supposed to just open my hand and just dig in my pocket? Nah, bro. I would be disrespecting you too. And this is the same guy who dresses up like a female wearing heels and doing some weird zesty dance. Like, people forget about that video of Zelensky. Yeah, you didn't see how he was shaking? She was shaking it.
But to be fair, Maybach, Trump was dancing with Mayor Giuliani, the old mayor here in New York City, and Mayor Giuliani was wearing a drag. He was wearing heels, a dress, and some Marilyn.
Well, we Foxy, I get you. Like, hey, all of the founding
They always
so-called fathers, like you like to say, the people that the powers that shouldn't be.
Shouldn't
We
be.
all know they was doing that. They was dressing up. We know that. But I'm just talking about this guy. This guy was shaking it like he was Shakira. Shakira.
Well, wait. No. Yeah.
Wally must have seen the video.
I need some sage around this bitch.
You must have seen the video, man. If you go see the video,
just the visuals alone. I haven't even watched the video. I'm just saying, like,
listen. When you see the video, you're gonna be like, hold on, this is their leader. This is their leader. That guy. Yeah. And he was on a show like he was on some form of show like America's Got Talent type of show in their country or wherever he was at.
Yeah.
And he was on stage. Yeah. He's got multiple videos, Foxy. He got his solo. He's doing his little solo videos. Then he got the 7-8 other men on stage with him, and they all in heels. Yes, they in heels.
You know what? This reminds me of a movie someone told me to watch that I had to watch for a movie review. I forgot the movie's name, but it pretty much was the same. It was pretty much sort of the same thing. It was a dude. He trained himself to a female all because he wanted to sing. I'm like, oh.
The Little Rocky Horror Show?
No. I gotta find the name. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it through them.
Who wants Boo? With Patrick Swayze?
No. This was a Spanish movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. The guy was a leader.
Yeah, he was leader of a pack, and then he chose to change his whole origins.
Yeah. He turned into a Decepticon.
Pretty much, yeah. He co-opted and everything, and the surgery was well done. It was a pretty much, you can say this. The most annoying part of the movie was a freaking sing along. It was a constant sing along, like, bro. It was constantly singing every time in the dang movie. I was pissed.
A Disney musical.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it, because
man, what's this on? Was it on Netflix or just a regular movie?
It probably was on Netflix. I don't know. All I know, I think it was based on a true story, give or take. Possibly. I gotta find it though, because I gotta see. Where did I pass it by now? Okay, I probably did pass it.
Well, I want to give the shout out to the channel because this has been going on for 4 years now. So I just want to salute everybody who has been keeping FoxxyMoon channel up and moving. Thank you.
Yes, we come for the trend. We come for the,
Thank you. I just realized, I was like, oh, wait a minute. We're in March. I'm like, oh, that's when I started March. I think it was like the 4th or the 5th of 2021. So, yeah, man. But I had already been on IG like for a year or so before that. And so I didn't really know. I only knew YouTube as far as like, not me being a what they call a content, whatever, creator or whatever. Just listening to other people or watching movies and stuff. And Yellow Jesus was like, shout out to the Pisces, Yellow Jesus. He was like, oh, Foxy, I think you need to go over there. And I'm like, nah, Yellow Jesus, because he saw me on Instagram and he was like, he's like, Foxy, you're good. And I was like, I don't know if I could be my own person on YouTube. He was like, So thanks to his inspiration and me being on other platforms like Maine, Behind the Bar, and them doing me through boot camp of, did she really got this, or is she just a phony like Miss Cleo? Is she really did she got it? And I'm like, damn, I gotta perform right now. Like what? So yeah. And that put me on to opening up my channel so people could come over and get their readings and stuff. Because after I got off of Behind the Bar, people wanted to come and get readings, but they didn't know where to go. And I was like, well, I'm not giving everybody my Instagram either. I didn't even have the FoxxyMoon Instagram. I had my own private Instagram. And I was like, nope, I don't want everybody over here either. Because what we're not going to do is you're going to be looking in my private life unless I let you in. So I had to create the YouTube. And so, yeah, it's been 4 years. And, I thank everybody. My Miss Sharon, especially, she's been almost through the beginning. But Guys, I already said who I had to say from the jump street. I just wanted to put a reminder out there that it's 4 years this month. I was like, oh,
But
okay.
this is to you. It's no lyrics. It's just the intro.
Thank you.
I don't want to say
okay.
too much because you know this
Thank
platform.
Oh yeah, the copyright. Thank you, Maybach.
You already know.
Perez. Oh
yeah, man. I tried to do a tribute for Angie, and they was letting me rock, and I was like, word, they letting me rock. And then I went and played certain other songs, and they was like, no, sir.
You get one. You get one.
Yo, bro, I got another one today. Before this is another reason too.
Oh my gosh. See?
Listen, no, the video I put up, it was a short. Huh? Hold on, right? Real quick. They hit me with a strike.
Yeah.
And it was just a asteroid I showed coming in, and that was it. And I titled it Could This Really Happen? They let me rock. I put it a week ago, and today they hit me. It was like, yeah, we're gonna hit you with a strike. We removed the video, and I put it as a short. It wasn't like of an asteroid just coming in. It's a CGI video. It ain't even real. And they hit me with the strike. But what I don't get is it's a week. Not only that, on my sports channel, right? On my sports channel, I hit the most views I've gotten for one video, right?
Yeah.
It's the Patriots coming back, beating Atlanta, being down 28-3. There was a song on there that is really not that loud. You hear the announcers speaking louder. The music is very low. They let that go for a whole month. I got 250,000 plus views on that video, my most viewed video. And 3 weeks later, like close to a whole month, you hit me with a copyright strike. Like, I was like, man, come on. Somebody was gonna help me, but I just was like, nah, I'm good. There's a big YouTuber that I'm on their platform. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, they was gonna help me on they actually told me just remove it, re-upload it, and don't put the music in it. But the music that I chose is from the platform. I don't know if y'all know that. You can upload a video and you can go to recommended music.
So the music that you have on the video is from the platform itself?
Yeah, it was from the platform.
So it was from the YouTube studios, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, so real quick. So did you check to make sure it wasn't one of those that you have to give credit to? Because there's those that are just
I think that's what it was.
Because there's those that you have to give credit to, and then there's those that you just use straight up. So
when I did it, right, Wally, I put down like the copyright thing. I put that in the description, and I was like, yo, I'm not trying to make.
Yeah, you're talking about like the copyright, like the initial copyright statement?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah,
I put that in the description.
Yeah, I mean, you know how that goes. I mean,
yeah.
That don't mean nothing. But it's like, but when it comes to that actual song, because if it actually needs you to put the credit of that thing in there, then you have to put it in there. So depending on that song, just go check back what that song is.
But did they take that part down, Maybach?
They just took the video down. They said they wasn't gonna strike me, but they took the video down. But I've noticed that I've been uploading videos on the sports channel and I'm not getting the views that I was getting before. So I guess I might be shadow banned. Yeah, because I'll do a upload short and then I'll have like mad views on it. Now my views is low on the shorts. So they did send me the email, said we're not going to strike your channel, but Wally is right when he brought that up. They did tell me to check with the person and they would review it. Yeah, so what they would do is basically piggybacking off of what Wally said is, so it's like I use your music, right? And I basically didn't ask you for consent. So what I do is I have to go through you and see if you can authorize it. And if you 9 out of 10 times they might authorize it, or they won't. But I didn't go through the process. And homie was gonna help me, and I was like, I was like, yo, they already blocked it. So I completely deleted the video. He was like, what you could do is So I didn't get a strike on that. What I got a strike on was the comment one on my regular channel.
Right.
They hit me with a copyright strike, and I added the copyright in the description, you know, and I put the fair use as well too. So I see people doing that. You know, I'll kind of see people like at the beginning of their videos, if they do like a upload that's not a short, they'll put at the beginning like disclaimers. I do all of that in the description. I do that automatically. It's part of my regular channel anyways. But like Wally said, if it's something where you got to add credit, you have to go through that source. You know what I mean?
But even if you didn't, right? It's like even if you didn't have to add credit, I'm gonna be honest with you that when people do the whole copyright thing, it's very like I don't know what's in people's minds where they think that okay, you add the copyright and then that saves you a little bit of some leniency. No, it doesn't save you jack. It really don't save you jack. So it's like I don't know why people do it. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand if you were to put it in there and then you let someone else know if they were trying to use your video, like, hey, you know, I'm letting you know this now. The reason why I put this here is because I'm letting you and anyone else know if you try to use my video, make sure you contact me. But just because you put it there, that doesn't mean that YouTube's gonna know about it. Because again, they have a certain way of an engine where they can really go thorough. Because you don't know this, right? But I'm gonna give you this piece of game. The music actually has a code. So like, let's say if I were to try to use a video from IG, right? That IG video still has like an imprint. So if I were to download it and then try to upload it, that imprint will still show like it knows that it's from IG or it knows it's from TikTok. So it has that imprint on it that it knows. So you have to do something different to probably try to change it so then it can be conversed. So you have to change the whole imprint on that. So yeah.
That's what I'm learning as I go. That's what I'm learning. And it's funny because that's what he told me. He told me the same thing. He was like, so if you or Foxy upload a video through IG, right? And y'all got a song on there, I have to edit that same video. I can't just record that whole thing that y'all upload and think that, I'm putting it on YouTube and YouTube is gonna let it fly. No, what Wally said is the truth. I still got to edit that video. Yeah, I got to put my little recipe on it as you would. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I feel that because Star Terrain talked about that. He had a whole live at a nighttime. It was probably like last month. He did a whole live talking about the same thing Wally just said. And people was like, yo, I uploaded a video.
When he tells people don't curse, don't curse. And they'll come in and be like, yeah, F. And he's like, you don't understand. Not only does it demonetize him, but it changes up, I think, like the algorithm and things like that. It messes with his program.
MREC does the same thing too. MREC, I could see people think because the host is cursing, if you call in, that flies. That's why I said, you know, I come on your platform. If I'm on Wally's platform, we should know what words, like how I was mentioning BG. I didn't mention his name, but I gave the abbreviation. So I have to show respect to your platform. People think because what you do, oh, well, she's doing it, so that means we all can do it. No, that's like going to somebody's house and they asking you, yo, it's raining outside. Can you take your shoes off? And you're like, nah, I just bought this from the mall. Well, bro, you just got out from your car and walked in my walkway. So underneath it's dirty, my nigga. I don't care if you just bought it. But people be thinking they could do what Rick James did. Fuck your couch, nigga. And just, you know what I'm saying? Like, no. Like, I don't get it. Go ahead, Riley. My fault. But go ahead, bro.
No, you good. But yeah, I would agree the same thing. Is like if you already set some certain, parameters and stuff like that, legislation, rules, whatever, how you want to call it, then yeah, it's like, hey, just follow the code. But I will say this though, if I do as the owner of the channel do end up cursing, and then I got to be fair enough to say, okay, I can't be mad because like, all right, I did one. All right, I'm gonna let one slide for everybody. It's like, so I did. But at the same time, it's like, okay, look, I did one though. You get one slit. Like, don't do it over.
Yeah, correct. But that be my point. These dudes act like they don't know how to converse or articulate themselves without saying, SHIT. It's just like, because on the platform, he tells you,
Troy Terrain. That's the Star Report.
Huh?
You called him his whole government. You like on Troy Terrain show.
Yeah.
The Star Report.
I always do that.
The hater
Yeah.
misses nothing. That's why I learned some of my stuff, because that's where I'm coming from. That's how I met Yellow Jesus. Yellow Jesus, all coming out of the Star Report.
That's crazy. I was there too.
Premire's on the Star Report too.
The chat, I probably seen your name, but really never really paid attention.
You probably
I didn't know you was on there. I didn't know you was on there either. I was on there. I called in actually a couple of times. Matter of fact, me and Florida, Florida boy Jay, yeah, he was doing a sports one. This was like at least 4 years. I think it might be 5 years now. But anyways, he was talking sports, and me and Florida boy Jay, we was both on there. That's how I ended up subscribing to his channel. That's crazy that you said you've been on that platform. I never seen, yeah, so that's crazy. But his chat be going crazy.
I've always been on as Foxy.
Yeah, I never seen it. Yeah. I mean, we met off of MREC, but I'm just saying, like, I was on Star's thing too. I wasn't too much engaging in the chat, but I would call in from time to time, like if the topic, like I like the topic or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's
I only called in one time. Pink Sugar too. Pink was rocking with Star for a minute.
I know she was over there.
The Troll Babies.
Yeah, I know. I like the name Troll Babies. At first, I was like, why is he calling his chat Troll Babies? I didn't get it, but the more I watched, I got it. You get what I'm saying? Because
that's what got me in the beef with shout out to Jay Savage. Man, in the very beginning, so I'm talking about coming from that arena. So I had those people come over into my platform, and I'm not like that. Like I laugh at them and I crack up, but I don't go into that Troll Baby arena and start shooting shots with nobody.
But that's the thing.
I was in the middle of something that I had no idea. All I was doing was laughing, and I had added the person, and they was like, "Oh, word."
Yo, how you get into a beef? How you get into a beef that you didn't know you was?
East Coast, West Coast.
Foxy said I was in the middle of something that I didn't even know I was in the middle.
I'm laughing because they both of them are funny. It's Jay Savage and oh my god,
that's funny.
I forgot what his name, but
that's funny.
But Jay was the one that's really like. He was like the Mr. Bad Guy at the time. And so everybody was like, half of the Troll Babies was on Jay Savage's side, and the other one was on, I forgot what his name is, but anyway. Yeah, and I just thought it was funny. I thought what they were saying was funny. It's jokes. So why did I got to put my little 2 cents and start laughing and putting a laugh emojis, and it's like, oh, Foxy, you think this is funny? Yo, what?
Yo, I had to learn too. I had to learn that how emojis, some people take emojis seriously.
Yeah, I was talking to Lee. His name was Lee.
Last name. Mr. Lee. You talking about Mr. Lee or whatever?
Not Mr. Lee, but it was something Lee.
Oh, okay.
Zach Lee. Zach Lee was one of the big heavy hitters. Zach and Jay Savage were they would be considered like the troll fathers of the chat. Yeah. But Star is the troll father.
But if you made it through there, you could make it anywhere though.
Right. I got my badges, and I was in the middle of the 2 heavy hitters, and I'm cracking up because I'm like, as Zach Lee, I'm laughing like, oh, that's funny, because I was like me and him had more of a rapport, and Jay Savage was just more like he was too, big for his britches, not talking to anybody. He knew he was like the GOAT in the room. So I was like, I had Jay Savage, and I was just cracking up because he said something funny to Zach Lee. I said something to Zach Lee, and Jay Savage was like, oh, you think that's funny, Foxy? And So next thing I know, I open up this channel. Here comes Jay Savage. And I'm like, oh, snap. Meanwhile, Zach Lee was here for a minute, too, until Zach was like, yo, Foxy, like, I thought you was rolling with me. Like, what's up? I'm not on here with this dude. And I'm like, oh, my God, why?
Oh, yeah, they follow, man. They follow.
So I was like, listen, I'm Switzerland. I'm not siding with anybody. I was like, but Zach Lee, I'm like, yeah, we cool. So then me and Jay Savage got to be arch nemesis now. Like he used to come into my chat. He was like, say hello to Mr. Nice Guy. Like me and him are cool. Zach Lee stopped fucking with me all together. He was like, And it's funny because the one that I was laughing about becomes like cool with me, and you know, Jay would be in here cracking jokes on me like, oh, you know, Foxy sells snake oil. Foxy does he's like that. Foxy does tarot cards with Uno cards. Like she tells the future with Uno cards. Like he
that's fucked up.
And that's funny because I seen Jay Savage name. I've seen his name in the chat.
Yeah, in the troll chat.
That's funny.
If I had I had my earrings on or something, and he would just be in there on my channel talking shit about me, and I would be cracking the fuck up, cracking up.
That's funny. You doing tarot reading with Uno cards, huh? That's funny.
Yeah, that's Jay Savage right there for you. I was in the car one day and I was just looking at what he wrote, and I was showing my husband, and he was like, "Yo," he's like, "Foxy, you made it." And I was like, "But apparently, if they cracking jokes, I made it." But it was hilarious. It was hilarious. So I definitely got jumped in. I got jumped into the troll world, you know, and now I just kind of like, there's a few people I'll do my salute with, but I'll just sit back. I'm like, I'm not getting in none of these. You know, when they talk about Jay Savage, I see Stacy Galore. She's in a few other places that I'm like, what, Stacy? So I'll be giving her salutes. But you know, it's crazy. Like where you'll never know where you end up meeting people and how you meet them and why you meet them, and then they hear you. Like I have Texas. I forgot what Texas. Are we from OG's panel?
Yeah. OG. OG's chat. He be in OG's chat.
Right. And you know, just talking that stuff. Somebody had took an excerpt out of Brother Sanchez's one of his talks one day, and they posted it on Instagram. And I was like, oh shit. I said, that's Brother Sanchez. So, you know, I was like, salute to Brother Sanchez. So they, you know, people were like, oh, you know, they try to bash him and talk, oh, what he's saying is pseudo. I was like, go over to his channel and see. This guy's only giving you a 15-minute clip of what you're trying to understand in 3 hours. Go over to his channel. You'll understand what Brother Sanchez is talking about. And, you know, he's not for everybody. Some people, you know, but he says it. I'm still growing. I'm still learning. You know, Brother Sanchez, he's a smart cookie. And this is why, you know, I rocked with him, because I was like, his train of thought, what he was thinking about, what he talks about has me thinking outside the box too. And I'm out there like that. You know, like when he talks about the spiritual world and stuff. And that's why I come up there, and I'm also a moderator on there. Like, you know, Brother Sanchez, that's is with Foxy. So, you know, what happened to Wally?
He wrote something in the chat.
Oh yeah, I'm right here. No, I told you I had to switch out. I had to switch.
Okay. But yeah, that's
whose name was that, Wally?
What do you mean, whose name?
You put in the back chat. The Premiere.
Oh no. That was that was the movie I'm talking about. That was the movie I'm talking about.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Correct. All right. I'm gonna check for that.
Yeah.
You said it's a musical.
It's yeah. They be singing every other freaking moment in that damn thing. Lord have mercy. It's a travesty.
Do they speak English in there?
They probably do. I mean, you have to find the English version, but yeah. But I watched the movie straight up Spanish, so it was whatever.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, I don't discriminate. I'll watch it straight up. I just have to learn what's going on though. That's my thing.
I knew it. It is on Netflix. I knew it. I knew what movie.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. It is on Netflix. It says 5 months ago. They showing the trailer. Oh, what's her name is in it? Rosario. Not Rosario.
Yeah, Rosario. No, but you know.
No, not Rosario. I forgot her name. She was in Avatar. She was in the Avatar movie.
Yeah. She was also in Marvel's movie too.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna bring this down to a close. I think we've exhausted the conversation and other topics that we could sit up here and talk about all day long.
Yes, how, like, for instance, how someone we know as a grifter, aka Dr. Umar, selling everything under the book, but don't want to criticize the damn stuff with the book. Okay.
Yeah.
Shit. I'm trying to tell you, just hey, look, I say it like this, just like what Kendrick says. I am not your savior. Same thing for Dr. Umar. He is not your savior.
Right.
Correct. That's a fact.
Not at all. But when was this? April, I think it was. Was it April? Last April. Wow, this time goes by so fast. Check this out. Oh, next month is going to be my father's 2nd year anniversary, and I'm just like, just numb to it. Like it's not even making sense. I'm trying to show this, and y'all gonna be like, "What, Foxy?" I think I posted it on Instagram. It was last month. Wow, it was last year. Okay, so I went down to go. Speaking of Dr. Umar, Wally.
Oh, right, yeah. I remember that post. I remember that son of a gun post.
So, damn, it's a year already. Sheesh.
I remember that pic because I said to you, sent you a message like you should have asked him about the school, or did you ask him about?
Oh yeah. Another person was like, some people.
Yeah, he said he got the white people to build it now. Oh, that's son of a gun right there.
They was like, did he do this? Did he do that? No, I was like, no, I told him, I was like, I said salute to you. And he was going in to get something to eat, and I was coming out of a store. I was coming out of a spiritual, not spiritual, it's like a metaphysics store where I get like my cards and my incense and things of that nature. And I was like, oh shit, because I saw 2 other people talking to him, and I was like, oh word, Dr. Umar. I was like, oh, what's up? And he was like, hey, and I was like, hey, salute to you. And he said, where are you from? And I was like, I'm from here. He's like, no, but where are you from? And I was like, I'm from the Bronx. He was like, oh, I just came from the Bronx. I was like, okay. He said, I had a funeral that I'm coming from. And I was like, all right, well, I don't want to hold you. I said, thank you. I said, do you mind if I take a picture though? And he was like, no, not at all. So he, came in, I took a picture, and he gives me this bear hug and kisses me right on my cheek. And goes into the store. And I was like, okay. So
he does that to all.
That's what he does with all the ladies. You see him taking pictures. He's always with the ladies.
I was about to say.
I Dr. Umar is more in the past couple of years, like almost just like, I would say in the last 2-3 years, it's just been more gimmicky than anything, and I get where he's coming from as far as like, like not wanting to stick with Black people procreate and things of that nature. He also just got his citizenship in Ghana too, and became a Ghanaian citizen. But I mean, like, I get what he's saying in certain things, but my thing, what appealed to me about Dr. Umar was what he was talking about with children and in school, specifically for the Black boys. And I had a situation like that with my son. So I was like, he resonated with me, and he's good with that part. But then it becomes this like little, gimmicky thing. And it's like no snow bunnies and stuff of that nature. And I'm like, I get it. But at the same time, I'm like, people are questioning your stuff, and it's like, it's hard.
Let's be real. You be using those snow bunnies in them arguments. Right. I'd be like, why are you using the snow bunnies now, man?
He's like, what did he say? Kumani over politics, back shots. What did he say? Consciousness over.
He said.
He always got some catchphrase, but consciousness over cooking.
Hey, oh man, okay, that's good. But it was even funnier, right? Because I remember seeing a clip, right? and this was on Hurricane Chris. Like, granted, yes, Hurricane Chris may make his crazy statements here and there as well. But one thing I will say that was actually smart that he did say was, you know what? Because he was talking on Dr. Umar. He was like, I don't trust Dr. Umar. See, when a guy like that speaks the way he speaks and speak in that tone and that speak and just speak in the verbiage that he speaks to versus actually breaking it down, you can't trust that guy. And I was like, well, here it is. Because it's like, you throwing down very big information, but it's like that big information is not breakable down to a smaller population that don't understand the information that you're breaking down.
Right. And see, with Umar, also like how Brother Sabir Bey has, brought out is that, he'll always keep talking the black talk. And it's like, that goes good, but so far, like, look, Ghana's like, come on back, you black people in America. But it's not, it legally, those terms don't stand. And it's like, it's detrimental when you hear, like, Umar has a big platform and he's not really, they just want to keep you in the slave narrative. They want to just keep you in the black and white thing and the oppressor and the oppressor. And it's like, when do we get out of that? Right. And it's a shame that he is smart and he does have, the doctorate, not the doctorate, his name is doctor, but he has the degrees and the wherewithal to really educate what's really going on. And it's like, no, you just keep us dumb enough to, follow the crowd.
Because again, this is what I'm saying. He chooses to be a worldwide entertainer versus choosing to be a guy that's literally focused on the task at hand.
Yeah.
So it's like a pick and choose. Like, don't tell me you going way around the clock. It's like, why are you not focused on school? Who you have focused on the school here?
Exactly. And a lot of people are questioning that. And the school still, if you look at it, it's kind of looking still like half completed and half run down. I remember maybe about 3 years ago it was that he sat down with Lord Jamar and, well, he didn't sit down. It was like a panel. And Lord Jamar said, hey, listen, my uncle in New York, if you need help, I could easily get him to help you with, whatever it needs to be done down there. He opened up a school in New York and, he had those redlining and all that. And Umar turned him down, was like, no, I'm good. I'm doing this myself.
Yeah, that's the problem. You're doing it yourself and you ain't getting nothing done. See, but that's the thing. See, and that's what I'm saying. He's very much a hypocrite, because how the hell are you going to talk about the black man and the black woman need to stand together and all this other stuff and we need to be united? But then here you are. You get a brother that's trying to unite with you and help you build a school, but yet you deny it. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Or telling men to take care of their children, but yet he's in the top of the algorithm the last 2 weeks for a daughter coming out of nowhere who's 22 saying that's her father, and she got the proof and everything, So I'm with you.
Because me and the guys that me and the people that I talked to, we talked about that, and I'm like, so at first I'm like, wait a minute, he had a daughter? Huh? Yep. Wait, ¿qué pasó? I'm like, okay. Well, one, I'm like, I'm like, shit, I'm trying to figure out, like, because on one side of me is like, whether the daughter came from, and then on another side of me is like, nigga, how the hell you let this motherfucker come out of nowhere, and then you over here talking mad-ish?
Correct.
Yeah, he's mentioned he had children. I always thought it was a boy and a girl, but he never talks about them often. And, and I get, like, in his status, as far as, like, not wanting people to see your children, I get that. But I didn't know that it was this diabolical.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my whole point. But see, that's the point. It's like, you over here talking about people, like, even like, if you remember the same interview on the Nick Cannon situation, right? Like, yes. Don't you feel like you're being a disturbance in some form or facet where it comes to you and your kids? And it's like, how are you going to hold him to saying that? But then yourself, you say that yourself, okay, you probably have kids outside of yourself from other relationships, but yet, I mean, how far and close are you with that? I'm like, okay, and yet you're not even in those homes and situations to say anything. So it's just very interesting. But now the Black Lives comes full circle, and so it's like,
and then it comes full circle, yeah. And I guess it was just a matter of time.
This is why I say, this is why people gotta. I mean, y'all always looking for these. I mean, granted, this is the thing. Like, it is very questionable. It's like, I get it. We're always looking for someone to champion, but it's like, when are you gonna start looking in the mirror and championing yourself?
Right. And that's the problem. But see, this goes also back to what has been presented for the past 60 years or 70 years. You know, they've given you these leaders, but then they take them out. So everybody's been used to that leader coming in. And now it's like, okay, well, you have to save yourself. Because every time they put somebody up there or somebody gets up into that position, that one person they're taken down. And now you got people that you look at like Umar, that, you know, he's going on different platforms. He's even on some type of like game show type thing. And I was just like, what? Like almost like on the pop the balloon type. And I was like, oh, he's gotten real far.
I'm trying to tell you.
Left.
So far left. That celebrity energy, they crave it so bad. I'm like, no. But you know, but that's why I was like, for me, it's like when I look at it, it's like it just goes back to the same narrative. It's like you need to add on to the problem that is already slowly occurring up. It's like, this is why I say it is like when it comes to like even the sense of music, it's like, okay, yeah, you can champion who you want to champion, but it's like, you know, it's not the most important thing when you listen to this, like certain people, but yet you champion that person for whatever reason. It's like, okay, have fun.
Right.
Truth always comes out, man. Truth always reveals itself.
Because the funny thing is, like, regardless how anyone, you know, quote unquote, feels about the quote unquote the battle between you know who, is like, I remember seeing this clip, right? Because I remember seeing the throwback clip of the interview, and you know, Kendrick was talking to, I forgot who he was talking to exactly, but he was talking to a few people that were in the industry and all that. And he was basically talking about how himself, when he came into this, he was not looking to be quote unquote a role model for music. But he had to understand like, hey, look, but I was getting people coming up to me. I was getting people saying that they influenced me. I influenced them through my music. And from there, he had to realize this is much bigger than him. And because of that, he had to sit there, he had to sit down with himself and be like, who else is out here really trying to do this? And it's like, there's nobody. So he had to ask himself two things. It's like, neither A, do I just be like, I still be me and just keep doing me, or do I have to switch up because I know who's listening, who's watching me and listening what I do and then how I move. And that's the thing, is like, y'all play these roles, but y'all can say I didn't want to be role models, but guess what? That's what you're doing at the end of the day. Someone's looking at you, imitating you, visualizing what you do. The music speaks louder than the words, and the reality is like, this is what you sell. So when everyone wants to be like you, it's you know, you want to sit and say, oh, you didn't want to be the role model. It doesn't matter if you wanted to be or not. You put yourself in that position.
Right.
And this is why it's like, it's easy for people, like, granted, you just trying to get a check, and hey, that's all good, but someone out here, but you getting the check is you being detrimental to a whole visual of people that's looking at you and be like, well, shoot, if you do it this way, then I guess I can do it too. And it's not the case. So I mean, look.
Yeah, and Kendrick said it. He's like, I ain't nobody's savior.
He's not, because who are you gonna save? You can only do so much. It's like, granted, everyone is not going to be able to be savable. That's one thing. But even then, for those that can be, it's like, who are you really going to save with this? It's like, think about it. If we can't even come to a consumption of, if I sit here and told you today, like, oh, if you told me who's the GOAT, But guess what you're gonna do? If I said, okay, for the overall complexity, someone's gonna say, oh, this person's the GOAT. But guess what they're gonna do to throw a jab or throw a knife at him? They're gonna say, well, he may be the best artist, but he's not a better rapper. Like, what's the point? Is it neither one or none? This is about being the person, not, oh, well, you want to take a jab just because. And it's like, okay, well, you take the jab. It's like, again, you don't have no conception. So it's like, everyone's gonna take whoever they're gonna take, and that, you know, that's all good. But that's why I'm like, the idea of where this is like, this is why I say this thing gets shaky. And I ain't gonna lie, this is why I say music in a lot of ways is like, it's very much entertainment, because this is my overall like ideas of the game right now. I will sit here and say Kendrick, he is the top guy right now, however you want to feel. Like, neither Kendrick or Cole, whoever you want to feel for your top guy, between the three of them, just in as far as talking about them, it can either be Kendrick, it can either be Cole for you, as far as music for what it was supposed to be for. That could be whoever your top guy is, pick and choose, right? But then at the same time, then there is Drake. And I'll sit here and say Drake is the king of the unsensitized music of hip hop, meaning the entertainment fun, you know, jam it, you know, all that other thing. So that's just what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a breaking of the guards, a changing of the guards, that whole system being dismantled. So it's going to be in the next 20 years or next 50 years of hip hop, the way it is, I don't even think it'll make it to 50 years, to be honest. It just doesn't have the legs and the stamina. You don't have what grew from being something organic and conscious is now watered down to violence and sex. And it's like, yeah, that sex sells, but can it hold for 50 years? I mean, prostitution did, but I mean, you know, what I'm saying is, it's like everybody's saying the same thing now. So it's like, how does it hold up? Where does it? I don't think it can last to 50 years, another 50 years.
I mean, as far as that, because here's another clip I saw right the other day, which had to change my perspective on it, right? Because I saw a clip of Nelly with on Drink Champs, right? And he was talking about, hey man, y'all can't hate them now. Y'all the ones let them in. Y'all choose to play these types of music and play these roles, but now when you get a real stripper coming in here talking that music, now you mad. Oh, now you got the real hoe coming from the streets. Now you mad. Y'all enter the door for them. Y'all enter the door. Y'all made the door. It was fun now when y'all made the songs, but now when you got a real one coming through, popping out, now you mad. Oh, you got I forgot what Little Durk's homeboy that passed away after his little fiasco. You got him coming through. Now you got the drill rap scene. Oh yeah, y'all did gangster rap. Now y'all got a real gangster coming through and popping shots. Right. You know what? From that perspective, it's like, I have to admit it, he has a point, because it's like, if you open that door in that venue, and guess what? All these other nuances, they're all just watered down versions of the ones that you started. It's like, yeah, y'all may have not did it to this extent, but trust and believe me, y'all damn sure opened the door to it.
Facts. True. And so that's what I'm saying. So where in 50 years do you see hip hop going to be?
See it, but that all depends. Because my thing is, again, it's like, if people don't like where hip hop's at, what are you gonna do about it though? No one within the community that knows what it's about is taking control of it or making a label out of it. And no one's trying to really, quote unquote, say that, hey, this is ours. If it's really yours, then you control the narrative. Go out there and control the narrative. Make your label. Make your stands. But no one wants to do that. So you didn't get to make think about it. I've seen conversations, like even with Pharrell. I remember someone I knew in YouTube. Pharrell made a conversation about, you know, people in the industry one way or another, or something like that, about labels and, you know, not doing this or that. And I'm like, bro, Pharrell, you're Pharrell. If you wanted to, if you so pressed about that, why you don't make one? So it's like, again, You got the right people in the right areas to do this, but y'all don't want to make one. But then again, it's like either which way. If y'all make one, are you doing it and then co-opting yourself with the other guys? Because that's what all these labels are. At the end of the day, all these labels are one way or another. Yeah, so you know they're all in like bottleneck under the next person.
Right. I mean, I feel like this. I don't know if hip hop could survive, or rap music, yes, but hip hop, I don't think it could survive another 50 years. What could happen in 25 years is that there's going to be a shakeup with all these record labels, because we only got a few more people left that are heavy hitters. Clive Davis is one of them. I don't know if Tommy Mottola's still alive, but you know, there's a few Jay-Z's still running around here. So
yeah, but no one ain't really signed to Jay-Z.
No, but what I foresee is that it'll collapse on itself, and then in another 25 years it could resurrect again, because like I said, you know, hip hop started as organic and consciousness, not even so much talking about Brand Nubians, but when you think about 1973 or you think about 1971 and in the 70s, South Bronx, you know, Harlem, Brooklyn, when the youth were being you know, it was really bad. You could see this stuff on YouTube. You could see clips being circulated. Like, it was that bad. I wasn't born yet, but I was coming in after the ramifications of that. And it was rough. It was rough. And so the youth organized together to make a positive situation out of a negative one. And so I don't know if that could be replicated again, because no one's doing that extent anymore. It's a different type of getting rid of people. It's not the same way as it was back in the 70s and the 80s. But I don't think it could be like where it's positive again, not for another like 25 years. I think something really drastic has to happen. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, look, I say it like this, right? To add what you're saying, I always say this. One, it's always about the person, and two, it's about what are you looking to do out of it. It's like, because I know, like I have a friend of mine, he's in the music, and for him, he is like, because he's doing his music thing and all that, he's trying to see where it goes. But for him, it's like he says it himself, like he wouldn't want to be in that type of atmosphere like that overall. He's just trying to come in, get his paper, and then, you know, do his thing.
Right.
But for me, I'm like, but you already know it's gonna come with it regardless. It's like, what more are you gonna do with that? It's like there ain't no ducking and dodging it. You already know what's coming. Yeah. But the thing is, it's all about what you are trying to control and what you're trying to convey, and then move on. It's like everyone's gonna do something. I just think the problem is with the industry right now is because, of course, people are in that mindset of it's gotta be through them, and if it ain't through them, then you ain't gonna be nothing. But the thing is, thanks to the power of YouTube, thanks to the power of all these other things and all these other platforms, people will find you. The thing is, are you willing to be that person? Because it's like, what has stopped Locksmith from being what he does? Locksmith ain't have to be co-opted and sliding through the industry, but he still goes out there and be seen and get his music heard, and it still fly. So it's like, what more do you want? It's like, you have to know, like, there is a certain criteria. And I think that's the problem. People think that there ain't no money in it if you do it on your own. It's like, that's a lie. Right.
And it's also just a little harder, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen.
It's a little hard, but that's the...
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry. No, I'm just going to say, like, yeah, it definitely is a little bit harder, but that's the thing about the understanding of this. It's like, anything you do, you always want to make sure your ducks are in a row, like anything. Because this is now an entity that they prophesize of being a quote-unquote business. So you always got to make sure of everything you do, because again, you just can't take a beat from someone that used back in the damn days and just, you know, drop it on your song and then you're just cool with it. No, that don't work like that. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so you got to actually have that mindset. And it's like, yeah, that's part of the thing right there. And but this is the thing, right? They put that barrier there and saying it's a business. Why? Because now guess what they do? They force you to come to them because they understand you're not willing to do the requirements, aka crack open a book where all the secrets lie. Especially now, guess what? We got little mini computers called a cell phone, and we can literally just do everything we need to do. There's people out here even now today, like they'll tell you how the quickest way to get on. Like if you know someone, they can tell you like what many avenues to get on the radio. Like there's certain people that can get you on the radio, on a local radio, that will play your music for free, and all you have to do is just send it. So it's like you have to find those people, gotta know those information, you gotta know those, you gotta do the work. And if you can't do it yourself, then get somebody with you that's competent enough to do it. And I think that's the problem. It's like we're trying to be so like people want to make jokes and talk about this person, acting white or whatever. It's like, hey, look here. If you have a brother that is a lawyer, would you rather trust the brother that's a lawyer or trust the white man that's a lawyer? Which one you want to do? But again, it's like, I don't know. People just choose to be funny with it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to get in your own way, then get in your own way. But don't be mad when the deals come out and then you sign on the dotted line and now you feel like you just been haggled. It's like you chose this. That's your fault.
And like I had mentioned earlier, that a lot of us, because we're getting into this arena of being an entrepreneur and having our own business and getting LLCs and things of that nature, right? But and there's nothing wrong with that, disclaimer. But the but comes in when you all can't be the boss. We need workers out here. And
see, and that's the thing.
We need the people to get the cobs and the wheels functioning. Why? Because you don't want to be working on the plantation anymore. You don't want to be with the man. You don't want to work with the man and stuff. But listen, there's nothing wrong with doing a 9 to 5, the 8 to 4, the 12 to whatever midnight shift that you're doing, right? And collecting that hard-earned money that you made and putting that aside towards your business that you want to do. Like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater because you seeing everybody, you thinking all this glitter is gold by being your own boss and you could do this on it. No, it takes steps.
Right. The grass is greener on the other side.
Yeah. And they're thinking, because this one, and there's nothing wrong with that. Having your job and letting your job pay for itself, meaning your business, having it pay for your business. Because you have a lot of people that are just glorifying looking out here on social media. And a lot of it's just propaganda because most of these people are just actors coming up here and showing you that, you could be this, you could do this, that, and the third. Meanwhile, it's a whole big blank, what they call a dummy account. There's nothing there. So, and I'm from a generation, not only a generation, but generations of what they call blue collar workers. So we always been about getting our hands dirty, getting our feet, doing things, bootstrapping it up and keeping it moving and working hard and getting our pensions and our salaries and our benefits and so forth and so on. Because let me tell you something, what people are not telling you when you are an entrepreneur, when you are your own corporation, the niceties of you having your insurance through a company, now you pay that insurance and you may not be able to afford the insurance to go see a doctor or get your teeth fixed or what have you. And it costs. So sometimes you're like, I ain't going to get my teeth done today. I won't see the dentist today because I got to pay this premium out, right? It's a lot to it. It's not just wanting to be a boss because you tired of working for somebody. Like there's all these other small, and then if you have a family, God forbid you got a family and you want to be Mr. or Mrs. Big Boss, big time. Listen, I personally, I like to be the doer. I'm a little worker bee. I don't mind being the worker bee. I've done it all my life. That's all I know. And like I said, I'm the type of person that I like the devil that I know, because then I get shit done. I have vision. I don't like uncertainties. And me being a business person on my own, there's an uncertainty to that. And that's you know, I don't like to gamble, so I'm not going to gamble on that because I like to be comforted. I have children. If I was by myself, I'd probably do all the risk. I probably wouldn't even be here, honestly. I'd probably be in the pearly skies, seriously. So my children were the ones that grounded me, my daughter, my oldest. So I had to always be thinking for somebody else. I couldn't think for myself. So I had to go in and get these jobs. My grandparents, my grandmothers, there was no thing of laying up on the couch. It was like you either go to work or you go to school, but there's no laying here. So my mindset has always been like, do. I didn't know really, you could be your own person. You could be your own boss. You could do this, that, and the third. I learned it late in the game, in my 40s. And I'm like, I don't know. You know, whatever it's meant for me is meant for me. But I mean, there's a lot to it than just hearing people say, you don't want to work for the man no more? Here's what you could do. No, it's the snake oil trick. Like, no. You gotta really do homework and invest and think about these things. And it is a gamble. It is a gamble because you got to go out there now. You go cold turkey and you say, I quit my job because now you got your little truck drivers, whatever, or you got a business with clothing, makeup. Your first year or two is not going to generate that money back. It's years in before you could see that. People are not having those conversations. That's why with Dr. Claude Anderson and his Powernomics, when talking about these type of things and the so-called Black power, right? It's economics because we weren't taught that. We're not even really taught that in school, let alone with our parents. They're not giving us financial literacy. Even if we wanted to have our own, it's not being discussed of what you can do and the steps to take it. So what's going to happen is you got people out here wanting to just launch off and not realizing what the repercussions are behind it.
Pretty much.
There's nothing wrong with it wanting to be your own boss and, not answering to nobody. I didn't say that's the problem. The problem is what you don't understand behind all that and how that person got to that level. And before you could see any money and sit there and talk about you a boss, it's going to take you at least a good 5 years at tops. So we just got to be, mindful and doing our due diligence and thinking before we act on things. But all right. I think, Wally, you have any other things to add into? We talked about Ghana. We talked about, sovereignty. And we talked about a little bit about aliens. Maybach was bringing in aliens.
Okay, yeah, I came towards that tail end of the part where you mentioned the aliens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A little great.
Yeah. I mean, look. Like I said before, it's very interesting. But there's one thing's for sure is a lot of people are getting smarter with the game. It's just going to be very few than none.
Yeah.
And that's just the main thing. It's going to be very few than none. Some people are still going to be co-op and signing up deals because that's all they're able to do.
Right.
And others are going to be able to realize, hey, look here, I understand that there's better moves to do than signing up because signing up is a long-term waste. Like for me personally, I would never sign up. I don't give a freak what I don't care. It wouldn't be no purpose for me. I'm not signing away my hard-earned work and who I am and strip that away and give it to you and give you all my music. Like, no, I ain't doing that. I ain't gonna give you a piece of me all the way to you, and then you just constantly sucking in all that revenue. And then by the time I'm able to even get a piece of that revenue, I'm pretty much left with the chump change. Oh hell.
Right.
So that's one thing for me. Is like
I salute that.
No, because it's like you gotta think about it. Like it's one thing if it was just okay, you just made music, right? It's like, oh, I just made a popular song. Here you go, toss it. I don't care. I don't give a freak about that. But when it's personal to me, hell no, I'm not giving that away. Fuck no. Oh hell no.
Right.
I will not give that away. It's pointless. Because if I give that away, I may as well say I sold my soul at that point.
Right. Yeah, it's a fine line. And now, I think it's easier as opposed to 50 years ago or 60 years ago, even back when Sam Cooke was, in the business and things of that nature. It's easier now as far as getting access to certain things independently, as opposed to going through the corporation, the machine, and you had to deal with one person, or, you have to deal with this group of people. Like now you have access to, get stuff done and go through, bypass their lawyers or whatever, bypass their firewalls, and you can get the information through not social media, but through the web. Yeah, right, as opposed to 50 years ago, 70 years ago, it wasn't. They really had to really do a lot of more grassroots and deal with certain people that if the company told you, just like I said with Sam Cooke, case in point, he was going to start up his own record label. Now here's a black man in Jim Crow era about to have his own record label. Forget about masters. He was about to have he was about to be this Motown. He wasn't record label, right? He wasn't having like Motown, like how Berry Gordy, but and Sam Cooke was before Berry Gordy. So see what happened with Sam Cooke.
Right.
So now it's a little easier for us that we do have access because we have the World Wide Web. We can pull things and learn our laws, our bylaws, or how we can get around these people. We don't really need to have lawyers. You just need to be smart enough to know, copyrights and track, the trademarks, right? And, restrictions. Right. Once you learn all that stuff, and if you're smart enough and you like to read, you're going to be all right. You're going to be all right. So there's hope. I feel like everything will be more independently done, which is good. But again, at some point, because we're not meant to be individuals, we are, but we're also a collective. We're hive. We're the hive mob. And at some point, it's going to come back again together. And the industry may not be as iron fist as it was once upon a time, but it'll be there. It'll be there because people are going to want to have deals. If they're going to go overseas, what is done here may be a little different when you go overseas and conduct business. So you may need a group of people you get out to, broader your spectrum, not just here in the States. So I can see where the corporation can come in and work. You building up a little organization and having people work for you. But
but that's why I say like a lot of people got to start building teams, because it's like for me like because like when you tell me some of my readings and all that, and the whole music part in between in there and all that, and I don't know where is that gonna go exactly, but for me it's like I already thought that ahead. Is like you look at a lot of these, like you buy a CD, you look at the little pamphlet, it's like it's giving you the whole cheat code. It's showing you everything.
True.
And it's giving
if you read, because people don't like to read. I used to love I still got cassette tape. Wally, I kid you not. Not only would they write the words, the lyrics to the song, but I look back to see, who was the writer, who, all that stuff on the pamphlet.
Producer, all that,
Producer, right.
So it's all right there. It's like, ladies and gentlemen, it's like the moment, because like easily I can see that and be like what goes into it. And when I see that, I'd be like, damn, that's what goes into it. You got to have this, you got to have your own PR, you got to have all that. I'm like, when you realize it, that's what I'm saying. Like, people got to have teams out here. It ain't nothing like one man, one woman, that's it. It's like you really got to have a team. And if you don't got a team behind you, then you dead.
Exactly.
And that's why these industries can do that to you, because it's like they're letting you know, hey, we have everything you need right here. Just come sign with us.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the problem. Signing with you ain't a freaking fair deal.
No, and not only that, but they're doing the life insurance thing on top of that.
Right, exactly. And they ain't gonna tell you nothing about that neither, because they're gonna try to get, because they're not teaching you that stuff for you to back up your own damn family.
Exactly.
So so again, it goes to show like it's all like fool's gold. That's
Yep.
why it's like, see that's why it's like it's crazy. Because even for my homeboy, he would say this up because the only reason I remember he told me the only reason he would ever consider signing if he knows he can get his own label, like in the mix of the deal, like he try to get his own label. So he'll take that little piece of sacrifice just say he gets his own label. I'm like, I get all of that, and I'm like, but let's be real, you're still gonna have to bring up your own people, right? So it's like, why not just build your own?
Right.
Just get your own, just as you go, you get that money, you get all those dividends, you make all those investments, build your own, and then bring people in. I mean, you already got people that you can put on a team, so it's like, what more? Like, why even dare even try to even do it with anybody else? So with anybody else, you're only stripping more money anyways away from yourself than keeping it all in house.
Right.
So,
and I hope that people are really paying attention to what happened to these the industry people and how they've always, like, I mean, case in point, Angie Stone, like she was just talking about all this 2 weeks ago,
right? Like her shit like her music was getting snatched. She wasn't getting her royalties. The royalties were getting collected. Next thing you knew, unreasonable death of Angie Stone's. No one don't have no buyouts, no nothing.
Right, and the only one out of 9 people. So listen, they're doing this. They have been doing this. So if you're really ready to, as they say, sell your soul, because once they take out these contracts out on you, that's it. And people back in the days, again, when I say how everything started in the beginning with hip hop, I'm going to go specifically with hip hop because I'm more closer to that genre than I am with a Sam Cooke, even though I love his music. But that's my mother's generation. I don't really know. We hear the stories. They got bad deals too. But the rappers, they can tell you now, hey, we had a 360. We were getting jerked. A lot of them just wanted to come in and, show their talent. It wasn't really about money. And what they saw that they could get money from it, that's when the game changed. And so now these companies, these labels, were seeing, these little urban kids, they want to get money and we need money. Sure, okay, let's go. Taking these kids for a ride, giving them trinkets, and then boom, they're not. And remember, these are like, some of them are college bound young people. I'm not gonna say they're all high school students, but most of these, when we call them the founding fathers of hip hop and stuff, these were like young adults. And again, we're not being taught financial literacy, so I don't know if they really was just that gung-ho about getting in and not really looking at these deals. But remember, everything's written like in these fine prints. No one's really reading that. Some of this stuff is written in legal jargon that you've never seen before. So you're just like, sure, I'll sign a headline. And that's how they get you, because they got their lawyers doing the paperwork, but you don't have a lawyer
to look over the paperwork. Right. Yeah. So funny enough, my pal, sorry, go.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, yeah, because the same guy that I was talking about, because he actually was able to get a deal, and he was kind of like, to him, he was like, man, I gave it to my lawyer. My lawyer looked at it, he was like, this is clean as it gets, and I'm like, but it was like certain things that were just sitting there, and he was just like, he wasn't thinking about signing, and I'm like, well, what is there that you had, like, you've seen or read that you're still thinking about that you haven't seen? Like for instance, what happens if the album don't, quote unquote, resets back the money? I'm like, they haven't put all that stuff in there. Okay. See, and that's my thing. It's like that small piece of information. Like, if you don't have all that details in there, then it's like, what are you really trying to sell me here?
Yeah.
So it's like, again, these labels, they just think, you just gotta buy in. It's like, no. Because to him, he was like, when he saw it, he was like, he knew what he was missing, and I'm just like, because he was telling me, and I'm thinking to myself, like, hold up. So did it has this part in it? Does it tells you like, well, what if happens if this were to be hold up or however it may be? And it's like, nah. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't they not say that? It's like, see, so it's like it's very tough. So that's why I'd be like, a lot of that stuff that they may not tell you or they may not mention until you actually say something, and they're like, oh, they didn't think you would be smart enough to actually act, because they sort of like hear your language or your tone of how you're saying music, and they think, oh, okay, we're gonna get a free head off of him. Like, no, that's not quite. And it's like, yeah, so that might be like, man, the idea of sign is crazy.
Yeah, and if they do, I hope that they are learning their lesson with these deals, with the young rappers. I can't say that Pop Smoke, I don't know if that was the setup to get him up out of here as far as in the record label. I kind of want to say that's what happened with XXX, right? Because as soon as he shifted his trajectory and was changing, if you will,
the musical tones.
Yes, he was taken up out of here, right? So
yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's a lot of things.
He was kind of like an underground. He wasn't really in the big companies like that per se, but they were trying to get him in. And I don't know if he was actually signed to a label at the time of his demise. But what I'm saying is that
not that I would know of.
I don't know. That's still that one.
I'm about to check it out.
Yeah, that one hurts my heart. Him and Pop Smoke, because they were the same age, and my son was the same age as them as well. And all I could just see is my son. Granted, XXX was, he was a wild little boy and getting into things, but he once he got sat down and realized this ain't it, and he realized about the frequency of music and things.
Yeah, he was signed under a label.
He was signed. Okay. So there.
Yeah. So I'm guessing he had his own, which was Bad Vibes Forever. I think that was his own swap that he had on his own section, but it co-opted with neither Empire, Capital, Music Group, Caroline, or as they once was known as Virgin Music, and then Columbia.
And who's running over in Columbia though?
Wait, oh yeah, the Sony's Music, AK. Oh yeah, Sony's. Yeah, that was under Sony's.
Yeah, AKA Mr. Clyde Davis. So yeah, when those old allegories are gone, things will shift. But what I'm saying is, my message is that I hope that the younger group have been paying attention to what's been going on with their class. Their generation and the generation before them, of these deals that have been happening, and it's going to keep happening as long as you keep running to them and saying, "Oh."
If I'm not mistaken, I was going to talk about something similar because Young Dolph was the perfect example. Because people were talking about that same thing. It was like him being got off the way he was, the way that it happened, and it's like, well. Someone broke it down. They was like, yep, pretty much the same thing. It's like, if he was signed under that and everything else, he was pretty much, quote unquote, a nice little laundry bag of money.
And Takeoff with the Migos. Too.
Yep, but but that's my thing is. Go ahead.
No, I was asking who was the guy that was going. He had his girlfriend. They were in Cali. And he it's not a Young Dolph, but he was something BMF or something like that. I don't know. He died like he and they got him at a chicken and waffle house. And he was with his.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That was wild.
Yeah, a lot of that is a pick and choose, and that's what I'm saying. Like. Because a lot of these situations with anybody, it's all co-op. Because it's like on one side you could say it was all a setup, but then on another side you could say, well, based upon certain transactions, it's a lot of other things. Because especially with Triple X, people were saying, oh, so it may have something to do with Drake because of the whole factor point of him and Drake going back and forth, and you know all these other things. But you know,
Aubrey.
as a pick and choose. Yeah, Mr. Arbery, Mr. You know, Degrassi.
Yeah, but I could see that storyline happening the way, because I watched what is it? Look at Me on Hulu. It's a documentary about XXX, and that's when I really was like, whoa. It hit me even more, and I was sobbing at the end of the movie. And then I started hearing like the murmurs about Aubrey, wheelchair Jimmy, and I was like, that's plausible. He's in the position that he did. That's plausible.
And
just
you know, and a lot of people. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was watching the court case, and when the trial was happening and the sentencing, because I was really invested. This little boy, I don't know what it was. I think it was just simpatico.
Yeah, I was watching it too.
Age. Yeah, and it really like gripped me. It hit me, and I was just like watching when he went to go get the money out of the bank, and I was like, no, he's been watched. Like they've been watching him. Somebody was watching.
Yeah,
and I even think the bank teller was in on. They tried to get her too because she testified, because they was like, well, why was it taking her so long and she couldn't get the whole $250,000? And he was, it was such a long time, but that was his bank. He's always gone there. So I don't know. I think that was our job too. But
see. And that's why I'm saying a lot of it was very weird, because it's one thing, right? Because it's like, was there any intel that he was going these paths or he was going these ways? No, there was no sort of picture. I don't think so. He posted anything about he could get a new car at the dealership or something like that, as far as I remember.
No, he wasn't posting, but he was making like a route within the past 2 weeks. I think he was like doing the donation as part of his probation, like he was doing the donation to the kids and stuff. So he had kind of like a route. So I think somebody was watching that route with him.
Yeah, they'll probably understand the route.
A couple of times. He did that bank route, and I think he went to I don't know if he went to the dealership another time, but he kind of did that route like once or twice, and somebody was watching that.
Yeah, but
but he wasn't but the reason like, I'm over here, guys, check me out. Like he wasn't saying that. He wasn't doing that.
Right. No, because the main thing why I was saying that is because, because the only small things that I just look at and it was just very off-putting was, okay, one, you're constantly going to go get cash straight up. It's like we're in a day and age where credit card's a thing. I mean, granted, hey, if you want to do what you want to do you. But I think at this point, if you're gonna go get a big amounts of money in your hands, this whole idea of like, oh, the telephone, the cash telephone in your hand stuff, that's goofy as hell. I'm sorry, like, you got really credit cards, you got debit cards, use those things, because you would have been out of there way more faster and way more easier and got whatever you was trying to get earlier. But at the same time, it's like, this is part of the thing of just life in general. Is like you thinking you're good or you're safe or you got no enemies. Like, no, you always got enemies. There's always someone that can follow and try to come for you. It's like you better have somebody around you at some point. Like you gotta have some type of people watching.
Remember, he was just 20. He's just getting it.
Yeah.
So these young guys are just credit cards is like, how quickly are you getting a credit card? It's mostly a debit card. And so, cash is like the most quickest thing. Like that in their eyes, it's like, oh, if I have money, I can go buy this. But the credit card, like they got to go through a process. So I can see him not having a credit. Everything he did was right to me. Like he wants to buy this car or whatever he was buying. Sure, I have the money in my bank. Why not?
No, yeah, I'm not saying what he did was wrong. I'm just saying, like, just because you know how it is, like, in the landscape of it all, and because of the position you are in, it's like, you never want to be in that type of position because you never know who's really watching you. You never know who's really watching you. And, so that's why I'm saying, like, it's very crazy that, the way he got caught up. And I was like, because of me personally, it's like, even if he did expose the idea of like, he's trying to tell you the idea, like, the rhythm within the beats and how the rhythm in the beats are sell to certain people in certain ways and how they got the rhythms being sold. You know, you have to be careful. But it's like that trouble never came until after the real trouble never came until he exposed Drake. Because, you know, people saying, you know, Drake need to be copying or mirroring, you know, people's style or, you know, however such things you pick and choose. And it's like once that came through, it's like now this is where his death comes through. But it's like you need another plausible moment just to come and strike. And it's like, ooh, you gave them a reason. So it's like now it's like, okay, we do this. And you know, I'm not saying Drake did or if he didn't. But what I am saying is it comes to a point of saying this, right? Even if you didn't, why keep making songs about someone that's already gone and you constantly keep dissing them and they're gone? But yet you want me to coddle this guy and this guy is talking about more life, but yeah, you're also talking about the life of someone being passed away. But you want me to coddle this guy and because he's being defamed for his character of him being quote unquote, you know what? And it's like, again, people like to make certain support gestures for certain people, but it's like you call it like the dude is a spade. Like you're getting what you deserve, regardless how it's being done. But you're sort of getting what you deserve, and it's coming full circle. But the thing is, like, I mean, look, all that stuff.
As they say, God don't like ugly.
Right. So it's like, look, for me, I always say it like this. Drake would never be in this position if he just be a man and just talk to Kendrick, honestly. Because he honestly shows that he's a guy that never was about, you know, about that type of friendships where, you know, you got your brothers picking up on you, but they're not picking on you just to pick on you. They're picking on you just because you bros. Like, you know, they're just busting chops. And, you know, and I get it. If you're not from that, you're not from that. But just speak on that. And if Kendrick was truly a down brother like he said he is, he would understand that. And I think that we would never have this what it is right now today. But that's the problem. Yeah. It's like, but like Kendrick would say, rich nigga, broke phone.
And Kendrick, to me, because I was, it's funny because I was just telling my son about him earlier. Like, I said, watch the Be Humble video, and he's like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, you don't remember that album? And he was like, no. And then I told him the other song, DNA, and he was like, oh, okay, that was in the game. And I was like, yeah. So I said, Kendrick was showing you, because we were talking about religion, because I said, my son has taken on, he took his shahad and he's become a Muslim. And so so we were talking about religion, and I was like, yeah, Kendrick was letting people know then that he's a Hebrew. He was like, word? I was like, yeah. It's like he probably came to his enlightening or whatever. And I said, but Kendrick, I think that's the Gemini too. It's like that kind of like cockiness that he's like, I'm not going to bow down and step down to this boy's level. He's not leveling up to me. He's being a little biatch. Then why do I need to come down and so it became the battle of the egos. And
that's the thing. It became battle, like, because when you really think about this whole thing, like just generally, right? This was not a battle about who was better. This was about a battle of egos. This is about just the high school stuff. That's really what it was. Like, this was not about who's the greatest rapper or who's the greatest the greatest artist in the room. This was about the greatest ego. And Drake's ego got inflated real quick.
Yeah, it was, but I also think it was a battle for hip hop as well. Like, not the battle for hip hop, battle for the culture. And
I mean,
in my opinion, Kendrick won that for the culture because he's bringing a lot of, and Kendrick's, a lot of the older, like my generation, is looking at it like, damn, he brought this back to what we grew up hearing, what we were outside doing. To Drake is more like the club stuff, inside stuff. And it's like, we're not, a lot of us are not really listening to Drake like that because we're older, that we're not in the club like that. But Kendrick, when he brought all this back out, we were like, yes. So, I mean, lyrically, sonically, Drake is sonic. Like, you can hear Drake's music and you could just vibe out and stuff but like lyrically, to hear and really like get hip to game and stuff like that, I'd listen to Drake. I mean, to Kendrick. Kendrick is, you know, he has more substance. But the beef, the culture one. That's how I look at it.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, no, that's how, yeah, pretty much that's what it was. But I think in a lot of ways it's like, but you know, but that's why I said it's very very funny, because like at the start of this is why I say it was more of like an ego battle than it was about
True.
I
see that too.
Because because the reason why I say that is because the culture already know Drake lost. And when I say this, it's because the culture does not ride with Drake. But at the same note, so it's like for Drake, you already coming in here with an L, because the culture does not fuck with you like that. And you know this. No matter how much times you can say CC and BBs and, you know, Benakis and whatever you can swing around, but you know, it doesn't mess with you. No matter how much you swerve around your hair trying to incorporate the style and the image, but it doesn't really matter. It's like the industry knows that you ain't it. The culture knows that you ain't it. But it's like at the same time, it's like for Kendrick, I say it like this. Like Kendrick already know, like you knew an easy target when you get one, right? And I think that's why I'm saying, like, for the culture, was this really a W? No. And why? Because again, if the culture was the culture, it should have been Kendrick and J. Cole. Again, we're talking about the best.
Yeah, they're in the same class together, so I wouldn't see it as this.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that you're getting a beef. Like, let's get one thing clear, right? Think of it like KRS-One going against Big Daddy Kane. They were never in beef, but it was always about who was the better man.
True.
Who's the better rapper? So that's my whole point, and that's my thing. We're talking about the culture at the highest of the hype. The culture, and the battle between Kendrick and J. Cole would have been for the culture. That would have been the true battle for the culture. Between Kendrick and Drake, that was just a battle of egos. That wasn't for the culture. And that's why, for me, looking at it, it sucked, because it's like, I get it. You're a guy in the middle, and eventually your name is being thrown and tit-tatted in there a little bit. It's like, oh, wait a minute, whoa. I don't want to be a part of your mess. But it's like you come at a certain point, and it's like you already throw your hat in there. And on one side, I get that you took your hat out, but on another side, your apology is very funny. But I'm not gonna go into that. I'll worry about that later. Because when I re-listen back to his apology, I'm like, I know you did not just say what I think you just said. I know you did not just say that. How old are you, man? How old are you again? What? Oh, we in high school all over again, ain't we? Look, you go listen to the apology and listen to it nice and slow, because you're gonna see him blame everybody but himself.
That J. Cole blames everybody but himself?
Put it like this: he blamed the homies for pushing him into the game and pushing him into the game. Okay. And I was like, wait, because at first I'm listening to it and I'm like, all right, he said his apologies, he wanted to step out of it. I get all that. That it's cool. But then when I went back to go re-listen to it, I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Did you just say that you blame the homies for getting it? Ain't you a grown ass man? Ain't you the one that's supposed to be able to do and say what you want to do? How the fuck you let other people get you in this? And that's why I'm like, nope. When I re-listen to it, I'm like, nope, I ain't buying. Okay, now I'm not buying it. Now I'm like, you know what, Cole? You took an L. Screw you. Get out of here. Because all that, the same damn date, the same freaking date that Kendrick said, get y'all ish together. It's the same damn date. You said, oh, I'm stepping out. No. And that's why I said, for me, it felt very fabricated as far as just looking at it at an overall sense, not as a fanboy. Like, this looked very fabricated. And I'm like, bro, I'm not with this. I can't do it no more. It's like, ugh. It put a sour grape in my mouth. I'm like,
Yeah, I could see that too. I could see it definitely being fabricated by the industry and fluffing it up to being more than what it is. And it wasn't. But Kendrick delivered.
I mean, I won't. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying it was fabricated for more than what it is, because if it is, I blame it on them more than the industry. And again, because again,
Okay.
these three guys are able to control the scenery. Again, I'm sick and
True.
tired of blaming the middleman. I'm
True.
blaming y'all three in between if y'all allowing the industry to let y'all play yourselves. But the thing is, this is why I go back to it in more senses than none. Because again, there's haven't been never been a cold diss I've ever heard where he maliciously, like, came after a person's character other than just speaking a factual opinion that they feel about the artist, aka Kanye, aka Wale, and whatever else. And then yeah, there's some bits in between of some other statements that they made, about other people. So
Right.
I'm like again, so the pits and chews, the small tit for tat. This is however it is, have fun with it, whatever, fine. But that's why I'm like, when it all came back down to this whole thing, is like there's been multiple things, but my thing was, because it all goes back to the original part, right? And my only thing is this: I say this for everybody. Everyone wants to say and say, "Oh, Drake helped all y'all niggas' careers," but guess what? There was no problem with nothing. Yes, did Kendrick admitted it? Of course he did. Of course he admitted it. Yes, it was all thanks to him. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now, as far as getting pushed further into the spotlight. But notice one thing: when Kendrick threw that little hit of Control and took that song and made it what it was and made the scenery, what did Drake did? He cried like a perpetuated bitch on a mother loving. Like, bro, like, you can't make this up. Everyone else laughed and chuckled at shit like, oh, like, man, we just the homies, we just talking mess. Drake is the only one crying like a little bee. So guess what? But y'all want to sit here and say that, oh, well, he helped all y'all crews. How can y'all betray? No one didn't betray nothing. He was just crying because of a small little tit for tats of just conversations between bros. And he felt out, and of course he showed that he was out of place. Another perfect reason why you can tell he's not from the culture. But again, all this would have been all cleaned up if you just pick up a fucking phone and have the conversation. If you can have that conversation with freaking DMX, and then one year he comes back and say, you know what? Hey man, you know what? It was a big move of the young man to come and talk to me the way he did. Salute to him. You can do that with DMX, but you can't do that with Drake. I mean, you can't do that with Kendrick. Okay. So you feel very bitter.
Yeah, because DMX was like, I don't like the way you look. I don't like the way he talks. I don't like the way he looks. I don't like his face. Anyway, salute to Ronan. Ronan's in the building. Salute. I dropped the link if you want to come up. I guess we're not getting out of here.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I'm not going to really hold you up if you got to go, though. But,
no.
This little small thing.
Ronan's in here. I dropped the link if he wants to come up. I know he's in another time zone, too. So he's all, I don't know if he's 5 hours ahead of us, 3 hours behind us, 10 hours away from us. I don't know. But I dropped the link if he wants to come up.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
But
you got some good points.
No, but that's my main thing. Is like, again, I don't like. I know people will say like, Drake did what this and that. Like, again, I'm not discrediting that Drake didn't do what he did. But when people say like, oh, I don't know the exact word that they use in this whole situation when they say this, but the thing is this, right? Like, they've helped propel, like, or in certain facets. I just want one thing to let people know. Okay, Drake put them on. Let me get one thing clear about anything right now for anyone that want to hear this. When y'all hear people tell that, oh, Drake put Kendrick and put all these other people on, understand one thing. If they were not under Drake or besides Drake in any shape, way, and facets, don't tell me nothing. Because last time I checked, when Kendrick was seen in music videos, who was that? J-Rock, The Game. I'm sorry, last time I checked, these people put him on before you did. Last time I checked, before Kendrick even got close to Dr. Dre, who put him on over there? J. Cole. He put that word in. So again, did you help propel his career by putting him in a different lens of people? Yes. But did you put him on? Fuck no. And I think that's the thing I hate when I hear people say that stuff. Like, again, I'm willing to be fair about the conversation, but don't over exaggerate. Like, oh, he put him on. No. No, you ain't gonna do that bullshit. I ain't that.
Right.
So that was the thing right there for me. So, you know, that's the thing right there. But even then, it's like it all goes back to the same conversation. It started right there with Control, and it started with after what you did after you did Control on that mother-loving interview, and start crying versus just being a man and just, you know, actually talking to him on the back scene. You know that ain't you. Cool. State that. Let it be known with him like that. I never had that. I never had that type of friendship. Was that real? Was that fraudulent? Because you can just tell the way he was speaking in that interview. You never had that experience, and you know what? That's cool. I get it. You from a different realm. You probably don't have those type of friends. You're from a different, you know, area code and all that where you was living. So it makes perfect sense. Just keep it funky and keep it real. Like if you kept it real, we wouldn't be talking about this like this. We wouldn't be talking about this. No one would hate you. No one even look at you sideways. You would just be you. And you would just be out here making these music and making the world happy, doing what you do. But nope, now you chose to have war, and people are somewhat seeing what the fuck you is, personally. So it's like it's a pick and choose. But look, like I'm just saying. But that's why I break it down the way I break it down. You know, as far as the culture, you can definitely say Kendrick or J. Cole as the guys. But as far as desensitized hip hop music, you can definitely say that's Drake, or however you want to say it, pop music, whatever, however. But you can definitely say that's Drake. I think there's lanes for them that you do crown them king. But and that's why I'm saying a lot of this is but that's why I'm saying the thing between these three is very funny, because even when you go back and go listen to J. Cole's, like his second album, I think it was, he mentioned in a song, like in one of his songs, "Oh, we all kings. And all we want is to be loved." But it's like, if that was the case, then why do the beef? Why do the battle? But it's like, you know, the hypocrisy in a lot of it. It's like, that's why I say a lot of this right here. This is like, for me, I coined this as the worst beef in hip hop history. Like literally, just Okay, I'm done with it.
Listen, I'm definitely done with it. They keep inflating it, and every time Kendrick says something, that's always, you know, they
you know, everyone, it's there now, so it's like, it's never gonna end. There is no promise, because you know, you already mentioned things you wasn't supposed to mention, and you know what, you mentioned it anyways. So guess what? It's done data. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, we're gonna have this dance until there's nothing left, and apparently there's always gonna be something. As long as y'all have a career.
Right, exactly. Ronan says, "Thank you, congratulations on 4 years." Yes, I think the first time I did come on live, I was on for 10 hours. 10 hours, and I was reading. I was going hard. So much that Jay Savage is like, she really is a witch. She didn't even get up to go pee. I can't stand Jay Savage. He's so silly. He's like, she really is a witch. She didn't even get up to go pee. I'm like, boy. Damn. And that's before I knew how to. I was just straight off of YouTube. I didn't have StreamYard, so I couldn't I didn't stop. But that wasn't. He was a mess.
I can only imagine 10 hours in reading. I know you was drained.
I was done. It took me 2-3 days to recoup, because I was like, bang, back to back. People just came up and was like, okay. And I'm like, who's next? They're like, 10 hours.
Yeah. You know, look, I never personally did one of those marathonical hours of live streams other than through other people, but Lord have mercy.
Yeah, and I vowed never again. I stopped. I really did. Like, this is as long as I've been in a while, because I don't go. My 3 hours is usually okay, but I guess we're gonna go out with a bang, because that's the 4-year anniversary. But I did 10 hours, and I was reading. I wasn't even talking like this. People were just coming in.
Yeah, but the main story, but the moral of the story of that is real simple. You know, people just got to be grown-ups and just speak their piece. If they did that, it would have been
don't
clear.
write his rhymes, Lil Wayne, etc. And you know what's crazy is that they didn't have Lil Wayne in the Super Bowl, and that's his hometown. But they were saying because the issues with Jay-Z and Wayne and things like that, that's why.
I mean, I don't even penalize it to that. I mean, granted, yes, I get it, right? Because it's like, well, how do you let Dr. Dre do it in LA? And it's like, you got a point. But you know what? But it's like the same way I could sit here and say, well, guess what? But the game wasn't there either. But it's like, but of course, we all know why that wasn't the case, because not because Jay-Z, but because of Dr. Dre, give or take. But you know, look, I say it like this.
Yeah, but I mean, that's
just because you're a hometowner. Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, just because you're a hometowner, don't be thinking, oh, you're a hometowner and you're gonna get this chance. Because remember, Super Bowl came through New Orleans a couple of times. Where was Wayne then? Because I could easily say early 2000. Hey, when Wayne had it, where was Wayne then? You gotta think about that. So it's
but was Jay-Z? You got to think back to when Jay-Z picked up in this little tricket of the.
No, Jay-Z wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't a part of the NFL though at that time. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So why?
I was say early 2000s.
Yeah, because they're not going to look for that. At that time, it was still like pop. But
well,
now,
yeah, I mean, granted, yes, you could say that. Yeah, no, you're right. You can definitely say that as another add-on, yeah, because you could say, well, why would they look for them? But I also say this too, is like, let's be real. You're the head. You trying to tell me you can't go to these three big heads, Sony's Music, UMG, Warner Brothers, and just ask, well, who's your top performing artist? You can't do that. You like, come on now. So there's ways around that.
I don't know if it's that simple.
I mean, I'm not saying it's that simple, but it's like when you're talking about you're looking for the hottest attraction, you tell me. So you know that's what I'm saying, is pick and choose. But to go to what 22 Ronan says, you know, look, everyone's saying the same thing about that. Like, he don't write his rhymes. But the funny thing is, Ronan, here's the tough battle of that whole statement, right? Because Kanye said that he wrote his, because Kanye said Drake wrote his music. So the thing is, this is why I say nowadays I don't really speak on Drake not writing music no more. I say it like this: if he's writing pops and or R&B music, it makes sense to me. If you're writing hip hop in a sense of just more like, not like, you know, you're talking like lyrically, but you're talking about as more of a song type vibe, then yeah, I can see him doing those songs. I can see him really writing those songs. But when it comes to writing raps and that stuff, I think that's where he loses. Because again, even think about it when Lil Wayne said when he meet up with Drake the first time, he was a guy that was really about love. So it's easy for Drake. I could think it's easy for Drake to expound on love and showing love and all that, where he's in the R&B pops and all that and having fun and partying up. I think that's the easy part for him. I think when it comes to actually the rapping part, now that's the questionary part. But that's why it's so hard to say if he writes his rhymes or not. That's why I don't question it no more. It's like, if you do, you do. You don't, you don't. I don't care. Because it's a back and forth. Because there's certain people that literally said that he has right. Another one, brother that was once upon a time Slaughterhouse. I forgot dude's name. But he said in passing when he met up with Drake before you know, ever mention of the ghostwriting stuff, they said that he right. So it's like, it's tough sell because you can't really say yay and nay. And because these ghostwriters are quote unquote underneath the table, you can't say. But granted, yes, because certain people were on the credits, you would say that, oh, there's a ghostwriter. But then if they're on the credits, is it really a ghostwriter at that point? Is an actual legitimate songwriter. So, you know, it's a lot of pick and choose. But that's why I'd be like, I don't really care for that, because I say it like this. When you really listen to Drake, and I say like legitimately listen to Drake, listen to like any ounce of his music, and you think to yourself, has he really stepped up that pen to where you know that's him? Because there's always a certain P's and Q's about an artist that you know is always similar no matter what. So is that pen really the same way as he always has? Or is that literally co-op in someone else's, you know, articulate?
Right. Well, that makes sense.
No, hey, look, you know, Tony Torona, I know he don't pass the NC test. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he does, because let's be honest, he wasn't in 'Cause I know he took a pass on the what they call that thing. I forgot what they call that that musical upcoming the double XL. He passed on the double XL, so I can tell he's not an MC. I can tell that. That's no different. So I know he ain't no MC because he took a pass on that. That I'm not worried about that part. But that's what I'm saying. Like for someone like that to take a pass and then you still want to see him, and that's why I'm like, when people say he's a rapper, I'm like, again, just because you're co-opting the sound or you're co-opting the feel doesn't mean that you are the sound of it though. And that's why I'm like, I never would consider him a rapper. Like at best a hip hopper with the mixed flow, but that's it. Because literally I've seen people say Drake is a mixed fusion of a hip hop piece, hip hop with a little bit of mixture of pop in the between. Like he mixed that in between. That's what he is. And I'm like, hey, that's literally what he is. But that's what I'm like, because he brings in the elements, but he doesn't really sell the bravado of an MC.
I can agree with that.
So, definitely. But you can't tell his fan base that, because they'll look at you crazy.
They're just as bad as Beehive. Like if you come after Drake, oh my goodness, they're just as bad as Beyonce's fans. And it's why did I make the mistake in the chat? Not in the chat, in a comment section, when somebody had posted about Aaliyah. And they mentioned Beyonce at the same time, because that was the whole conspiracy about Beyonce got in where Aaliyah left off at, and I was like, sonically, I mean, like Aaliyah had more, I would say, range. And why did I say that? Oh, you don't know music. What you talking about? She got better range than Beyonce, and I'm like, Beyonce had to train, but Aaliyah already had that in her. Like I have her first album, and and remember, Beyonce was still in a group. She wasn't by herself, so it wasn't like you heard her by herself. You heard her and her group, but Aaliyah was by herself, so you could hear all her ring, her runs and things of that nature. So I was like, it's no diss. I was like, I like some of Beyonce songs. I'm not a Beyonce fan like that, but I like her Sasha Fierce album. I like some of the songs that I like. The other one was the Lemonade album. Some of the songs in there. So I like, but she had to really train, and she's a great entertainer. I'd say that, but like singer.
I mean, but I mean, I know people don't like the quote unquote conspiracies or don't like the challenges of saying certain things because of this and that. But we all know if certain things haven't transpired the way they did, and people were in position, you really think you would have a chance? That's my thing. It's like, do you think like this person would have their lane? Sure, but do you think they have a chance to be what they are? Submittically, not that quite.
They moved that piece off the chessboard, and after that, it was go time for Beyonce. So, because remember, Aaliyah was doing everything that Beyonce had. She was in the movie, like acting, So she was out there. She was doing that, and I mean, and don't get me wrong either. I wasn't a big Aaliyah fan either. But I like music. I listen to good music, good singers, somebody that I can hear and it could reach my heart.
Right.
And had she been around a little longer, she would have been a powerhouse.
Yeah. That's what everyone thought. It's like that's why everyone keeps saying certain things. It's like because people thought the same things. Like if Pac and Biggie were still alive, would there really be any of y'all really out here doing anything? It's like, that's how most people thought of it. But it's like, in most cases, Pac was ready to be out. Biggie was going to be the one stepping forward, and it's like the game would have been slightly different. But, hey, that's the thing. That's the beauty of it all. It's like the game keeps on going. You're trying to find the next person to be the next head.
Right.
But think about it. It's like, even in the 2000s, who was the next one up in the 2000s? DMX. Look how he came to the scene. And guess what happened to him? Look where he's at now. They put him
But
on the
DMX,
sidelines. Then next thing you know,
they
he
put him on the
just
sidelines, but he was able to make 50. Like Pac and Big were not. So he
so
had, I could say, you know, that's longevity for him to be a rapper, and he was just about to, he was working on another album with Swiss Beats. But here's the thing.
no, but that's the thing.
He started talking about that whatchamacallit on Drink Champs, and 5 months later they said, oh, he relapsed and he was on drugs and that got him. I'm like, nah, I don't think so, but you can keep telling us that.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. That's the thing. It's like, because literally when you look at DMX's projection,
yeah,
it was very clear. This was literally that time when the East had it back, because DMX brung it back.
Right.
And he was the head lead.
True.
But guess what? The moment he signed on the Def Jam, what happened? Got tanked.
Yep.
And then his career on the sidelines.
To have him spiraling out of control.
Right. So, and you know, he knew what it was, but you know, that's why, you know, and that's why some people may say, you know, you want to be very careful signing to another artist that's still in the game. But I think personally, it's not even just that. It's the simple fact of, well, I mean, it could be just that, but it's like, again, if this is not being conducted, then you already know what it was. And I think that's at the point of saying with Mr. Jigga, he just wanted to sit there and, you know, started to slow down, because, you know, he likes to sit here and proclaim he was better than, you know, he was better than Pac, he was better than Big, but it's like, but you weren't bigger than that dude right there, though. You weren't better than DMX. That man was running ship every single time.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's very interesting. That's what I'm saying. Like, when every single time when you hear Drink Champs, you know, compare and contrast who's the better artist, or, you know, just better overall rapper, however they say it, you know, between Pac and DMX, it's like, there's a reason why that question is what it is, because when DMX came to the scene, he changed the whole landscape. And remember, he brought it back to the East.
Right.
So that in itself lets you know, like, he ran shit. It wasn't your Nas, it wasn't your Jigga, it was him.
Right. But and I hate when they do that as far as with the comparison, because it's not even you comparing what. Are you saying lyrically? Are you saying, you know, artistically, entertainment? Like, you know, what are we talking about when we talk about Pac and DMX? And in actuality, when I have these conversations, I'm like, Pac walked so DMX could run. I mean, if you look at the prototypes, that's what DMX is, a prototype. Ja Rule is a prototype. 50 Cent is a prototype. That's all the archetype of coming out of Pac. Nobody was doing the bandanas. It was Pac. So there's certain things that they try to keep the Pac essence up, but DMX can hold his own weight. I'm not taking that away from X at all. His death was my heart too, because I was like, I just saw this man on Drink Champs. He looked good. He was sound minded. He didn't look like he was on any type of, you know, anything that would, you know. But you can't. It's crazy when you start saying Pac versus or Pac, who's the better, and this, and it's like everybody has their own. They bring different things to the game. But Pac is my goal.
Because
Pac will always be my number one.
Because my thing is this, right? Is like, because my boy, because, you know, he was mentioning the same conversation he wanted to have, and he was saying, you know, who was better, and, you know, to me, it's like, it's pick and choose, because I couldn't see which way it goes. It's like, because for me, it's like, I can see grassroots people pick DMX, but I can also see, because of the expansion of what it was and how it is, it's like some people will have, you know, some people will have Tupac. And he was like, for him, it was obvious for him, because he was saying it would be DMX, and I'm like, hey, you can pick that. I'm not mad at you, but it's like, don't think you know the whole world to the point that you can say, you know, this and this and this and that, because everyone's different. Because remember, like, one thing is, when you look at the trajectory of just coming up, this is why I say, when it comes to Tupac and DMX, there's a lot of differences. Tupac wasn't loved back in the hood, like, or back in the, you know, New York time frame. He was not. So it's like he don't have the street cred the same way. DMX actually did. So it's different for him. He had that lane. Same way with 50 Cent. When 50 was able to make those mixtapes and did Pop Out and Be What It Is like you had that lane. Pop Out Man did not. But the fact that he had to switch over and then be loved by, you know, Cali and all that and bring him up is like, okay, yeah, you started getting that push and you started getting that trajectory. But yeah, if you look at him in sales, yeah, of course, yeah, DMX definitely outsold Pac for sure, yeah. But then you got to think about it too. DMX went as far as just the USA. Pac went around the world. It's like, so again, it's like it's a tit for tat of what you really want. Like, granted, like I know most people say, you know, lyrically they've said it's DMX, but artistry is Tupac.
Right.
And you know that's a fair claim because it's fair.
It is, absolutely.
But yeah, because for me it's like, because I would say this, like, influentially, yeah, I definitely will say Tupac. But as far as the atmosphere of DMX, and because for me, musically wise, when I think about DMX, I think about him as the one that is fighting through pain of life itself. And when I think back to Tupac, when I think back to DMX, he really emphasized the wear and tear of the demons that he had to face in battle.
Right.
Just to be who he is today, or just to at least grow from what he is today. Because when you're in that place of uncertainty and unguidance, you're going to be, you know, dancing with some devils. Right. Because as they say, every new level meets you meet a new devil. Absolutely. Right? And, you know, those are the challenges of a person you live and you try to fight for every single day. So that's why for me, like, X, he's definitely one of my biggest guys. Like, I don't care if you don't have like a lot of flavor, you know, full catchy songs, but when you're talking about the battle and the war of going through what you go through, that's the character that you can't match. Because again, it takes a true warrior to really keep pushing forward and keep fighting these demons and these heathens that constantly keep trying to hold you down.
Right.
So, you know, because to be honest, when
I was gonna say, if you look at it, Pac was saying that too. They both are warriors.
No, yeah. That's for sure.
They, you know, and Pac said the same thing. Pac said, yeah, I got out. I sold my soul. I had to go sell my soul. People don't catch that interview. And as much as you listen, he did what he had to do, but he said it. I had to go do that because they was gonna kill me in jail, is what he said. And when he means they, he means the government, the people that work in there, not the inmates. So yeah, Pac was, and that's why DMX, I would definitely put him in that number 5 or 6, because he said he was saying this, not saying the same things, but their plight was similar.
Right.
Their plight was similar. Their hardships were definitely similar.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, that's why it's like, because when I think about it in the essence of just like, because when I think about like a lot of sceneries of like DMX is like music, because I sort of like label his music like a rap soul music, right?
Yeah.
Like, because everything, like, even if he's rapping, but you hear a lot of soul from his rap. So, you know, like, that's how I try to like, because that's how I think about like, just in, like, as far as music that I think about, because like there's a lot that goes with this. And you know, a lot of people in the world, you know, a lot of people are going through challenges. A lot of people are fighting the idea of do they kneel and, you know, converse themselves to this entity or this image that is in the mirror, or do they just keep fighting and pushing on being them? And you know, that's for me is like, that's why I always say music, especially in the idea of hip hop, because it doesn't just give you the platform to not talk about what's going on in the everyday life, but it also gives you the platform to talk about what is mentally going on. Because again, this is real out here, people. This is life. But y'all want to sit here and be on some party and go-go stuff. It's like, okay, go ahead. But it don't change your livelihood. It don't really advance your livelihood. You thinking you can just dodge this and, you know, thinking, oh yeah, you're gonna live it up. Because I get it, right? you want to live it up and feel like you're successful. You want to feel like you're empowered. So it's like when you do these party songs, it makes you feel like you're empowered, but in reality, you're not. It's fool's gold. It's false drugs, sugar pills. And I think that's why it's like when it comes to like people looking at Drake, it's like them listening to Drake is like it makes them feel like they're empowered, like they're truly up there, like they won, like they did that shit, like you can't stop me because I'm here now. But it's like you never really are there. It's a high. You're not there. You're still at ground zero. You're still at level 1. And it's like, so it's like it's crazy because you look at people and they make you believe that they're at level, they're at level 5 or whatever level they think they're at. But reality, they're at level. You're being fooled by people that are at level 1. In reality, you easily can be at level 10. But the thing is, they will denounce you from being at that level. Why? Because they're gonna keep beating you down and forcing them to keep you right there at their level. And that's the thing. It's like a lot of this stuff is self-inflicted. That's what I'm saying. Like we beat our own selves up when it comes to this shit. We beat our own self up. That's why I remember those throwback videos. Like what's that song? Like Ace Hood, and I think he was talking about the song named Champion. And they was like, "Oh, you think you gonna make it out? You think you can sing, or or why you reading them books, and all that?" It's like just those tangents. Like that video, it literally shows you like you self-defeat yourself, or your own people will self-defeat you just because you don't want to be able to do different. Because the moment one person shows it, what's your excuse?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just.
All right, well, I think finally we could bring it down.
Yeah, we can bring it down.
Yeah, Ronan, I guess he's not coming through. He's in the bushes, but that's all right. It's all good. I think everybody who did stop by, Brother Maybach and Brother OG, and Brother Ant Dawg came up on the panel earlier, so I salute them. I had a bunch of people that I was surprised, like, oh, snap. They were in the building in the bushes, Brother Hurricane, and who else did I see here? I was like, whoa, what? Y'all was here, Brother P. Moses. I had the OG Philly panel come through. Texas was in here holding it down for a minute. Salute Texas. Who else? Brother Charles was in the building. Twin. I'm surprised he actually came over here. I'm like, what? Ohio in the building. Should know. Who else I saw? I don't want to miss anybody. The Smokers Lounge. Salute. Thank you. That's the Brother Chris. Thank you so much for coming through and chilling out with me for a little bit. But yeah, man, this is the 4th year anniversary. Like I said, I forgot all about it, Wally. My mind, with my dad passing, the 2 years have gone like, shoo, and I ain't even really, And my dad's birthday, he's February 25th and stuff. So, March will always kind of be, and then my daughter's birthday, my husband's birthday's in March. So it's just like I blocked things out. And then when Ant Dawg sent me this thing about the Ghana, I was like, wait, hold up a second. I haven't done a Mindful Monday in a while.
Forever.
Oh shit, forever, shut up. and wait a minute, it's also March. And wait a minute, we're almost in the middle of March, and I haven't even recognized that I've been on here for 4 years. So, yeah, I said, you know what? Let me do this real quick and talk about some things that I was like, shh. Because Ant Dawg is always, between him and Maybach, they're always sending me stuff behind the scenes, like all the things about Moors and just everything that we always talk about. And I said, wow, Ant Dawg, I said, that's a good topic. I think that'll segue me into another Mindful Monday, which is a season 3 now, episode 1. This is for the books. I was going to chop it up, but I'm like, I'll just keep it. I don't know if I'm going to break it apart. I'm too lazy. I don't know how to do all that stuff. Like I do, but then it's just too much. I hate technology. Just too much. But yeah, that's about it, guys. I think that I'm not gonna say when I'm gonna do another Mindful Monday, because I just never know. Anything can happen. But I am open now for personal private readings, but it's very limited. That is going to be starting in April, the first week of April. The 3rd. Wait, hold on. I'll tell you exactly because I got the dates right here. So anybody wants a private reading, personal reading, they can go into my onto my website and book a reading. But please, 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 y'all, send me a message if you can in the website or through IG. Confirm with me, because we all have busy lives. I get it. I understand. But time is money. And we're talking about currency here. And my time is money, not just so much the fiat. But if y'all don't show up, if y'all on another standard time and you're not on Eastern Standard Time, please set a clock to Eastern Standard Time, because that's where I operate at. And, you know, as much as I would love to be flexible and be, I get you. I'll do it on certain occasions for certain, not even certain people, but listen, like, you don't go into those people's businesses and start making arrangements, right? You're going to go in there, you're going to buy. You don't go into your doctor's office 20, 30 minutes late and think you're going to be seen. They'll be like, do you want to reschedule? Or you pay the $25 fee and you could be seen, but you're going to have to wait around because you were late. You see? So this is supposed to be cool. Please respect my business. Please respect my business. Come on time. If you cannot make it, what happens though is that when you're booking online, the money already gets put in. So either you'll lose the money, because I really, time is money. Y'all late, I'm taking your money. I sure will. But I could reimburse you if you really listen. Or you could schedule your reading. We work something out behind the scenes, but please, my time is my money. Okay. So the dates are going to be for April 3rd, April 4th, April 10th, April 11th, April 24th, and the 25th, and then May 1st and the 2nd, the 8th and the 9th, the 16th and the 22nd, and that's it. I'm closing my calendar down after that. I probably will reopen it back in the fall, just because a lot of stuff is going to be happening in between the time that I finish doing these personal readings up until then, and I just don't want to be worried about other people when they not, you know what I mean? So if you need, whatever, you're having a hard time with the website, just hit me up on Instagram. I'll put my Instagram down in the chat. Send me a message, because, just say respect the business. That's all.
I need to get my notes together. I need a run back now.
Yeah, you do. You, sir. You have a whole.
Oh Lord, I need to be crossing my I's and dot my T's and all that. I need a refresh. I need to make sure certain information is what you say it was. Because boy, I need to reframe myself. Like, okay, hold up. This person is going to
change because you get a new reading. No, sir. No.
I mean, no, I don't need it to. I don't need it to change. No, I just needed the inverse.
Well, chat, excellent person with class. Thank you, Ronan. I tried. So here's my IG, guys. You want to hit me on the back chat and you need a reading, or excuse me, you don't need a reading. You would like a reading, because you don't really need it. You just need to know something, but you would like one. You hit me up on the back chat. Ronan, Wally, I already know.
I need it all. I need all the guidance.
The woman said, yeah, really? Oh, wow. Very good news. See?
Things came to fruition.
Didn't it? But didn't it? See, Wally? So there's hope. But you and I have a different
hope. I'm just looking for guidance.
You and I have a different agenda on this plane here. It's not as easy as that. You and I have to work.
I never said it was. Like, again, I just want to find the pieces to my puzzles and just, to connect the dots so I can see the perfect picture that I'm supposed to see.
Oh yeah. You how many times you gonna connect the dots and Scooby Doo your way out of this? How many times?
I'm not Scooby my way out. I'm Scooby my way in. That's all I'm doing. I'm just trying to find the pieces to just be like, okay, here you go. Put it on the map. I was like, okay, this one gets here. This connects here. Okay, this got to be on the sidelines because I ain't there yet.
I ain't either. So, I'll try to help you. I've been helping you.
Of course you have, and I'm very grateful. I'm gonna always repay you in due time. Don't you know that? You know that. I'll never leave you behind. Trust me, you did too much for me.
You're good. Just hit me up on the back chat. But not until April, because I ain't doing nothing now. Okay?
Oh no, I know.
Nothing personal reading.
I just need to go collect them notes from past, videos.
Please do your homework before you come see me, so that you are.
I already have notes from prior. I already got the video. I already did my subsection of one video. I need to go do another subsection of the other past video, which I already saved that live. And then, I'll just keep doing it again so I can just make sure I just, again, have everything I need. I'll just run it back.
Please, and thank you. But again, on the screen is my IG, FoxxyMoon_premieres. I changed it. I did have Spiritual Alchemist, but if you go into my website, it will show Spiritual Alchemist. That's me. You go into YouTube and click on the link. It'll take you right into the website there. Again, the calendar. I'm not taking any readings until April. So the calendar may look open right now and you'll think, oh, I click and April. Don't please, because what's going to happen is I'm going to be having to refund all these people's money because they want to have a reading in April and March, and it's not happening. But you can get a reading starting April 3rd. At I think the first time is at 1 o'clock or something like that. I know I started from like 1 to 5.
And what is the second verbal week? Because I might come in the second week versus the first one.
So it's April 3rd and 4th, April 10th and the 11th, April 24th and the 25th. Then we got May 1st, May 2nd, May 8th, May 9th, May 16th, and the 22nd. They're all on Thursdays and Fridays.
Right. So, because May, I already know May. Yeah, no, because if my brother, but wait a minute. Today's March, April. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because my brother's coming back in May, which means I'll be probably. Well, I don't know when the party will be starting, so. Okay. I guess I'll be there in time to get that May verse, but the April.
Okay.
If I get everything done on that Thursday, then Friday will probably be good for me. If I'm able to get there.
Just look at your calendar. Let me know before time. Don't wait the day before. Be like, oh, Foxy, can we do it? Listen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely gonna clock it in before then, hopefully.
Yeah, but you have time. We have time. We got 2 weeks left of March, so you can go to the video. Go to the calendar, check out what's good for you. I already gave you my dates, so yeah. That's when I'll be doing it. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. We almost 6 hours in. But good to hear from Robinson. We got good news, so that's good. Happy to hear that. Ronan's in the building. And any other lasting words to send off, Wally?
In the great words of Maybach, stay militant, always, watch your six out there. I know he didn't get to say that before he left, but, he would definitely tell y'all that. As far as for me, hey, man, Yeah, understand. I say it like this. I remember we had a conversation about this like the other day. I had a conversation with someone else the other day ago about because you know, like the movies like The Godfather and all this, right? And you know, like mobs and everything, or you know, organized crime. Hey, look, ladies and gentlemen, they show look. Godfather shows you his damn self. Is you, your family against the world. Y'all better stay prepared and get ready. Because it's you against the government. You already know what time it is.
Right.
There ain't nothing else out here.
Basically. And Big Cat, because I haven't seen Big Cat. I hope all is well with him. But he would always say, don't forget to eat your fruits and vegetables. Drink your water and eat your fruits and vegetables.
Right.
Because that's it. I mean, we ourselves have to take care of ourselves and our family first before you can go out there and be Captain Save a Hoe. You can't. You can't if your house is not tidied up and it's not taken care of. So with that being said, y'all, I will catch y'all on the flip side. Thank you very much for everything, for everyone who stopped through, for everyone who will catch the replay. Leave a comment down in the section. I know this is a longer video. Some people are like, okay, I know they talking caca. Just click on where it says certain things, panel discussion, whatever. Y'all can just read through all that. I'm putting up the little titles up there. And that's it, okay? All right. Bye, Wally. Catch you on the flip side. Peace.
All right.